And on the far side of the track, we've got the first Go track event today, 2 of competition about to go here. So the under 13, under 14, under 15, and under 16 boys, 3,000 metre race walk. Ready to go here. We'll introduce the field of 11 once they get underway. So we're away here. It looks like the field is split up pretty quickly. So the other 13 boys are wearing hit numbers 1 to 40. Number 1 is Patrick Waddington. Number 2 is Patrick from Western Hills. Number 2, Carl Martin of Adamstown, New Lambton. Number 3, Michael Matheson of Westfield. And hit number 4, Tyler Cousins of the Quarry Hunter. Heading down the 14 boys event. Hit numbers 5, 6, and 7. Number 5, Reece Chandler, Rye Athletics. Number 6, Sebastian Eaton, West Track and Field. And hit number 7, Alexander Brainwell with West Track and Field. Heading the under 15 boys event, we've got Christopher Nylon wearing hit number 8. And competing in the under 16 boys, 3,000 metre race walk. Hit number 9, Kate Robson, Hills District. Dylan Albush wearing number 10 for West Track and Field. Hit number 11, Alexander Sinnott of West Track and Field. That's the first event on the track here, day 2 of the New South Wales Junior Championships. And as we see, the leading 4 athletes in the space with about 20 metres in a large gap back to the next group of 4 at the moment. So 4 state titles on the grabs. Number 13, first time competing in their own separate division of these New South Wales Junior Championships. 4 athletes contesting that one, 3 in the under 14s, number 15 competitor and 3 in the under 16s here is 3,000 metre race walk. Dylan Albush here, we're in the 600 metre mark, just under 2:45 there, leading through Alan Martin, the under 13 event, followed by Alexander Sinnott and then Alexander Brainwell there. So they start to spread out a little bit more now. Dylan Albush with West Track and Field, who've been so strong in the race walking events. They were very strong in the 5,000 metre events last night. The next 2 to come through the 600 metre mark is Kane Robson, and it's also just alongside again Christopher Nylon of Parramatta. So a couple of athletes able to get a little bit of a seat here and work together. The warning's given on the back straight as well, so the athletes need to be really disciplined here. Provide a national qualifying standards to keep an eye on. So they can qualify by the placing top 3 in their division, or by getting the national qualifying standard in the time period, and which includes this event as well. So 17:30 for our under 13 and under 14 boys is the time they need to do. Under 15's 17 minutes. And 16:30 for the under 16 boys. So 17:30 for the under 14, 17 minutes for the under 15, 16:30 for the under 16s. Your national qualifying standards in this 3,000 metre race walk. Approaching the 1,000 metre split now. Our race leader, Dylan Albush, the West Track and Field, coming to the competition with a 14:51. So we'll see how he's tracking here with this 1 kilometre mark. He looks to be a little bit under that pace. So probably go through in about 4:40 maybe, just a fraction over, which puts him right on 14-minute schedule, bang on 14-minute pace here, 4:40 one corner split. As he opens up this margin a little bit more on Carl Martin of Adamstown, New Lantern, who's sitting about 14:30 tempo, and then Alexander Sinnott just behind, still well under 5 minutes, and 15-minute pace on the dot here for Alexander Brable, fourth at the moment overall. Running through plenty of action happening on the field. Everywhere you look, so the under 17, under 18 men's shot put competing at the southern ends. We've got 7 athletes in the under 17s. Number 1 in the competition order, Benjamin Kazosi of Campbelltown. Number 2, Daniel Kazosi of Campbelltown. Number 3, Alexander Karuski of West Track and Field. Number 4 in the competition order, Tara Demaruk of West Track and Field. Number 5, Peter Slavos of the Scots College. Number 6 is Brody Feed of Tamora Athletics Club. And number 7, Daniel Frey of RFA Runners. We're competing in the 18 men's shot put event. We've got Jacob Taylor, number 1, in the competition order from Hills District. Number 2 from Good Mountains Angus Blues. Number 3, Alexander Posey of Illawong. Number 4, Benjamin Pittman of Illawong. Number 5, George Wells of Mingara. Number 6, Samuel Langridge of Knox Grammar School. Number 7, Joshua Chen of Blue Mountains. Number 8, Luca Giller of Trinity Athletics Club. Number 9, Daniel White of UTS North. And number 10, Rory Hunter is Lachlan Murray. That's the under 18 men's shot put competing alongside the under 17s at the southern end. We also have the under 20 men's shot put competition. Number 1 is Sebastian Gisso of Trinity Athletics Club. Number 2, Matthew Davidas of Illawong. Number 3, Max Remedy of Trinity Athletics. Number 4, Solomon Takiri of Illawong. Number 5, Jude Bassett of Athletics Wollongong. Number 6, Benjamin Stevens of Trinity. Number 7, Bryce Nolan of Westfields. Number 8 is Alexander Charlotte of Parramatta City. Number 9, Uchenna Ibu of Bankstown Sports. That's the men's under 20 shot put. And the women's under 18 triple jump. The women's under 18 triple jump. Being alongside the home straight here, number 1 in the jumping order, Marissa Pebella of West Track and Field. Number 2, Rafaela Idris of Campbelltown. Number 3, Marissa Tanowski of Westfields. And number 4, Tara Webb of Cherrybrook. Women's under 20 triple jump event. We've got Sienna Bolland, first in the jumping order. UTS North, Sophie Bowley second in the competition order from Tamora. Number 3, Jasmine Shakeshaft. Number 4, Gabriela Guerrera of Remy Bonnie. Number 6, Olivia Denisha of West Track and Field. Also competing alongside the home straight, the under 20 women's triple, alongside the under 18s. We've also got the women's under 18 javelin throw competition taking place on the infield. At the southern end of the competition arena, the throwing order number 1 is Isabel Cruikshank. Number 2 is Vanessa Bell. Number 4 is Hayley Blanche. Number 5 is Tali Olseneshta. The women's under 18 javelin. And in the women's under 20 javelin throw, the competition order number 1 is Bianca Packer, who is the defending champion in this event in the under 20s from St George. Number 2, Charlotte Smith, Laura Roostars. Number 4, Erin Partridge of Cherrybrook. Number 5, Kiara Shine of UTS North. Number 6, Madeline Watson. Number 7, Amber Williams of Sydney University. Number 8, Lily McPherson of St George. Number 9, Ariana Levy of West Track and Field. Number 10 is Rena Wong of UTS North. And number 11, Karina Bell, representing Illawong. It's the women's under 20 javelin championship. And also the southern end will be under 18s. We've got our para long jump competition along the back straight as well, so no shortage of action here on the field. The under 17 women's para ambulant long jump against Samantha Whittaker in the jumping order. F20 athlete in the first district. Number 2, F45 competitor Rhiannon Bella of Illawong. Number 3, F20 athlete Talaya Blacksmith representing Sutherland. And number 4, Sarah Hall, F38 athlete in the under 17 women's para ambulant long jump. The under 20 women's para ambulant long jump event, we've got Carla Miller, F20 classification from the Yarra Athletics Club. Number 2, Sienna Brockfield. Corey Hunter. Number 3, Isla Gillespie in the F35 for UTS North. In the under 15 boys para ambulant long jump, we've got Alexander Evans, F13 representing Rye. Now the 17 men's, we've got Christian Miller, F01 from Tamora Athletics Club. Alex McGrath, F21 classification from Tabo Athletics Club. Connie Miller, F44 representing Yarra. And the men's under 20 para ambulant long jump event, we've got Xander Field in the F20 classification from Yarra, Jack Conroy in the F38 from the Penn District, and Malachi Cannon, the F20 athlete in the under 20 men's para ambulant long jump. So he collects the bell here now. Dylan Allenbush, pretty much being a league of his own every day. He's just been putting 20 or so metres on this field. And he's still maintaining his form and that leg speed. Close for second overall. At the moment as they work their way down the straight now, down to collect the bell. So this will be Callum Martin, Adamstown New Lambton, leading the under 14s and second overall at the moment. And Elizabeth McMillan last night almost broke the New South Wales record, so no doubt race walkers will be inspired by this. And so it will be a change to Alexander Sinnott moving up into second place there. So just over 13:20 with a lap to go. So Alexander Sinnott, second overall and second in the under 16s. So it's open the door here for Tyler Cousins, the under 13s, leading the event now. So he goes around. You go back to Kane Robson of Hills District, there's Patrick Robinson, and also Michael Matheson of Westfields. Pretty close battle there for those under 13 places. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Pending confirmation from our technical team. Our gold medalist, first gold medalist of day 2 of the competition here. Dylan Allen striking from 14.20. Came into the competition with 14.51, so he's absolutely slaughtered that previous mark he set by time here at the State Juniors, and hopefully see him in Brisbane at the National Junior Championships in April. Battle for second now. It's not really battle, he's in a league of his own here as he comes around and enters the top of the straight. Also in the same age group, under 16s, West Track and Field have been almost unstoppable in these race walk events. So Alexander Sinnott here, 15:44 came into the competition with as we see Dylan Allenbush's time come up on the board, 14:21.5. Very impressive stuff. So let's get some more coming here. Alexander Sinnott comes across the line for second in the under 16 boys event. 15:32 thereabouts. Again, another big chunk of his time coming into this event at 15:44. Then we turn our attention with about 40 metres to walk now. Tyler Cousins in the under 13 boys, working his way towards the line here. It was a strong effort. Alexander Braden made up a bit of distance here. And he's got another lap to go there, Tyler Cousins, but it's Alexander Braden will coming across the line to officially take out the under 14 victory there. And it's working out to metre race for the rest of the boys collecting the bell. So it'll be Patrick Watterson, Michael Matheson, and Kane Robson together. Christopher Nylon from Parramatta City here. He comes through with one lap to go as well. So keep an eye on those times. So 16:30 has passed. That's a qualifying standard for the under 16. 17 minutes is the next one. Keep an eye for under 15s. And now under 13, under 14, and under 17:30 for that national standard. All they can finish in the top three, and that's the same for each and every track and field event of the program here at these New South Wales Junior Championships. So great surge towards the line there for Tyler Cousins. And officially winning the under 13 boys now. Fantastic stuff. And a good battle here, Patrick Watterson and Michael Matheson. This is for second overall, I think, in this under 13 event. It's just Patrick Watterson consolidating there. Michael Matheson, fantastic stuff as well. He himself on the podium for the under 13 boys. A great little battle here all the way around the track. Nothing much separated in the entire 7.5 laps as we see Kane Robson come across the line. Podium position in the under 16 boys competition. And Chris Vanilla there. So not too far outside of his best, 18:45 in category, so around about that 19-minute mark, and Reece Chandler from right finishing off there as well. This is Sebastian Linton of West Track and Field. He across the line there, well under 19:30. He's absolutely last year's personal best. Will be seeds numbers go down here, 21.05. So to demolish that one as well. The unofficial results coming through there on the scoreboard. Bush, Sinan and Brainwell taking your top three outright. We have an update on the field after 3 rounds of competition. The under 18 women's triple jump. We've got Raphael Idris of Campbelltown in the lead with a best jump so far of 12.05 metres. In second at the moment with the best jump of 10.59 metres is Tara Webb. And Marissa Favela pretty much at her best there, 10.02. Coming into the competition with a 10.03. West track and field athletes sitting in a bronze medal position after 3 rounds. In the under 18 women's triple jump. The under 20 women's triple jump. At the moment it's Olivia Zamich of West track and field leading the competition with the best jump of 11.87 metres. Sienna Bond in second, UTS North athlete with 11.76 her best so far, and Gabriella Guerra of Remy Bobby in third with the best jump of 11.54 metres. So Olivia Zamich, Sienna Bond and Gabriella Guerra, the top 3 at the moment, up to 3 rounds. The under 20 women's triple jump running alongside the home straight. Next event up on the track is another one of our 3,000 metre race walk. Now it's for the under 13, under 14, under 15 and under 16 girls. We will introduce the field of 22 once they get underway.
On your mark.
So heat numbers 1 to 5 will be competing in the under 13 event in this event on the track at the moment. Number 1 is Michaela Day of Macquarie Hunter. Number 2 from Macquarie Hunter, Nikki Herndon. Number 3 from Sydney Athletics Academy, Jenna Dixon. Number 4 is Erin Casillas of Westfields. Number 5, Brooke Cross of Sutherland. Heading under 14 girls event, hit number 6 to 10. Number 6 is Emma Hoskins of Hills District. Number 7, Sophie Polkinghorn of Hills District. Number 8, Lillian Twitchett of Westfields. Number 9, Lily Horn of West Track and Field. And number 10, Amelia Bongiorno of Wollongong. Number 11 through to 16 will be the under 15 girls. Number 11 is Stella Pinches of Adamstown Event. And number 12 is Emma Herndon of Macquarie Hunter. Number 13, Jessica Waring of Parramatta City. Number 14 is Madeline Maxwell of Maitland. Number 15, Macy Mitchell of West Track and Field. And number 16, Matilda Webb of Winston Hills. Sorry, we also have number 17. It's actually hit numbers 11 through to 22, so a big field for the under 15s. Sorry, under 16s is wearing 17 through to 22. Number 17 is Matilda Olsen of Hills District. Number 18, Daniela Samuel of Winston Hills. Number 19, Caitlin Ashby of Gosford. Number 20, Grace Beck of West Track and Field. Number 21, Evie Armstrong Reading of Mary Bobby. And hit number 22 is Madeline Platt of Adamstown United. So the under 16 girls, hit number 17 through to 22. Under 15s is 11 through to 16. Under 14s wearing hit numbers 6 through to 10. And under 13s hit numbers 1 to 5. Getting to the front pretty early here, Sophie Polkinghorn of Hills District leading through Matilda Webb. So we're the leader of the under 15s at the moment, very early stages. Looks like Parramatta City athlete Jessica Law in the blue and the yellow there is sitting in third place overall. And the West Track and Field girls just starting to reach up or attempting to now. And potentially a group. So about 7 athletes in the space of 30 metres here, and a good pack here with 6 laps to go there, and led by Lily Twitch and the Westfields. So see if they can work well together. At the moment, Sophie Polkinghorn halfway down the back, straight down, leading this field, and she is in the under 14s. So the national standards to keep going here for the under 13s and under 14s at 17:30. For the under 15s it's 17 minutes, and for the under 16s, 16:40. So we'll get a very good indication here. So 4:33. She's absolutely flying through the 1,000 metre split here. So Sophie Polkinghorn moving clear. It's all Webster in second. Just for Roaring, then we go back to Grace Beck, the under 16s, the West Track and Field, and then her teammate behind her, Macy Mitchell, competing under 15. She's an defending champion. She won the under 14s last year with 15:28. See what she can go. She's well under that pace at the moment. Through the three, and three Emma Hoskins through ahead of Erica Sills and also Marilyn Clark of Adamstown United as well. There's something about these race walkers and also being triathletes and Marilyn Clark. So the All Schools triathlon title a couple of days ago. Here she's the race walk at New South Wales Juniors. So we see Lily Horn now coming through ahead of Gemma Dixon. Sydney Athletics Academy there, so another relatively, compared to the rest of the field anyway, a tightly bunched group. To go here for our race leader, Sophie Polkinghorn should go through 6:30 on the clock. She's under 14-minute pace at the moment, and she looks to have just surged again. She's no one slowing her down at the moment. Doing a terrific job. This will be the halfway 1,500 metre mark as she gets to that 1,500 metre start line. So powering along here, Sophie Polkinghorn, so about 8:27 through with 3 laps to go. She's just drifted ever so slightly off that 14-minute pace. And this is some good walking here from Matilda Webb. She's holding this margin pretty well. Winston Hills, athlete in the under 15s. See what she can do here, and it's Jessica Waring from Parramatta City in the third still here with, it looks like Grace Beck, who is the defending champion. She took the gold medal in the under 15s last year, the 15:01, 12 months ago, and she's looking quite strong now. She's pulled away from Macy Mitchell, who's about 40 metres back. We see a couple of athletes now trying to bridge the gap up to her. Update after 3 rounds of competition in the under-18 women's javelin throws. Tali Montaneshka from Sydney University leading with the best throw so far at 47.65 metres. In second is Vanessa Appel of Hills District with the best throw of 39.82. Very close between her and Hayley Blanche sitting in third at the moment with a throw of 39.52. So Tali Montaneshka, Vanessa Appel and Hayley Blanche are leading 3 after 3 rounds in the under-18 women's javelin. The under-20 women's javelin, we've got Karina Bell leading the best throw of 42.67. Bianca Packer in second, 43.0. Erin Partridge in third, 38.76. So she collects the bell here. The race leader, Sophie Polkinghorn. And we're just ticking over 12:30 on the clock at the moment, so she's coming to this event with a 14.20. She's looking in fantastic form here as she works her way around some of the laps athletes. Most of them collect 2 laps to go here, still working well. A lot of them with a very close margin. Next to collect the bell will be Matilda Webb, Vixen Hills, and she's leading the under-15 event. And here comes third to collect the bell. So Jessica Lauren, she's third overall, second in the under-15s at the moment. See how close she gets her 15.12. Definitely on target for a personal best here. So next comes through will be Grace Beck of West Track and Field. 13.26 we go through, 15.01 her best. Emma Herman now from Recording Hunter, Eureka Sound the Bell. 1 lap to go for her. Not far behind is Macy Mitchell, the defending champion in under 15s. Working her way around the track one more time. Amy Armstrong, leading the Brennan Coffey. Also 1 lap to go, opening up the stride. Here's our race leader now with 50 metres to go here. Sophie Polkinghorn, Hills District's 14.20 her best, and she will again increase the law of the race walks this morning. 14.11.09 artificially to take a solo victory. Fantastic stuff. Coming through with a lap to go there will be Erica Seals of Westfield, so just behind Ross at the same age group, the Sutherland, and Danielle Samuel, Winston Hills, the under 16s as well, with 400 metres to walk as we see our second place getter come towards the line. Matilda Webb. Job Matilda. Hanging tough there to get second overall, but she will be the under 15 champion of New South Wales here. So well done to Matilda. Still pictures from Adams County Ramsey collecting the medal. Lily Ward of West Track and Field. Also 400 metres to go. Now our third place getter, Jessica Horney, should be second in the under-15s unofficially. She comes across the line, very close to her personal best territory. It'll be probably just outside it, I think. To wait for the photo finish confirmation of third time. And the big effort here, Grace Beck in the under-16s. Coming across the line here, she's the defending champion, and unofficially heading outside will be Emma Herman, Victoria Hunter, under 15 girls. We go back to Macy Mitchell, striding towards the line now. Well done, Macy. Armstrong reading, Brandon Bonney, Strong Dizzy Training Club, represented here in the racewalks as well. So unofficial results, we're pleased with the top three are displayed on the board there. Sophie Holmborn 14.11.07, Matilda Bird 14.46.73, Jessica Warren 15.14.33. Madeline Platt finishing off here for the under 16s, being well to Madeline. And next coming through will be Erica Sills and Westfields. Stopping the clock there, 16.45. So 17.30 the mark. These under 13, under 14s need to get through for a national qualifying stand. Danielle Samuel coming across the line, just a fraction over that qualifying mark of 16.40. And Emma Hoskins in from Hills District coming through as well. So we've got 10 more seconds to get to the line for under 13s and under 14s for that national tie. Stellar Pictures of Adamstown, New Lambton crossing there, and Lily Horn will get 4 seconds under that time. I think she's done in the 16-minute range before. And Madeline Maxwell with Maitland coming towards the line. Well done to Madeline. And Nikki Herndon trying to find some finishing speed, and she does. For Corey Hunter, well under 18 minutes. And her race this morning in Jenna Dixon from City Athletics Academy, and a big finish there from Matilda Olsen of Hills. Here comes Lily Twitchen, Westfields, I should say, bright yellow, can't miss her. Leads lap to go there for Amelia Bongiorno of Athletics Wollongong, and finishing there will be Caitlin Ashby of Gosford. So represented very well in the regional clubs, particularly in these race balls. So we've got some pole vault action at the scoreboard ends, well and truly underway here. The under 14 boys, we've got Elia Chevalier, we've got Oliver Watson, we've also got Jude Bourne. So they in your under 14, and Elijah Chevalier is a defending champion, 180 his mark from last year to win the gold medal. See what these three boys can do in 2023. We've got the under 15 boys competing currently as well. Daniel Cox, Cooper Adlington and Alberto Jordan. And the under 16 boys pole vault. We've got Teddy Hampton, the defending champion, and Dakota Murphy. So Teddy from Cherrybrook, Dakota from Trinity Athletics. And the 17 boys pole vault. We've got Daniel Photos first in the competition order from Hills District, Xavier Hennessy second from Cherrybrook, Joshua Smith from Illawarra Blue Stars, and Bailey Dean Fontanes representing Illawarra. In the under 18 men's pole vault, we've got Daniel Whites from UTS North, the defending champion James Harden of Knox Grammar School, and Anthony Valenta representing Illawarra. The under 20 men's pole vault, we've got Aiden Princey White from Bankstown Sports, title holder from 2022, his mark last year 4:30. Let's see what he can do with a C mark of 4:70 as well, so still close he can get to that 5-minute mark. So the under 14 through to the under 20 men's pole vault competition competing at the scoreboard. Athletics New South Wales will host the 2022-2023 Sydney Track Classic on Saturday the 11th of March here at the Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. The World Athletics Continental Tour Challenger level meet will feature the best Australian athletes and of course some international superstars as well. If you were at the Maury Plan meet or watched it in the live stream, we've got a lot of those athletes backing up in Sydney. We've had a first release of some of the start lists that we will see. Fred Curley, the world's fastest man, will compete here over one lap. We've got Rio Olympic 1500 metre champion Max Centuries and a host of other international superstars joining Australia's best track and field talent. On the back of your accreditation athletes, there is a QR code to tickets. They are cheaper than anything, a lot cheaper than each year in tickets, that's for sure. So make sure you get those tickets or buy those tickets now for the Sydney Track Classic on Saturday, the 11th of March. You will not want to miss it. It's going to be one of the best in decades here. 7,000 in Melbourne. Let's try and get 7,000 here to Sydney on the 11th of March. I'll take up to 3 rounds in the shot put under 17 men. So it is Daniel Frey of Byron Bay Runners 14.06. You don't have to rebrand their club, Byron Bay Runners, because they can throw just as well as they can run. Daniel Kazosi of Campbelltown in second at the moment, 12.87. And Tarek Demeril of West Track and Field in third up to 3 rounds down the 17 men's shot put. His best so far, 12.68. The under 18 men, so it's George Wells leading with a best of 17.56. Angus Cruz in second, 14.02. Blue Mountains, Alexander Foti in third, 13.67. And the under 20 men's after 3 rounds in the shot put, it's Alexander Sharla from Parramatta City leading with a best of 17.14. Benjamin Stevens in second from Trinity, 16.12. And Bryce Nolan in the bronze medal position from Westfield, 14.94 after 3 rounds. The men's under 20 shot put competition. Next bit on the track is the first of 3 preludes here for the under 17 women's 100 metres, 10 to advance through to the final. Top 2 automatically in each heat, and the next 4 the fastest time.
On your marks. Stand up, please, girls. Is it coming through the speakers? Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. I'll speak louder. Yep, I'll survive. Can you hear me, ladies? On your marks. Set.
Best reaction there from the Marty Ward and Bailey. Up alongside her as well, Rose Krause and tomorrow might just be Krause at the moment. Southern athlete Miller Coles maybe in second. Stormy home is Samara Bond as well. So top two, very close to that second spot, but I think it'll be Grace Krause and tomorrow taking the win in 12.270 to a slight heavy, negative 0.7, 12.26. Up on board for Grace Krause tomorrow. It was Marty Ward who had a lightning quick start. It was Krause who found her rhythm after the first 30. Samara Bond in second though, 12.47 with a super quick finish. In heat one, the under 17 women's 100 metres. And that'll be your two automatic qualifiers. Remember, it's the next four fastest times across the three heats to earn themselves a spot in the state junior final. Lead two of three behind the blocks now for women's under 17, 100 metres. Remind the top two and the next four fastest times. Your lead two start list is on the scoreboard.
On your mark. Set. Well, start line. On your mark.
So pretty quick start there. Savannah Taylor of Sutherland, but the quickest of them all is Mayaman Khan on the inside, storming away here. Unchallenged, untouched here. 12.338, and it might be Savannah Taylor. They were closing quickly, Elizabeth Godwin. And there's outside athletes as well, so 12.38. Unofficial inside. Beautiful tail in there, plus 1.4. Let's keep it that way. 12.36, 12.92. So, Naomi Hart, Savannah Taylor, your unofficial Unofficially, your 2 automatic qualifiers through. The next 4 fastest times is what we're after here. So close between those minor placings there. St. Louis 3-100 splitting second and third. Elizabeth Godwin will have to wait on time. 12.95. Olivia Roberts, strong run as well. 13.04 for 4 in heat 2. And that's 17 women's 100 metres. Behind the blocks, we have the third and final prelim for the women's under 17 100 metres. Top 2 next 4 fastest times to your competitors are listed on the scoreboard.
On your mark.
Pretty big start, but he's got Usher Sutherland now. It's the athletic side, so third. Shaw can also pushing well on the outside. He's in some clean in the centre. McCluskey there will get that second spot, so it will be Hills and then Laura Blue Stars. And Issa Quee on the outside, scrolling down 12.33 with the slightest of tail breezes there to round out our 3 heats in the under 17 women's 100 metres. Now the first of 3 prelims here for the under 17 men's 100 metres. Same as the girls, the top 2 in each heat. The next 4 fastest times to qualify through to the state junior final. Your competitors are listed on the scoreboard.
On your mark.
Pretty good start across the board here now, just poking his head out. He's Andrew Manza Flying through the South Australia, we got down here as well. John McDonald of the Penn District will get that second spot. 10.86, negative 0.1. It's quick. And 17 men's 100 metres, and it'd be very hard to beat that one. Still conditions, not like there was a massive tailwind behind him or anything like that. Andrew Manda, 10.84, 6 100s. Here of John McDonald in the Penn District, out in lane at number 10. With himself a spot confirmed in the final. Dylan Gantley of Campbelltown, 11.34. He wants to wait on time. He'll be watching the next two events here for the under 17 men's 100 metres. Second of our three heats for the under 17 men's 100 metres. About to get underway, your competitors are listed on the scoreboard. Top two, next four.
On your mark. Gentlemen, steady on the 7, please. On your mark.
Start there, Ryan's up in the centre of the track, up alongside Tyler Busker. Uruguay on the outside as well, Billy Blair, and also Daniel Horner on the right field with someone close to that second spot. Billy Blair edges ahead though, 11.04. Plus 0.4 tail. Billy Blair took him a while to get to the lead, but once he did, he was confident doing so. Pretty strong here. Great job in the hurdles yesterday. His 500s clear in this heat. From Daniel Horner of Southern, 11.09. Whilst racing there in heat number 2. Not quite as quick as the first. Pretty similar with Greg. It'll be a very interesting final to see how these boys lift. And try to go as much under 11 seconds as they possibly can here. Lars Ackland, 11.13 for 30, heat 2. Number 17, boys, 500 metres. three prelims about to go here for the under 17 men's 100 metres. Top two automatic, next four fastest times. Your 11 competitors are listed on the board.
On your mark. Set. Stand up. Be steady on the set, please. On your mark.
Really good reaction there. Platoo's trying to second. Now it's Justin Wood in the hand. Coming he's doing well in the centre. Responding well there. He's trying to, he'll get the second spot. But it will be Dylan Hall powering through 10.98. Putting plenty of power through the track. I'm surprised it hasn't ripped up with the amount of forces they've been putting down here. 10.97 with a negative 0.7. Headwind on that occasion, the first headwind I think with those three prelims, and that is the last one, so it's 10.97. Will definitely match the quality of the 10.84, if not better, with Andrew Mazer from that first prelim. It'll be a very fascinating final in the under 17 boys 100 metres. 11.17 for tourist trainer in second. Bailey Roberts Lindmeyer from Campbellstown in third 11.37 to round out your three prelims. With under 17 men's 100 metres. First of two prelims for the under 18 women's 100 metres. This time to top three, and then check the next four fastest times to qualify through. Your competitors in heat one are listed on the scoreboard.
On your mark.
So a pretty good start there by Layla Campbell, and now really flying here Summer Harrison, and also probably just shifting up into second is Caballero, but it's Harrison who's looked the strongest, holds her form all the way to the line. Taviana Caballero in second, and Lily Hoffa just shadowed her, pretty much held that same gap over the last 50 metres. And 12.07 coming up for Summer Harrison, that's where she set the benchmark, and 12.47 for Caballero, a nice tail breeze behind, so she'll get herself a slot in the final. The under 18 minutes, 100 metres. And then Lily Hoffa in third from Ingara, 12.54. 2 prelims ready to go. Here for the under 18 women's 100 metres. Top 3 automatic X4 fastest time. Competitors are on board. So away cleanly here, Jessica Landry got to away pretty well, and also Matt's header on the inside, and NQA City trying to hang in there, but it will be Landry leading through. Tali Black was there on her outside, and also the NQA of Sydney University. Right up in the mix, 12.18 with a plus 1.3 tail for the men's under 18 100 metres. The second and final heat, so not quite as cutthroat as some of the previous races. The extra qualifying position does prove handy, and 12.16 on the board confirmed. Still unofficial, but confirmed time. And Tali Black 12.39, UA Sydney University 12.62. Let's get herself a spot in the final. The next 4 fastest times will also progress. Next to be on the track is the first of 3 heats for the under 18 men's 100 metres. Top 2 automatically progressing, and the next 4 fastest times for competitors in this first heat is on board.
On your marks.
Way well here, Luke Moran coming through on the inside though. Aidan Gower, Scots College is leading the field at the moment. Jacob Taylor pushing hard really well in the last 40, but he won't quite get level with Aidan Gower and yellow of Scots College flying through 11.00. So the rounds down a little bit. Oh, that's a good one. Plus 3.0. Taylor 10.99 up on the board for Aidan Gower. Another 18 minutes, 100 metres. Jacob Taylor 11.13 for that second automatic spot. on the track. It's the second of three prelims for the under-18 men's 100 metres. Again, top two. And the next four fastest times, your competitors for heat two are on the board. So right here, Leslie Coles looking to go right up alongside Callum Jamieson, Nostradamus still in the middle as well. Jack Chapman on the outside. Everywhere you look, hard to pick. Butters Ronto as well from Remy Botany flying through 11-2-1. Nice tail, not quite as significant as the first one, but and it was a Knox grammar athlete on the inside, Callum Jamieson. 11-1-9, Butters Ronto. Remy Botany in second. The final automatic qualifying position. One heat still to come for the under-18 men's 100 metres. The third and final prelim for the under-18 men's 100 metres. Behind the blocks now, top two in the next four. Your competitors are displayed on the scoreboard.
Please, Doris. Or is this too much movement down the line? Get into your sit position just slightly. On your marks.
So away here, so now it's Sylvia Kuma up, pushing through on the outside. Camden, Cody, Hassler moving into the lead. Jake Hagel coming in a strong run as well. Might get into third, but it'll be Cody Hassler. Camden, Athletics Clubs, and we're in 10-9-0 into a headwind 2. That's good running. It's just a prelim, so 10.89 up on the board for Cody Hassler of Camden. The second halfway down the straight, and he pushed and surged into the lead. 11.02 for Zadil Kuma, the early leader from Campbelltown. In second, and then Jake Hayter on to wait on time in third for the 30th district. Blocks now the first of two heats for the women's under 20 100 metres. Top three in each heat. Next four fastest times to qualify for the state junior final. The competitors in heat 1 are listed on the board. Probably the best reaction ever to use of Raymond Terrace. Now it's Gabby Taylor of UTS North pressing ahead. Ebony Newton trying to respond. Wardrobe on the outside and Kaylee Warren in the centre. But it will be Gabby Taylor taking the win there. 12.05. As we saw the clock. Strong running. Wardrobe, Moore and Ebony Newton as well. 12.04 on the board. Plus 0.5. 2 hits in this one. Again, a little bit more lenient than some of the other races we've seen. Yeah, sure, set them up for the second heat still to come in the women's under 20 100. Second of 2 prelims behind the blocks now, about to go. The women's under 20, 100 metres, top 3 automatic X4, fastest times. Your competitors are listed in the scoreboard.
On your mark.
Pretty big start by Paige Campbell. But Campbell down there, Liza the Silver trying to work up alongside. She'll move up into second. He seems a little bit close to Campbell. Also on a personal, a little more blue stars. But it will be Paige Campbell just leading back right on the line there with Liza the Silver. And I think Lauren Percival getting through for third there. So your 3 automatic qualifiers, pretty still conditions. Plus 0.1, 12.27. Paige Campbell got away the quickest, set herself up beautifully. And 12.28, Eliza the Silver. And on the ground, she'll get a spot in the final. New South Wales under 20 women's 100 metre championship.
Shane's over there now, isn't he? Thanks.
On the blocks, the first of four prelims for the men's under 20, 100 metres. Only first across the lines automatically qualified, and the next 6 fastest times. Your competitors for heat 1 are on the board.
On your mark.
So as we see the Trinity, I think that's maybe right up there, the Hamilton, I think Awante, and also Jamie Washington from Singapore in the centre, and the fluo orange, and Timothy Foster of Rye, but it will be Joseph Awante of Campbelltown. Getting the job done, 10.77, plenty of depth in junior sprinting, his under 20 age group in particular, 4 heats in this one. The biggest field we've seen so far. He will get that only automatic qualifying position versus Ohio Campbelltown. Next 6 fastest times, but it is across 4 heats, so pretty much ready to be in the top 2 on 2 of 4 behind the blocks for the men's. Under 20, 100 metres. First across the line only to automatically qualify. Next 6 fastest times. Your Heat 2 start list is on the scoreboard.
On your mark.
So a pretty good start there, William Moyer, Trinity Grammar, also on the inside Rashid Carver. So Rashid is leading, Alex Harris of Kansas trying to get up into second, and they allow on the outside as well for Rashid Carver. Pretty much unchallenged there, Rashid Carver taking the victory in the only spot. Get through to the final, be comfortable as well, 1083. So 1077 the winner, I think number 1, 1083. The winner in heat 2. There's still 2 heats to come. 4 metres under 20, 100 metres.
In the bronze medal with 37.5%. In the silver medal, 65.1%. And in the gold medal and the 2023 New South Wales champion, 66.5%. Congratulations, Jeff.
Third of 4 prelims ready to go here for men's under 2100 metres. First to qualify automatic, and the next 6 fastest times your competitors in heat 3 are on the board. Pretty even across the board here now just moving well is Kessian pulling on the inside, and it is Kessian Westfield's now on the outside. Daniel Katana of Epping District shadowing him there is Ethan Martin, but it's Malachi Kessie of Westfield's too strong, 10.93. So 10.77, 10.82, and 10.92. They're the winning time so far for the first three heats. One heat still to come, 11.01. In terms of the non-automatic qualifiers, that is the quickest of them there. So 11.01, heat 3, the men's 2,100 metres.
The presentation area that we introduced to the medals in the 18 shot put. In Ronstead, with a distance of 14.39, still long. In the silver medal, with a distance of 15.15, 19. In the gold medal, the New South Wales champions were 2023, with a distance of 17.56 metres. In Gara, George Well.
At the start, the fourth and final prelim for the men's under 20 100 metres. First automatic, next six fastest times. See what these boys can do here. Start list is on the board for the final heat.
On your mark.
The action has been to hold and grab the jump. Now pushing through the ring, long athlete Liam Rossi. Next seems to run with pink flags now. Straight up alongside him. And in between both of them, Marcello Montaniano, but I think he's going to hold on 10.95 for the four of four prelims. So each, the winner has gone sub 11. And some of them have definitely got a little bit more to give, I think. Second, 10.96, so that is the fastest of the second place getters across the four heats. In fact, both second and third ride sub 11 as well. So that's the strongest heat overall, plus 0.5 tail wind. So Sam, Dominic, and Antoniano, Trinity, Westfields, West Track and Field for the second, third, fourth and final heat. 3 rounds of competition in the under 15 girls javelin as Talara Joseph Ryogi Villalong leading with the best throw so far, 45.88 metres. In second at the moment, Gemma Cavalieri, West Track and Field, 34.15 for the best throw so far. And Amanda Tapas representing Mighty St George, 33.96 in third after 3 rounds of competition in the under 15 girls javelin throw. So it's Talara Joseph Ryogi in first, Gemma Cavalieri second, Amanda Tapas in third after 3 rounds. Under 15 girls javelin.
Well, it's a very good morning for day 2 of the 2023 New South Wales Junior Championships. Thanks for joining us for this morning's sessions. We hope you have enjoyed the heats of the hundreds there for the under-17s, under-18s and under-20s that have just gone by, and also the race walk last night and this morning. 5K last night and 3K this morning. It's been some very good performances already on day 2, and we're going to go into the finals of the 400 metres. This will be for the under 13, under 14, under 15, under 16, so the 4 youngest age groups here at the Junior Championships, and we're going to be kicking off with the under 13 girls first off, with 9 competitors just waiting to get into their blocks. That race is a couple of minutes away. Just looking at some of the earlier results from today, it was Erin Casillas in the under 13 women's 3K walk. She took out that title in 16:45. In the under 14, Sophie Polkinghorn 14:11. Very, very good walking there from Sophie from Hills Districts. In the under 15s, Matilda Webb 14:46 from Winston Hills. Another very nice walk there by her. And Grace Beck took out the under 16s in 15:29 from West Track and Field. In the under 13 boys, Tyler Cousins 18:09 took out that title. 14 boys, Alexander Braindle 15:58. Under 15s, Christopher Nylon in 19 flat for his 3K walk, and in the under 16s 14:20 for Dylan Alabush. Another fantastic walk there. Probably the pick of the performances, Sophie Polkinghorn 14:11 as a 13-year-old. Quite an impressive walk. And as I mentioned, plenty of the preliminary 100-metre races were just run. We're going to see those older age groups in their finals a little later on. I believe it's in this session. Yes, it is. So that will be closer to 12:30 in about an hour and a half's time. But on the track now will be the first of our 400-metre finals. The women's under 13 here going through the start list. Sophie Housen of Sutherland Districts is going on the inside in 1. Alicia Webb of Campbelltown in 2. Madison McWilliams of Athletics Wollongong in 3. Anais Biassi of Sydney Athletics Academy in 4. Drew Cooney of Illawong in 5. Jacqueline Pawsey of Ryde in 6. Mia Wood of Sutherland in 7. Talaya Pulia from Camden in 8, and Pillard Shepherd of UTS Norths in 9. So the girls just being introduced by Nathan Breen back on stadium commentary today.
In lane 5, representing Illawong, Drew Cooney. In lane 6, representing Ryde, Jacqueline Pawsey. In lane 7, representing...
So just behind them as well, we can see some of the shot put going on, and there's the under 15 and under 16 boys over there. So there's a combined field of 21. A lot of the field events having combined age groups, contesting them, of course, 2 sets of medals to be going out to the under 15s and under 16s age group. So might have a chance to introduce those fields at the shot put just after this under 13 girls 400 metre final.
Set. Stand up, please. Yeah. Lane 4, make sure you start the knee on the ground. Must have one knee on the ground in the set position. On your mark. Set.
So away cleanly from the inside, Housen, Webb, McWilliams, Biassi, Cooney, Pawsey, Wood, Pula and Shepherd. So it's Mia Wood of Sutherland already making up the stagger on Puglia, and now Shepherd on her outside. Just looking back at lane 5 there, I think that's Drew Cooney of Illawong And just coming into frame now is the Athletics Wollongong athlete, Mick Williams. So it's probably Wood who leads them halfway into this race. But the Athletics Wollongong athlete, Mick Williams, is making up a bit of time now as they are approaching the home straight. Also coming on the inside, Sophie Housen of Sutherland is having a good run. And Housen might just lead her teammate Wood into the straight. 75 metres to go here. Now comes McWilliams of Wollongong, and also Wood's finding another gear. Wood is going to take this one out. A great burst with 80 metres to go. She'll take it in 1:01. Her teammate Sophie Housen picks up the silver to make it a Sutherland 1-2, and Madison McWilliams of Athletics Wollongong, I think, just held on for the bronze there. Confirmation 1:00 for Mia Wood. Sophie Housen 1:95 goes completes the Sutherland double, and Madison McWilliams does pick up the bronze 1:01.14. So well done to those girls. Some nice racing in some pretty good conditions. It's warmer, slightly warmer out there today than it was yesterday. About 25 degrees, so a couple of degrees warmer, but really some very nice conditions for the 400 metre runners out there. Taylor Puglia just missing out on the podium there, 1:01.32 in that race, and Alicia Webb rounded out the top 5 from Campbelltown, 1:02.05. As we have a look at the replay, it was Wood who was just too strong. Her teammate Housen had a very nice bend, but just couldn't hold on to Wood, who found an extra gear in that final straight, and McWilliams just held off Puglia from Camden for that bronze medal. So good start to our 400 metre final section of the program. The under 13 gents are going to be up next, 6 in this final for the youngest age group. Great to have the under 13 age group added to this year's New South Wales Junior Championships, having been added to the National Junior Championships that are going to be taking place in Brisbane on April 13th to April 16th. So a very good opportunity for these gents to run against their own single age group. All these boys are turning 12 this year. So prior to this season, the under 14 age group would consist of athletes turning 12 and athletes turning 13 in the calendar year. But they now have their own age group, which is providing essentially an additional opportunity not only to win medals, but to have to be able to step up an age group within what was originally one age group, the under 14 age group. So I might just go through those start lists as well. You can see the gents just under that white tent. That's the under 15, under 16 boys shot put. In the under 15 event, there's 12 athletes: Caden Andrews of Macquarie Hunter, Zane Bronga of Illawong, Joshua Costa of Illawong, Cooper Dabin of Kringle Wagga, Cruz Dennis of Illawong, Hayden Dick of Illawong, Philo Thomas, Finikafalu of Bankstown Sports, Alberto Jordan of Sydney Pacific, Samuel Price of Cherrybrook, Matthew Sims of Hornsby Districts, Boston Trano of Sutherland, and Jaden Tran of Westfields. So 4 Illawong athletes over there. Often known for their sprints and their jumps, Illawong, but they've certainly developed their throwing contingent as well. We'll see that replicated throughout a lot of the age groups here this weekend. The under 16 age group over there has 9 shot putters: Joseph Clough of Trinity, Jackson Day of Macquarie Hunter, Emmerich Fulmatu of Lithgow, William Jenkins of Trinity Athletics, Ollie McDonald of UTS North, Elijah Pallister of West Track and Field, Cody Romanowskis of Trinity Athletics, Christopher Zekaris of Sutherland, and Zoran Zekaris of Sutherland. And another one of those sibling duos that we've seen quite a bit of. I know the Casozi brothers were throwing earlier on this morning as well from Campbelltown. Both very talented throwers in their own right. So we saw the Cubbers going at it over the hurdles yesterday. Rashid in the oldest age group and Akeem, his younger brother, I think in the youngest age group. So a lot of family ties here this weekend. Really good to see.
Next final up on the track is the under 13 boys 400 metres championship in New South Wales. In lane 3, representing Cherrybrook, Rowan Sharma. In lane 4, representing Singleton, Jake Dunstan. In lane 5, representing Adamstown, Newhampton, Archie Pinches. In lane 6, representing...
So going through the start list now, those 7 gents on the track, so there's been an addition to the field. Carly Ogle of Westfields is going to go there out in lane 9, but going through the field on your inset screen now. Rowan Sharma of Cherrybrook in 3. Jake Dunstan of Singleton in 4. Archie Pinches of Amstown, New Lambton in 5. Toby Way of Gosford All Stars in 6. Riker Moore, Independent Athlete 7. Sebastian Duddle of Hornsby in 8. And Khalil Ogle out there, the addition to the field in lane 9 for Westfields.
Turn up, please. On your mark.
So away we go. This is the under 13 boys 400 metre final and a quick start. Sebastian Duddle, that is, in the orange of Hornsby, is streaking out in front of the rest of the field at the moment. Ogle, that is, of Westfields, just trying to stay with the field in 9 for Westfields, but it's certainly Duddle who has had the best of the runs here. Try and go with him on his inside is Riker Moore. He's an independent athlete in the black strip there. But we'll see if this quick start from Duddle will pay dividends. He's just slowing up a little bit on the bend here. Amstown, New Lambton's Archie Pinches is trying to get himself into the picture, and so is the Cherrybrook athlete Rowan Sharma. But Duddle will lead them in. That gap is starting to close a little bit. Ogle from Westfields is starting to come as well. Riker Moore still trying, but Duddle might have done enough here. He is finding another gear with 50 metres to go, and he's going to take out the under 13 boys 400 metres. Ogle gets the silver, and Riker Moore the bronze, the independent athlete. Pincher's not far away in 4th. And Rowan Sharma will come 5th for Cherrybrook there. 101.96 for Duddle. A quick start. Really took it to the rest of the field. He was able to hang on. Found it hard in the last part of that bend, but held on nicely down the front straight. And well-earned gold medal there for him. Khalil Ogle for Westfields Athletics. 103.09 gets the silver, and Riker Moore, independent athlete, 103.29 will collect the bronze. So I thought the field might be closing on him just at the top of that, or the bottom of that bend. You can see holding his form really nicely there. And Ogle came through very well for Westfields. He was probably about 4th coming into the straight, and he finishes with the silver, Moore the bronze. So the under 14 girls are up next here. A full field of 9 here for the girls. So Caitlin Probitz of Balmain. There's a bit of support there, I think, for Ruby Kernahan. She's in 2. So Caitlin Probitz in 1 for Balmain. Kernahan of Westfields Athletics in 2. Sophie Hickey of Balmain in 3. Ruby Kerr of Athletics Wollongong in 4. Adelaide Pittis of Orange Runners in 5. Sienna Novak had a nice run over the hurdles yesterday. She goes over the flat here for Randwick Botany in 6. Naomi Krajancic of Manly Warringah in 7. Mackenzie Preston Poole of, I think, East Lakes Athletics Club there out in 8. And Chelsea Nicole of Athletics Wollongong in 9. Yes, East Lakes is the club for Mackenzie.
On your mark. Set.
So away they go in the under 14 girls 400 metre final. And a pretty quick start there. You can see them in picture. That's Kranjancic of Manly Warringah in 7 and Preston Poole of East Lakes in 8. Now starting to come through the field is Adelaide Pittis, that is, of Orange Runners, right in the centre of picture. She's just passing Sienna Novak's shoulder now. So we're halfway through this race, and it is the Manly Warringah athlete, Kranjancic, who's starting to make big moves with the Orange athlete, Adelaide Pittis. Also trying to get herself into the picture is Ruby Kerr of Athletics Wollongong. So Pittis was the only one to break 1 minute. She was the fastest qualifier into the final here, and she is leading the girls down the home straight, but she's getting challenges on both sides at the moment. Kranjancic is coming back at her on the outside, but I think it is going to be enough for Pittis. She will get the gold. Kranjancic gets the silver, and Ruby Kerr the bronze. 58.49, very good time there for the regional Central New South Wales athletes. So good to see so many of those regional athletes coming to SOPAC this weekend, and certainly worth Adelaide Pittis' time. She picks up the under 14 women's 400 metre title. Very well earned. She was getting challenged all the way down the home straight. Kranjancic actually passed her on that second bend, but Pittis held her form very nicely. Kerr is battling away there for Athletics Wollongong. It was a good race between those two for the silver. And on the inside, Ruby Kernahan as well was not far away from that bronze either. A clear top 4. The confirmation of the winning time, 58.46 for Adelaide Pittis. Naomi Kranjancic of Manly Warringah, 58.92. And Ruby Kerr, 59.21, gets the bronze.
Continues here on the track. This time it's the under 15 girls 400 metres. Starting in lane number 2, representing Cherrybrook, Hannah Story. In lane 3, representing Kembla Joggers, Lexi Gard. In lane 4, representing Sutherland, Eliza Smith. Lane 5, representing Macquarie Hunter, Kira Carlson. In lane 6, representing Sutherland, Kira Tui. In lane 7, representing Bankstown Sports, Elise.
All right, the under 15 girls are up now. We've got our defending champion in lane 6 here, Kira Tui, On the inside, Julia Meeker of Balmain in 1, Hannah Story of Cherrybrook in 2, Lexi Gard of Kembla Joggers in 3, Eliza Smith of Sutherland in 4, Kira Carlson, very talented sprinter. She will prove to be a challenge here for Kira Tui. Carlson goes in 5, Tui, the defending champion, 6, Elise Dieppe of Bankstown 7, Marley Brunkhorst of Macquarie Hunter in 8, and Ashlyn Kelly of Hills Districts in 9. So away we go. Probably Carlson and Tui the ones to watch for in 5 and 6 here as we have a look at the start of Marley Brunkhorst of Macquarie Hunter. At least Dieppe is trying to go out quickly as well from Bankstown. Then comes Tui and Kira Carlson, and they are side by side. Actually, Carlson's got the step on the rest of the field, so it's the Macquarie Hunter athlete who is going out the strongest at the moment. Tui is just not able to hang with her at the moment. Look at this gap that Kiara Carlson has opened up here. It's a real battle at the moment for the minor placings behind her. Kira Tui is just making up that stagger on Elise Dieppe of Bankstown, and the other two athletes on her outside, Brunkhorst and Kelly. But Kira Carlson leads by 10 metres. Tui's starting to fight back now. Has she got another gear to go up? Carlson's just starting to tighten up. Tui, the defending champion, is coming. Has she got enough real estate? She continues to come. Carlson is going to hang on. What a great finish that was. Kira Carlson wins the title. Tui the silver. Dieppe the bronze. Another 10 metres might have been a very different story. But 59.52, the official winning time. She took it on, and Kira Carlson it was brave. You can see the massive gap she had coming into the home straight. Tui sensed the opportunity and just sensed her tiring. She is coming home like a freight train at this stage, but Carlson does enough to hang on. It was not much in it in the end. 59.52 to 59.91, just under 4/10 in it. At least Dieppe picks up the bronze in 101.08. So the defending champion settles for silver, and Carlson wins a brave gold there. So the under-15 gents are up next. And a lot of very close qualifying times into this race. There's 4 gents in this one within 4/10 of a second, 54.4 to 54.8, and they all go in the inside lanes as they should for the final. And we'll go through the full field. Bailey Giles of West Track and Field will go in 1, just at the edge of your picture on the left. In 2 for Hornsby District's Shiva Rajesh. In 3 for Manly Warringah, Alberto Jordan. And then the first of 4 gents who qualified into this race with a 54-second time. Dustin Ubergang of Tamworth goes in 4. Thomas Cashian of Macquarie Hunter in 5. Thomas Arroyan of Parramatta City in 6. And Brodie Williams of Blue Mountains Athletics, also with a 54 qualifying time into the final. He goes in 7. Braden Doran of Nepean in 8, and Zachariah Rusin of Athletics Wollongong in 9. So a very, very tight race into these middle lanes for Ubergang, Cashian, Arroyan, and Williams. Away from the inside, Giles, Rajesh, Jordan, Ubergang, Cashian, Royan, Williams, Doran, and Roosin. So it's a quick start there. Braden Doran, that is, of Nepean. He's gone out very quickly past the shoulder of Roosin. Also going well on the inside of Royan, looking very comfortable there for Parramatta. And Cashian from Macquarie Hunter is looking pretty comfortable as well. I'd say Royan probably looks the best of them at the moment. We'll see if Doran can continue that hot start. Now comes Cashian of Macquarie Hunter, moving up onto the shoulder of Royan, and also trying to get himself into the picture as Ubergang of Tamworth. It's Royan on the outside in yellow. Cashian on the inside in the maroon for Macquarie Hunter. Cashian has just got the edge on Royan. Royan's trying hard. Ubergang getting himself back into the picture. It's going to be Tom Cashian who holds on for the goal. 53-6-4. Royan just couldn't do enough to get over the top. He was right there with him all the way, but just getting edged out on the line. And Ubergang had a good run for that bronze medal. Tight between those three. We expected that going from the heats into this final. Unfortunately for Braden Doran, just couldn't hold on to that quick start out in lane 8 there. You can see these three pulled away from the rest of the field at the end of that second bend. For Royan, looked really comfortable through that bend, but Cashian just got his skates on with 120 to go and did enough to get over that line first. 53-6-3, the official winning time for Tom Cashian of Macquarie Hunter. Thomas Royan of Parramatta City, 53-89, gets the silver. And Dustin Ubergang of Tamworth making the 6-hour trip down to Sopak. I'm sure Jay Stone will be happy with that one. 54-18 for him. The under 16 ladies are up on the track next. And Matilda Delphs, who's the defending champion, will feature in this race. She'll go out of lane 6 for Sutherland, the only qualifier under 1 minute. I'm sure we're going to see something a little bit quicker from a couple of the girls in the final. Her PB, Matilda Delphs, is 56.60, so a superb 400-metre runner. She is the bronze medalist from last season's national championships. And silver medal at the National All Schools Championships, just on screen there. She is, so probably the favourite going into this race. Have a look at the rest of the field. Elisa Hairmaker for Mingara. She goes in lane number 1. Grace Townsend, very talented athlete from UTS North's in 2. Adelina Wright of Canterbury goes in 3. Rudy Blackley of Randwick Botany in 4. Zainab Darwich of Westfields Athletics in 5. Then comes Matilda Delphs of Sutherland in 6. Grace Constable of Athletics Wollongong in 7. Annalise Blattman of Blue Mountains in 8. And Mabel Jukes, the 4'8 runner from Run Crew, out in lane 9. So Delphs, the defending champion, in 6. We'll see if she can get challenged by a few of these girls. Away we go. And it's a pretty even start in those outside lanes. Also going well, Grace Townsend just off camera at the moment. It's off to a hot start, making up the stagger on Adelina Wright. But Matilda Delphs having a pretty strong back straight here. Mabel Jukes is just battling it out with Annalise Blattman at the moment down the back straight. Blattman's just passing Jukes' shoulder. And these 4 outside lanes have got the step on the inside 5 at the moment. Matilda Delphs with a couple of metres lead on Grace Constable there of Athletics Wollongong, and also Annalise Blattman of Blue Mountains. We can see if anyone else can get into the picture. Not at this stage. Now coming through, Zainab Darwich of Westfields Athletics. Grace Townsend's working hard for UTS North on the inside. Darwich is starting to come at Delfts, but Delfts is continuing to pull away now. This is going to be a quick time from the Southern Districts athlete. 56.6 is a PB, 57.1. Darwich gets the the silver, and Annalise Blattman gets the bronze for Blue Mountains. But Matilda Delfts, that was pretty supreme, 57.09, so pretty close to her personal best, but must be said fairly dominant in that race. She looked fantastic coming down that last 100. Here is Darwich in the yellow strip of Westfield's athletics in a good battle for that silver medal. Is right between her, Townsend, and Blattman. We can see Blattman just trying to find that extra kick there at the finish, and she did so to get the bronze. There's Delfts crossing the line, no doubt about that. And very close between Townsend and Blattman for that bronze medal. Darwich half a step ahead of both of them. So Delfts 57.09 takes the title. Zainab Darwich 58.75 for Westfield's athletics, and Annalise Blattman 58.92 over the top of Grace Townsend of UTS North 59.24, and Rudy Blackley breaks the 1 minute mark from Randwick Botany 59.81. Arguably the most dominant performance so far in the 400-metre finals there. Matilda Delfts, we saw so many Southern medals yesterday over the sprint hurdles. And I mentioned before, because of the likes of coaches by the names of Jacinta Doyle and the like, they have a very, very strong sprinting contingent, particularly in the juniors down there at Sylvania Waters. Unfortunately, Ivy Boothroyd, who we would regularly see, I think in the age group above, is unfortunately not here at these junior championships. Always a highlight of any junior race, but plenty of talent to come in those older girls' age groups. They're going to be run a little bit later on today, I believe. Just running through the list. Yeah, they're going to be at the end of today, the 17s, 18s, and 20s. So plenty of talented one-lap runners to come. But for now, this will be the last of our 400-metre finals for this section. And this is going to be a barnstorming race, this one. Xavier Perry and Wall Albino will feature in the middle lanes. We'll go through the full field. James Woods of Ride in 1. Hamish Elliott of St. Ignatius in 2. Fred Hamblin of Athletics Wollongong in 3. Then Xavier Perry of Nepean hardly loses a race, this kid. He goes in 4 for Nepean, although actually he is not there. So that is very interesting. That probably opens the door for a couple of these athletes. While Albino won't mind that. He goes in 5 for Hornsby Districts. Aidan Wright of Ryde in 6. Connor Bennett of Orange in 7. Lucas Dwong of Essex West in 8. And Tommy Ronaldo of Balmain in 9. So no Xavier Perry really opens the door for the rest of the field here. So away they go, and Wall Albino probably now the favourite to take out this title. It's Connor Bennett from Orange Runners, who's had a strong start there, surging past the shoulder of Lucas Dwong of West Track and Field, and Tommy Ronaldo's off to a good start there in 9 for Balmain. Trying to get himself into the picture, Fred Hamblin of Athletics Wollongong, but Wall Albino looks very comfortable and has given up a little bit of a lead still to Connor Bennett here of Orange Runners. Now making his way through is Aidan Wright of Ride as well, but Albino now hits the front. Wright is going to challenge him though. It's Albino and Wright with Bennett going to try and hold on for that bronze medal. Wright is now coming to the shoulder of Albino. Albino surges again, but it's not enough. Wright from Ride is going to take the title over Wall Albino. Bennett gets the bronze. What a great race between those two. Aidan Wright timed it to perfection. He was 1.5 seconds slower through the heats into the final, but kicked home when it counted. And gold for Ride Athletics. Aidan Wright, a great run, 50.74 for him. That is a big run to get over Wall Albino, multiple state medalist. And 400, I think, is his favourite event as well. So maybe a bit of a surprise, but great race between those two. Wall finishes with 50.89, and Connor Bennett of Orange 52.08 did enough for the bronze. But here we go. Wall Albino, he looked very, very comfortable until Wright started bearing down him. Tried to go the extra gear, but Wright had all the momentum and just went past him with about 15 metres to go. And a good finish by both those boys. I'm sure they're going to enjoy facing each other at Nationals in a few weeks' time. And there you can see the hugs. Fantastic scenes there. Great camaraderie between these boys. Many of them good mates off and on the track. And a nice finish to the 400 metre final section there, with Aidan Wright and Wall Albino going toe-to-toe in the 16s. So we'll be on to the 1500 metres next. We can see some of our younger girls just fixing their hip numbers on. So we'll take a very quick break and we'll be back in just a few moments' time with commentary for the under 13 women's 1500 metres.
So some great action happening on the field as well. So we've got an update after 3 rounds of competition. The under 15 boys shot put. Hayden Andrews leads. Corey Hunter 11.45, his best performance so far. Phil Thomas, Kaneka Fowler with Bankstown Sports hit second, 11.35, and he's only 4 centimetres clear of Cooper David of Karinga Wagga, 11.31, currently in the continental position. So Hayden Andrews, Phil Thomas, Kaneka Fowler and Cooper David, your top 3 after 3 rounds in the under 15 boys shot put. And in the under 16 boys shot put after 3 rounds, defending champion Joseph Clough from Trinity Athletics leading with the best performance so far of 15.61 metres. He's second at the moment with 15.15 is Emery Kulamatu of Lithgow Athletics Club. And William Jenkins from Trinity sits in 3rd place. 13.87 is his best after 3 rounds. In the under 16 boys shot put, competing at the summit end of the competition arena. Athletics New South Wales will host the 2023 edition of the Sydney Track Classic. It's on the board. The world's fastest man will be here on Saturday, the 11th of March. The back of your accreditation is a QR code to the tickets, so if you haven't already got your tickets, it starts from about $7. You cannot get better value anywhere else, so make sure you keep that date for you. Saturday, 11th of March, the world's best. Australia's best will join some of the world's best here. Led and highlighted by Fred Curley, Olympic silver medalist and world 100 metre champion. We'll be doing a 400 here. Sydney Track Classic, Matt Centrix, Rio Olympic 1500 champion, Nicola Olaslagas, and a lot more here. Sydney Track Classic, Saturday, 11th of March. us here in Sydney. So tell your friends, we look forward to packing this place out on Saturday, the 11th of March.
Our next presentation will be girls 16 meters. Here we are table in the time of 3.92 from Blue Mountains, Annalise Blackman. We will be super medal in the time of 58.75 from Westfield, Zainab Darwish. And we also have class champion for 2023, winning the gold medal in the time of 57.09 from Sutherland, Matilda Delph. Well done, ladies.
Okay, so welcome back. This is the first of our 1500 metre finals for the younger age groups. This is a combined race. Great to see this. Don't see it very often at New South Wales Juniors. The under 13 girls and the under 13 boys racing against each other. So, well, racing with each other. Of course, they're racing against each other in their respective genders, but we have 18 on the start line here. Great shot there. And off they go. So in the girls' race, we have Natalia Hall in 1, of Kemmler Joggers, Ellie Stevens in Nowra in 2, and Naas Biasi of Sydney Athletics Academy in 3, Ruth Costello of Run Crew in 4, Sophia Squires of Sydney Athletics Academy in 5, Lana Crawford of Nowra in 6, and Darcy Costello of Run Crew in 7. And in the boys' race, Lorenzo Paonessa of Randwick Botany in 10, Cristiano Calcaro in 11, Khalil Ogle of Westfields in 12, James E. of Trinity in 13, Koji Howard of Run Crew in 14, Benjamin Case of St Ignatius 15, York McManus of Sutherland in 16, Philip Batonis of Bankstown 17, Jarvis Penman of Dubbo in 18, Toby Way of Gosford All Stars in 19, and Jake Dunstan of Singleton in 20. So, quick start here from the Randwick Botany athlete. Let's try and pick up. I think that might be Lorenzo Paonessa from Run Crew 67. First lap is moving very, very swiftly indeed, and it is Paonessa who leads. And just on the inset screen, we've got the leading girls there. So that is hip number 4, Ruth Costello of Run Crew. Is currently looking very good there, leading the women's race. You can just see her just behind the lead pack of the gents, but Paonessa on our main screen for the boys is running very nicely. Has a 15-metre gap back to the West track and field athlete, Cristiano Calcaro. And coming around the outside here, York McManus of Sutherland. So, big chase pack of 4 there in the gents, just off screen, as we can still see Ruth Costello of Run Crew. She's just getting tailed along there by the Bankstown sports athlete, Philip Batonis. She's chasing down the boys at the moment. Probably what she does in training a couple of times a week as well, as we've got Caro coming up for a 800-metre split here of 2:23. So it's gone through in a 67 and then a 76. So just a little bit slow there for lap 2 after a very quick start. And actually that chase pack may have just made a couple of inroads there. We can see Calcaro of Essex West and Sutherland's York McManus just working together there, as Ruth Costello has got a big gap back to her nearest competitor in the girls' race, about a 30-metre gap for her. And she's working pretty nicely there with one of the Westfields athletes, Carlo Logal. It's just gone to the back of his heels. Again, the girls' leader just on the inset screen at the bottom left there. Great work by our clutch team to bring you both races at once. So this will be the bell here for Paonessa of Randwick Botany. 3:21 he goes in. Then comes the West Track and Field athlete Kakaro, and also James E. of Trinity has now just made his way into the front of that chase pack. And we'll see if that gap of about 15-20 metres, which it's sort of held at most of this time, can close. Paonessa is looking very good there. Here comes James E. with the E on his bib. He's making a big charge here, has a look around. So he's separated out now, very much so from, well, that lead pack of, chase pack of 3, sorry, has separated out from the rest. So the silver and the bronze, you'd think, unless there's a big kick, which there is, just off screen. So coming into straight, that is, I think, the Balmain athlete. So here we go, Paonessa, a huge kick here from Koji Howard, of Runku. So Koji Howard's gone. Here comes Kalkaro now with a kick himself. So Koji Howard will get the bronze. And Kalkaro will try and challenge Payanessa. Payanessa kicks again. What a finish. Payanessa holds on to the gold from a very fast finish of Kalkaro. Gets the silver. Koji Howard of Run Crew, the bronze medal. So Koji made a big kick. Just couldn't do enough. And Kalkaro had his own kick to try and steal the gold. Great finish there. And here is our winner for the girls. Ruth Costello of Run Crew takes out the title. And we're having a look now at silver. That's Sophia Squires of Sydney Athletics Academy. She will take the silver. And Lana Crawford coming across the line there will take the bronze for Nowra in the under 13 girls. So what a finish to the boys 1500 metres. They can be quite chaotic at the best of times, but that was a really fun race to watch. And some very nicely timed runs there from Payanessa and Kalkaro in particular. 4:35.07 is the winning time for Lorenzo Cristiano Kalkaro of Essex West, or West Track and Field. 4:35.13, 600ths after 3 3/4 laps it was in the end. Koji Howard of Run Crew, 4:37.31. A really entertaining boys race there. And confirmation of Ruth Costello of Run Crew. She picks up the victory. And I just can't quite see the winning time. There's a laptop blocking the screen next to me. So a really nice race here. Here's the kick down. Well, he's nowhere with 50 minutes to go, was he? Kalkaro, and there was 600ths in the end. We'll see Payanessa's reaction very shortly. Got the head tucked down. Kalkaro is coming, and Payanessa right about now realizes I have a bit of company. There it is. There's the look. There's the duck of the head. Very entertaining stuff. Great racing by both those gents. Koji Howard a couple of steps behind as well. Awesome finish to that race. And straight on to the next one. So this is the under 14 girls as I rummage through for a start list here. So 10 in this one. Tabitha Broughton of Hawkesbury in 1, Lily Taus of Kembla Joggers in 2, Evie Binney of Nowra in 3, Alia Bennett of Cherrybrook in 4, Ayla Marshall-Witt of Sydney Athletics Academy in 5, Olivia Law of Sydney Athletics Academy in 6, Sophie Polkinghorn of Hornsby Districts in 7, Rose Nicholas of Blue Mountains in 8, Poppy Edwards of Randwick Botany in 9, and Sienna Rose Watson of Balmain in 10. So Ayla Marshall-Witt of Sydney Athletics Academy. Although, sorry, I think it's the Manly Warringah top. She has gone out into the lead. And she is followed by Olivia Law. As we come up to the first lap split, 66. It's flying again. You see this very often in the junior age groups. It is quick starts, and actually that's Eliza Lawson. Sorry, so just have the wrong. Maybe I have the wrong start list in front of me. Actually, I might try and just fix myself up here. My apologies. So these are two-timed finals. So there's actually 2 races in this one, and that is absolutely Eliza Lawton of Manly Warringah. So I'll try this one again. Ivy Kim is in this one from Barker. Sienna Sook of Balmain in 2. Olivia Kalmvokas of St. George in 3. Piper Sweeney of Randwick Botany is in 4. Eliza Lawton leads the race in 5. And then Rona Wazorska, she sits in second on picture in 6. So Piper Sweeney in hip number 4, currently in 3rd for Randwick Botany. We also have Lila Rigby of Sydney Athletics Academy in 7, Claudia White of UTS Norths in 8. Sasha Curry of Temora in 9, and Lauren Heaney of UTS North in 10. So apologies about that. This is the first of 2-time finals, so the times across 2 races will be compared against one another. But Eliza Lawton, she was superb in the 3K last night, and she's going on her merry way once again in the 1,500 metres. 66 she split to start this race into a 2:19, so a 66 followed by a 73. But once again, we saw exactly the same thing in the 3K, and this race is is split apart very much so. Coming up to the bell lap here, super stuff from Eliza Lawton of Manly Warringah. 3:16 she goes through the bell, and Ronia Wazorska of Sutherland will go through the bell in 3:25, and Piper Sweeney of Randwick Botany goes through the bell now in 3:31. Then comes Lauren Heaney of UTS North, Sasha Curry and Ivy Kim just following behind with a chase pack of about 5. All the girls try and get some position there, but back to the front with Eliza Lawton. Very, very relaxed in the shoulders and the face. She has 200 metres to go. Fred Eder is back with us taking photos. Really looking forward to seeing those angle shots that Fred loves to get. Gets down low on the ground and gets some superb shots of all the athletes. Those will be coming out, I'm sure, tomorrow at some point, as Eliza Lawton comes into the home straight now. These times will be compared with the second time final, but I dare say that this may be a winning run here for the Manly Warringah athlete. She's going to be very close to 4:30, and it's a superb, probably a double there for Eliza Lawton. 4:30, 3:0, I believe she's run. And there is some margin between her and Ronia Wazorska. She's had a great run. 15 seconds the gap was. She crosses about 4:35. So 4:30.30 for Eliza Lawton. Wazorska goes through about 4:45, and Piper Sweeney holds on to that third position. So these girls coming across the line now are really important that they race all the way to the line, because they could well be within a chance of winning a medal when compared to the other second-time final. So times to look for: 4:30.30 Eliza Lawton, Ronia Wazorska 4:44.90, and Piper Sweeney 4:50.87. So they are currently the medal positions on the bubble as we have a look at the second-timed final now. This will be another field of 10, and they're all accounted for there. Tabitha Broughton of Hawkesbury in 1, Lily Toast of Kembla Joggers in 2, Evie Binney of Nowra in 3, Alia Bennett of Cherrybrook in 4, Ayla Marshall-Witt of Sydney Athletics Academy in 5, Olivia Law of Sydney Athletics Academy in 6, Sophie Polkinghorne, Hornsby Districts in 7, Rose Nicholas of Blue Mountains in 8, Poppy Edwards of Randwick Botany in 9, and Sienna Rose Watson of Balmain in 10.
So second time final, ready to go on the fast side of the track. The under 14 girls, 1,500 metres. The time to beat 4:30 for the gold medal.
So off we go in the second time final. As I mentioned, the times of this race will be compared to those of the first race, and that will be the determiner for the medals to be awarded across this under 14 girls 1,500 metres. So in front, Ayla Marshall-Witt of Sydney Athletics Academy, her teammate Olivia Law just behind her, and Alia Bennett of Cherrybrook. They're the top 3. Then comes Sophie Polkinghorne of Hills Districts, and the Hawkesbury athlete Tabitha Broughton, top 5 at the moment. Poppy Edwards currently sitting in 6th, and Sienna Rose Watson just behind her. It's the Sydney Athletics Academy girls leading the way at the moment in the second timed final. We saw a 66 opening lap from Eliza Lawton, and we're going to see a 76 opening lap here from Ayla Marshall-Witt. So they've broken away a little bit, these top 3. Marshall-Witt, Olivia Laura, it is leading there, and Alia Bennett of Cherrybrook. And they've got a gap back now to the Hills District athlete Sophie Pokinghorn. Working pretty nicely together. There's Polkinghorn of Hills. Just trying to get back into that lead group. She is making a little bit of ground there. About 6 or 8 metres off the back. And Law's looking pretty comfortable. Plenty of pop in that stride. So I'll come down to receive 2 laps to go. They go through in 2:20, that lead gap. Polkinghorn working hard. Still only has about 5 or 6 metres to make up to get back on that pack. Then comes Poppy Edwards of Randwick Botany and Sienna Rose Watson of Balmain. And Eva Binney of Nowra leads another one of those chase packs. That's a group of 4. 2:42, that was, through the 800 metre mark. So, an 86, I think. 86 second lap. So 76 into 86 for Olivia Law. And Bennett's now just split the Sydney Athletics Academy girls. She's moved up into second in the middle of that chase pack. And get back to Polkinghorn. Is maintaining at the moment. She still has a good chance to jump on the back of that train. There she is there, still working hard to do so. So Law's really controlled this race. It's been run very much on her terms, but Bennett is just biding her time there. She's had a good sit for 1,100 metres now. A little look over the shoulder from Marshall-Witt. She can still see Polkinghorn in her rear view mirror as they click into 400 metre mode as they hear the bell. 350 they collected in, and Bennett, at the sound of the bell, has tried to make a move around Law's shoulder. Law's just holding her off at the moment. With just over 350 metres to go, Law responds again. So Bennett and Law have now broken away from Marshall-Witt, and with 300 to go, 4:08, the 1,200 metre split, so picked up to an 84 there. You can see they're now shoulder and shoulder. So Bennett moves into the lead now, and Law, who's done all the work, will do very well to muster a counter attack here. Marshall-Witt in outright third at the moment. Here's the race up the front, so the medals will be decided in the first time final. This is a good race here in the second time final between Cherrybrook and Sydney Athletics Academy. So Bennett going for home here. Law did all the work. She is mustering that counter attack now and goes past Bennett's shoulder. A great performance here by Olivia Law. Did all the work early, and she finds another gear. Takes the second time final in 5:02.36. Bennett timed it almost to perfection. She went with 350 metres to go. Smart racing there by the girls. And Marshall-Witt will make it a 1-3 for Sydney Athletics Academy in that second time final, with plenty of girls coming across the line there at about 5:12 to 5:15. Poppy Edwards just finishing off there in 5:22 or thereabouts. And Eva Binney will be next across the line, just over the 5:30 mark. Rose Nicholas from Blue Mountains having a good run there at about 5:35. And this is Lily Taus of Kemmler Joggers, 5:43 for her, with one more to come in, the Hawkesbury athlete Tabitha Broughton, and she will be around about 5:51. So nice race there by Olivia Laura and Alia Bennett Here was the finish. Bennett made a good move, but just wasn't enough. She looked really good in the home straight, but Law, you can see the arms pumping there. As I mentioned, plenty of bounce in that gate. And she just hopped on by to take that second time final. Nice racing by both those girls. Another entertaining 1500. Plenty of good viewing across the first couple of races for our youngest age groups. We're going to have the 14 boys, the under 14 boys up next. So I wonder if we're going to see something along the lines we saw on the under 13. Some very, very exciting finishes. So away we go. This is a talented field, this one. 13 in it. Ewan Thompson, who won the 3K last night in spectacular fashion. He, I think, will feature this in this one, in hip number 1. Lachlan Wheeler of Sutherland in 2. Patrick McMahon, very talented athlete from Trinity, goes in 3. Ellis Hayden from the Scots College in 4. And then Evan Robotham currently leads this race for Randwick Botany in 5. David Bogofsky of Sutherland in 6. Mateo Wong of Run Crew in 7. Sebastian Sentis of Camden, I think, in 8. Remy Mackay of Run Crew in 9. Lachlan Mulligan of Tamworth in 10. Logan Hosking of Blue Mountains in 11. Flynn Ward from Katara South in 12. And Xavier Add of Westfields in 13. But look at this out the front. Very quick. 47 through the first 300 for Evan Robotham and Lachlan Wheeler, that is. So Ewan Thompson, currently not in the picture, but it's just trying to get around the shoulder of the Scots athlete Ellis Hayden, get himself into the picture. But this has been crazy quick here. 64 for the first lap. And Evan Robotham, as you can see, Thompson just on the heels there of Ellis Hayden. It's the Run Crew athlete doing a good job there as well. Mateo Wong, that is, on the inside. But these two out in front, Robotham and Wheeler. So I don't think these gents ran the 3K last night. So some fresh legs on the start line here. Not having to back up from last night. Possibly will make a big difference here. They certainly look like they're running very well together at this stage. There's that chase pack of 4. That's currently the battle for bronze behind them. Wheeler is just happy to sit behind Robotham at the moment. They're coming up to 2 laps to go, and they've gone through very swiftly through the 700-metre mark in 1:57. They have a 6-metre gap back to Ellis Hayden from Scots College, who leads Ewan Thompson, and Mateo Wong just behind them is the Tamworth athlete Lachlan Mulligan. So that's the chase back of 4, but coming up to the 800, 2:15. So gone through about 71 there, so slowed down a little bit, but still very, very swift running for these 13-year-old gents. Looking like seasoned pros out there. Very, very comfortable, fluid styles, both of them, in sync. Anyone's guess as to who might take out this one. It's probably going to be decided between these two. They have a 40, maybe a 50-metre gap back to that chase pack, and Ewan Thompson's now moved to the front of that chase pack. They'll come into screen fairly shortly. But Robotham and Wheeler's just sat on the heels the whole time. Now just moves up onto the shoulder and moves in front of Robotham. So Wheeler kicking away, and Robotham does not have a response at the moment. 3:11. Lachlan Wheeler of Sutherland is looking to lay down a quick 400 here. Ewan Thompson takes the bell in 3rd. Then comes Mateo Wong. Ellis Hayden sits in 5th. And Mulligan in 6th. But Lachlan Wheeler has split this race open in the space of 100 metres. Robotham still looks really good in the silver medal position. Ewan Thompson is going to come in the picture, and he is trying to fight back to go gold and silver on back-to-back days. But Wheeler, 3:43 at the 1,300 metre mark. This is going to be very quick from the Southern Districts athlete, and he is only getting quicker as this lap goes on. Ewan Thompson is starting to bear down on Robotham for the silver. That'll be exciting, that race, but the man out in front is going to win this one by about 10 seconds. Unbelievable from Lachlan Wheeler of Southern District. Turning 13 this year, he's going to run 4:17. Brilliant stuff. And the battle for silver, Robotham is coming to the line. Thompson is coming quickly at him, but Robotham has just done enough, and Thompson, he's backed up really well to go bronze as Robotham crashes to the ground. Hopefully he is okay, exhausted obviously, but he'll get a silver medal for his troubles. Lachlan Wheeler, superb in 4:17.11 to take the title. Robotham is just being attended to by the official there. You see it very often in the juniors. They just crash with exhaustion after the finish line. He'll get a silver medal though, 4:29.61, and Ewan Thompson will finish with gold in the 3K last night, bronze in the 1,500, 4:30.30. As I'm now joined in commentary by Matt Whitbread. Thank you very much, mate. I don't have to pull this boat by myself anymore.
I heard you might need a hand, so here I am. It's nice to be back, mate. We've lost a camera, but we'll be back in a minute. Hopefully our audio's still on. It's been a big week, Jimmy. Big week for Australian athletics.
Massive.
We're all still standing, but still a big couple of weeks here in New South Wales with the juniors this week, obviously, and then the New South Wales Track and Field Championships to be held on this track next week, with some cracking fields lining up for that as well. But I've been fortunate to be in Bathurst for the first ever Senior World Championship in Australia, the World Cross Country, last weekend, and then straight on the plane down to Melbourne for the Murray Plant Meet, the first ever Continental Gold Tour meet in Australia, which was just a sensational night of athletics with a lot of the New South Wales athletes, it must be said, stepping up to the plate in the Victorian capital. Michelle Jenica, World Championships qualifier in the 100 hurdles, 12:79, I think, 12:75.
Yeah. Yep.
Jess Hull, my friend, just absolutely supreme in the
Wasn't
women's
that a good race,
1500.
Speaking about 1500s, we've got the juniors here, the next generation. That was a sensational race between Hull and Caldwell. Like, last 300 metres, everyone was on their feet, I imagine.
Absolutely, and I'm sure some of those girls were watching that footage on Thursday night and drawing inspiration for this weekend. I was actually watching the race with John Ridgen, the CEO of World Athletics, who was on his feet as well, I can confirm. And just as I'd been telling him all the way down the back straight, don't worry, mate, Abby got Jess in Stromlo, but Jess won't let it happen twice. And then 80 metres to go, I had a little bit of a wobble and thought, I might have called this early, but Jess found something. But, I mean, what an emerging talent Abby Caldwell is as well. She had a supreme run in Bathurst. I mean, Jess was clearly the run of the day in the relay, but Abby absolutely held up her end in that relay team and ran brilliantly well. And then to frank the form on Thursday night, it wasn't necessarily the quickest race in the world, but you talk about match racing, and I think Bruce called it brilliantly in commentary, and that's the creation of a real rivalry in Australian athletics.
Oh, absolutely.
Abby certainly determined to get to a position where she's a first walk-up start of some of these Australian teams, especially after the disappointment of the World Championship selection last year. And 50 metres to go the other night, it looked likely that she might run past Jess, but the champ found something. And then Ollie Hoare, of course, in the John Landy Mile, supreme. And but of course, the story of the race, which is pretty impressive when you've got a guy running a 352-odd mile out the front, was Cam Myers, the 16-year-old, just the second youngest person ever to break the 4-minute mile. But to beat Jakob Ingebrigtsen's, call it a world age best, I think we call it.
Yep.
But to run 3:55 at 16 years of age, I'm very conscious that we don't get carried away with some of these young athletes. Cam's still 16, he's still at high school. Don't everybody get too carried away. But the future does seem to be bright, and if everything stays under control there, it's obviously an incredibly promising performance. But that's been Australia at the national level this week, and it's been a fantastic week. But at a local level here in New South Wales, we've got some brilliant junior racing this weekend, followed by the Open Track and Field Championships next week, and we're underway here, Jimmy, in the next of our 1,500 metre races as they come up to 400 in about 73.
Yeah, so Sienna Colosi, who won the bronze medal last night, leads them through in 75. We'll quickly go through the field. Talia Lucas of Gosford All-Stars in 1. Bronte Scahill of West Track and Field in 2. Larissa Grimer of Camden in 3. Jessica Khan won the silver medal last night, backing up for Bankstown in 4. Mia Glergen of Sydney Athletics Academy in 5. Philippa Quarrell backing up as well for Sydney Athletics Academy in 6. Eva Gall of Randwick Botany in 7. Sienna Colosi, who was leading the race. She's in 8 for Run Crew. Anna Colhoun of Randwick Botany in 9. Isabella Mook of Westfields in 10. The athlete now leading the race from Kringle Wagga is Indiana Cole in 11. And Pippa Lloyd-Shepherd of Balmain is in 12. But there's a big pack here. We haven't seen it yet in the 1500s. And just a bit of a check there on Larissa Grimer of Camden. And yeah, there's a little bit of... trying to find positions. Sienna Colosi is caught up in that as well. Eva Gall shoots out onto the outside, 4 wide to avoid a bit of it. But this is a bit of tactics here from Philippa Quarrell slowing down the race here, Matt.
Yeah, they're running together, aren't they, mate? You always know when they're happy to run 3 wide and out in lane 2 there. And you can see the Randwick Botany athlete, Eva Gall, is actually well and truly in lane 2 there. So clearly not a significant injection of pace into this. And I think we said they were about 73 through the first lap, and they've run 2:33, so an 80-second second lap.
Yep.
And so it's actually slowed off the back of not a particularly quick starting first 400. And just coming up on the outside now is one of the Bankstown athletes, Jessica Khan, who will lead them through 900 metres, just getting up onto the shoulder of Sienna Colosi. So they're just starting to string out a little bit now with a leading pack of 4 starting to emerge. But even then, it just slows up again, and you can see that Philippa Quarrell is able to tack back onto the end of the leading group, and still running 3 wide is Eva Gall as they come into the straight for the second to last time.
So Colosi, the bronze medalist from the 3K last night, Khan, the silver medalist, and Quarrell was in that race too, and she's looking for a little bit of revenge here. She goes straight to the front of the field and will likely take them through the bell, although she's slowing up again, isn't she? So definitely some tactics here from the Sydney Athletics Academy athlete. Takes them through pretty moderately in 3:35. So plenty of them in this one. Sienna Colosi is going to go 4 wide now for Run Crew, and she's going to try and go into the lead. So it's almost Indian file here at the moment. Sienna Colosi and the Black Stripper Run Crew now might just try and go for home here. Eva Gall of Randwick Botany is going to join her. And look at Mia Glergen spit out the side, and so does Philippa Quarrell. So the moves are coming everywhere now. Eva Gall trying to get herself to the front. Quarrell trying to do so as well. Glergen goes 4 wide. It is anyone's guess as to what's going to happen here. Mia Glergen will lead them through. No, she won't. Eva Gall will lead them through. And Khan now finds herself at the back trying to fight for maybe one of those minor medals. It's Eva Gall who's got fresher legs, and she is coming into the home straight now. Mia Glergen trying to hold on for the silver. She has fresh legs as well. Colosi is trying to back up her bronze with the silver, but Eva Gall, there was moves all over the place on the back straight, but Gall's was the best of them. She is streaking down to the finish line, and it's not quick, but it was an exciting one to see. 4:45, she takes the title. Colosi backs up the bronze with the silver in the 1500, and Quarrell gets a well-earned bronze for Sydney Athletics Academy. We haven't seen many of the younger junior racers be that tactical, but that was a really interesting one. 4 wide they were with 350 metres to go. It was really anyone's guess as to who was going to make the first decisive move, and it was Gall in the end who proved that she had the fresher of the legs.
Yeah, they got spat out around the 300 mark, didn't they? And you saw Gilligan and Khan happy to go all the way out into lanes 3 and 4 to try and get a run up the outside, but plenty of jostling around in that. They've gone through the last 400 and about, call it 71, something like that, pardon me, 81. So it didn't really quicken up at any point from the early tactical affair. But a decisive move up the back straight was enough to get the job done in a bit of a messy race, it must be said.
Gall takes the title in 4:45.35 from Santa Closi, 4:48.03, and Quarrel 4:48.86.
Just having a look at some of the javelin out in the infield as well. A few field events running at once here, as is always the case with the juniors and the amount of events to get through. We've got a pole vault at the far end of the field. It looks like it's just warming up, as well as a shot put running down here, so plenty of action. Obviously we won't be able to bring all of it to you on the stream, but make sure you get down here as well over the course of this afternoon and tomorrow. Watch in person, and as a member of the 6,000 strong crowd on Thursday night, I can assure you that nothing substitutes for being here live as much as we enjoy bringing you this broadcast. So this will be the boys under 15, Jimmy, I think.
Certainly is. This will be the first of two-time finals. I won't make the same mistake as I did with the girls before.
I'll give you a reprieve and run through them. So in hip number 1, Dylan Mortimer. In 2, Brendan Armstrong of Cherrybrook there. Daniel Simpson is in 3. Ethan Howard of Botany in 4. Trent Alley of Run Crew in 5. Leif Ingewerson of Balmain in 6. Cooper Clouston on his outside for Camden. Aston Lake for Run Crew. Cameron Blohm of the Hills District. Charlie Couts of Randwick Botany. And Keaton Harrison, I think, of the Blue Mountains, rounds out our field of 11 for the first of the two-time finals in the under 15 boys.
Yeah, so away they go, and Cameron Bloom currently leading the charge for Hills Districts. Just going through some of the medal getters from last night's 3K. Ethan Howard of Randwick Botany, who I think is just shooting round there in hip number 4. Yes, it is. We saw him just get beat by Ewan Thompson in a really, really good finish to that under 15 men's 3K. So he's trying to upgrade that silver into a gold here. And Trent Alley is our defending champion. He'll be there for Run Crew. I think he's just sitting second there at the moment. Yeah, so Howard and Alley, probably two of the favourites for this one. This is, of course, the first time final. So they run through the 469.9. Trent Alley is a very, very versatile athlete. Started off in the sprint hurdles, I think, but he's just turned himself into a 1,500-metre runner. And based out of Port Macquarie, he's come down and he's proved himself time and time again over all schools and junior championships. So great to see Trent going around. Also Dylan Mortimer for Manly Warringah looking good there in third.
Been talking about Fred Curley's versatility to be able to run at 100, 200 and 400, but I haven't seen many sprint hurdlers become 1,500 metre runners.
It's a product of Little Athletics, isn't it, when you're sort of doing every event and then you decide, oh, don't mind the hurdles, oh, I like the distance as well, so I'll do both.
So down here with 800 to run, and young Ethan Howard will see 2 laps on the boards with about 2:04, 2:05 on the clock. So that manual clock on screen about right as well. The field being strung out a little bit here, leading pack of 4, and then a little gap back there to the Hills District athlete Cameron Blohm, that is, leading Leif Ingewerson in that little chase pack, and just starting to struggle a little bit on the back of this leading group of 4 is Keaton Harrison, who's trying to hang on for the Blue Mountains, but up the back straight, and absolutely no change in the running order with Howard and Alley leading proceedings. And they're going to swing around the home turn for the second to last time. Just starting to get up on the shoulder now is Alley, throwing up the challenge to Howard, and that's our first change in the lead since the outset of proceedings. Dylan Mortimer of Manly Warringah, the old Sydney Pacific colours, also looking to range up and go around Howard, and does so now as they run through the 1,000 metres in bang under 3 minutes, about 2:59.
Well, Trent Alley's looking pretty good here, isn't he? He's bounding towards that bell with Mortimer in tow. And he's going to do well to stay with young Trent Alley here. Ethan Howard's actually doing pretty well to try and hang on to these two as they take the bell in 3:17. So Trent Alley, can he defend his title here for Run Crew? Mortimer is just giving up a couple of steps in terms of that lead. Howard is certainly not out of it yet. Coming up to 300 metres to go, and Alley is now starting to kick away. Mortimer struggling to go with this hot pace of the Run Crew athlete. Howard may fancy himself in getting past the shoulder of Mortimer as he's making up pretty good ground there, coming off the 3K last night. And he want to try and maybe get back-to-back silvers here and back-to-back nights. But Trent Alley, no one's going to beat him here. He's too good at the moment. Look at that stride. Bounding with 150 to go. He has quite the kick on him, this young fella as well. He's ticking over 4 minutes here, probably well within his comfort range. He actually won this event in, I think, about 4:20 last year, so not going to be super quick by his standards, but this is really impressive from the run crew athlete. A great battle for silver. Ethan Howard has got past the shoulder of Mortimer just off screen. Trent Alley is going to take it in about 4:24, but Mortimer kicks back at Howard, and Mortimer fights his way to that silver. Howard will go silver and bronze, and Leif Ingewerson fourth with Cameron Bloom rounding out the top 5. Nice battle for silver there between Howard and Mortimer.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, a bit tactical early on there, but they hit the 1,000 in 3 minutes and 4:24 to come in, so you can see it's quickened up about 6 seconds over the last 500 compared to that 3-minute K pace they were running through the first 1,000. So Ali able to close well over the last 500 after he made his move. And back-to-back wins for Ali in consecutive years. And he looks well composed there, doesn't he?
Yeah. Plenty of pop in the legs. I'm sure we'll see him in the 800 as well a little later on in the program.
I like the long socks in the middle distance too. Don't see very often these days, but the long black and whites.
Yeah, matches the outfit. Outfit on point. Always good to see. He enjoyed that, yes. Well, finger wag to the crowd. He did enjoy that one. Worth mentioning that was the first time final, but I think they've been seeded pretty much in A and B races. So we'll, or at least that's how it's been so far. So we'll see how the gents from the B race fare here as well. We have seen stranger things, particularly in these junior age groups. We've seen medals snagged with a very, very fine performance from the B race, but we'll keep an eye on 4:24, 4:28 and 4:29. They're the times for Ali, Mortimer and Howard. So need a sub 4:30 to trouble the medal places from the second time final.
Just for those asking about field events, obviously we're a bit limited in what we're going to be able to show you on the live stream. By my count, we've got 5 field events running at the moment, plus the track program, and as you can see, there's very little break between these track races. So there will be a limit on what we're able to bring you in the field. We're getting ready here for the second of the time finals in the under-15 boys 1500. We'll run through them very quickly. So Matthew Sims on the inside runs inside Alexander Mackey of Sutherland, Henry Stewart in 3, Max Bagozzo of Manly Warringah in 4, Cameron Baxter of Nowra in 5, Preston Davis runs in hip number 6 just inside of Gerard Wright Smith and Logan Prenham. Ben Westwood is on the outside for West, along with Jack Kelly, to give us a field of 10 in the second of these time finals. And it's now as Cameron Baxter, the early leader here, along with Gerard Wright Smith of the old Essex West, now just West, and Max Bagozzo looking to run with them as well, just in front of Jack Kelly. And Preston Davis is the last of the leading group of 5 athletes at the moment as they go through about 52 seconds. So this second time final probably actually getting underway a little bit quicker than the first, but we'll expect that to even out a bit over the next couple of laps.
Yeah, so they'll need to hit 72s consistently to trouble the medal getters, but they've started off nicely here. A 71 they've opened up in for Gerard Wright Smith, and Max Bagozzo of Manly Warringah just moving past his shoulder. They'll do very well to maintain this. Of course, first lap is quite often a couple of seconds quicker than the next couple, although
Bagozzo looking to just skip away early.
Yeah, he'll know the times that he needs to run, so he's probably thought to himself, well, I may as well go for it and see how I go here, and if I fall short, at least I'll try and run a PB. So it seems to be the mindset here of Max.
So looking back a little bit further back, the early leader, Gerard Wright Smith there, just sitting in second position. But you can see the lead that Bagozzo has managed to open up at the outset of this race. You'll see 2 laps on the board here as they come down with 800 metres to run, and it's going to be 2:07 on the clock as they do that. And a good look there to the back further in this field. One of the Westfields athletes there, Ben Westwood, running in a pack of 4 towards the tail end of the field, and poor old Cameron Baxter of Nowra has really found himself in no man's land between a couple of these packs. But 2:25, so those 72s you asked for, Jimmy, with a big look at the watch from Bragozo. He's in medal contention if he's able to hold up this pace.
Well, he'll need to hold it for the next 300. You can just see the grimace on the face there. He's finding it tough, and it is always tough when you're out in front solo trying to chase a time. The rest of the field 40 metres behind him at the moment. So he's fighting on well, is Max.
So by way of reference, we'll be looking for about 3:36 as he goes through 1,200 metres with 300 to run, back at the point where they started. Another look at the watch as he goes through the 1,000. He was 3:04 there through 1,000 metres, and remember, the race before went through in 3 minutes flat, so he's about 4 seconds outside of the pace they were in the first time final. But remember, of course, how quickly they finished in the first time final, shaving off about 6 seconds off 3 minute pace. But through the bell, about 3:23, and remember 3:36 or so is what we'd be looking at for the 300. He's going to be outside that, but not a long way outside, so potentially still on here for one of the minor medals if he's able to close quickly. And through 3:40, so about 4 seconds outside that pace with 300 to run.
Yeah, so it was 76 there or thereabouts. So he just slowed on that crucial third lap. But here's the kick for home now. Having a good run behind him, Preston Davis of Port Macquarie. He's separated himself out from that chase pack of 3. But Max Bragozo with 200 metres to go. He's got less than 30 seconds now to close this last 200. It'll be a mighty effort. He may fall just short, but a really, really good performance here from Max. He might find himself in the top 5 or top 6 overall from the second time final. That is no mean feat. 4:18 on the clock now. It's going to be just outside his reach, unfortunately for him. Striding down towards the line. I'm sure he's got the PB in the back of his mind as well, as the bronze medal ticks away right there. Wasn't much in it, 15 metres, but Manly Ringers, Max Bragozo, 4:34. That's a fine performance in the second time final, with some fast finishes here from Port Macquarie's Preston Davis. And that's Jack Kelly from Temora. So regional athletes coming second and third there in the second time final. Again, plenty of examples of the entirety of New South Wales descending on SOPAC this weekend.
And just a little bit stiff there for Max with the seeding as well, I suspect. I mean, on that run, he was probably entitled to be seeded in the first time final, but just extraordinarily difficult with Jimmy. You'll be able to tell me the close to the total number of athletes here this weekend, but with the number of entries, very difficult to accurately seed every single athlete, and that's why we have the time finals. And obviously, in the space of 3 days, simply not enough room in the timetable to be running heats finals for every event. So time finals are a necessary feature of the junior championships.
Yeah, only close to 1,600 athletes across 3 days here. I think there's been calls to try and either get the days longer or add another day as well. So we're already at capacity with the timetable we've got, which is not a bad problem to have. We've been up in pretty much everything so far this season, and this weekend another example of that.
So just having a look at some of the field events now as well. So we've got this shot put with a foul there for one of the Cherrybrook athletes down closest to screen. And I think we might be in the changeover period for the javelin, I suspect, as they rearrange the fields.
Yeah, so the under 13 girls shot put down there. 4 in the under 13 age group. Crystal M from Sutherland District, Zali Fisher, Gosford All-Stars, Eva Hanrahan of Port Stephens, and Piper James of Balmain. And in the under 14 field, there's 11 girls. Lawami Karate of Illawong, Madison Cornish of St George, Sophie Farrell of Barker, Michaela Grobler of Mudgee, Tatiana Heaney of Illawong, Savannah Kirkwood of Ramwick Botany, Tyler Madsen of Wests, Lily Kate Newton from St George, Amelia Newman from Hills Districts, Anisha Redder from Girraween, and Cheyenne Cintur from Cherrybrook. So that is at the southern end of the field. And I think they might just be getting reordered there after 3 rounds. The girls just in the tent at the moment. And we've got the javelin there with some of the gents as well. And that's the, I think, under 18 and under 20s over there. 21 athletes in total, big fields. For the men's jav, under 18 field has 8 in it. Adam Arduin from Westfield's Connor Bell, Camden, Toby Camilleri from Wests, Blake Jenkins from St George, Samuel Langridge of Knox, William Mansfield of Trinity, Lincoln Marculin of Mingara, and Lachlan Murray of Macquarie Hunter. And the under 20s, you have 13 there. Samuel Capararo of West Track and Field, Cameron Cheney, Mingara, Christabel Corval and Sotomayor of Sydney University, Robbie Cullen of Cherrybrook throwing the spear down there. Very good high jumper. Alexander Del Popolo of Illawarra Blue Stars. Jack Greaves, a fine thrower from Sydney University. Finlay Hahn of Sydney University. Baxter Kitteringham of St George, another good javelin thrower. Louis Lacerdo of Athletics Wollongong. William Lyon of Newcastle Flyers. Luke Rossborn of UTS Norths. James Stewart of West Track and Field. And Byron Watts of Camden. So we've gone from the 1500s down to the 100s. We saw plenty of these heats earlier this morning. And these are the finals for our older age group. Some of the blue-ribboned events of these junior championships. The under-17 women are going to be up first. And these are always great highlight races. We've seen some absolute stars come through. I remember very, very distinctly last year, Connor Bond really opened up his account at all schools and continued on at New South Wales Juniors. Only ended up running a semi-final at the World Under-20 Championships and ran 10:30. So stars are certainly born from these older age groups, and I'm sure we are going to see some examples of it right here.
So we'll try and get some of these triple jumps as well between the hundreds. This might be a little while, Jimmy. I think I'm looking for starting blocks and can't see anyone.
Oh, yes.
So, yeah, actually, we might see if we can have a look at some of the triple jumps in the field action now, because it looks like a slight delay there at the hundreds. So they're lined up, and I suspect waiting for some blocks. So yeah, we'll just pick up some of this triple jump action while we wait for them to get sorted out at the start of the hundreds. Just trying to see the athlete on the runway there. Here she comes. Well behind the boards there, around about the 10 metre mark. And that'll be clear. Fortunately, not as many hip numbers in the triple jump to help us out up here. See the sights and sounds around SOPAC. Jai Perrott, brilliant 800 metre man, just stepping into the box. We might see if we can get him back a little bit later for some of the middle distance stuff if he's not out coaching.
He's gone all right so far this season, hasn't he? We'll see him in a couple of weeks' time at the Track Classic as well. One of our very fine New South Wales two-lappers.
Yeah, he ranged up on Thursday night. I thought he might run past a couple more on the outside there, but just peaked on the run probably a little bit earlier than he would have liked, I suspect. I haven't had a chance to speak to him about it yet, so I might be unfairly disparaging him. Early days.
It's a good trio we've got going on, though. We've had Parrott and Raper for a while, but Luke Boyes from Run Crews surged in with a 146 and made it a real three-way battle now in New South Wales. So I think all those jets are going to be lining up in a couple of weeks' time. I assume we're going to see all of you or most of you at Opens the week before, which would be a nice preview as well. So
certainly hope so. It's been one of the highlight races of the state championships the last 2 or 3 years. I think Jimmy and I have had it down as our race of the championships for a couple of years now.
All the way back to Ben Quinn a couple of years ago. I remember his breakout performance.
Yeah, B-race Ben Quinn no more. New South Wales champion. I think did Opsi Yusuf win a state title as well a couple of years ago?
Close. Yeah. Well, Ben Jagger's going to be going very well this season as well. So it looks like we're not too far away. Let's get to these 100-metre finals now. Enough 800-metre talk. This will be the under-17 girls final. Quickest through here was Grace Krause. What a talent she is over the horizontal jumps, the hurdles and the sprints. She goes in 6. We'll go through the full field. Sophia Fidachuk of Mossman in 1. Amani Ward of Maitland in 2. Tara Holyoke of Manly Warringah in 3. Brodie McCluskey of Illawarra Blue Stars in 4. Maya Madden Khan, one of the quicker qualifiers. She goes in 5 for UTS North. Then Grace Krause of Temora. She is really the face of that club. She goes in 6. Anissa Quee of Hills District, she goes in 7. Samara Bond, another very talented athlete from the 1 to the 400, and of course the horizontal jumps as well. She goes in 8. Savannah Taylor of Sutherland in 9, and Miller Coles of Sutherland in 10. So, Temora, small club, but they've got some sensational athletes. Damien Wells as well in the hammer throw, a brilliant performer. And we've got one of their real stars, Grace Krause. So effortless when she runs as well. She looks like she's running 12 seconds in a very comfortable manner. So watch for her in 6. Madden Khan of UTS North was the 3rd quickest through to this final. She goes in 5, and Anissa Quee of Hills Districts was 2nd quickest through the final in 7. So very good chance that's where the medals will be won, but plenty of great opportunities. Brodie McCluskey, Illawarra Blue Stars, had a good season so far. These next 6 races are going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, and just to make life easy for us, we've got 10 athletes in a 100-metre field, so that's always enjoyable. But Krause in the centre of the track, as you were saying, Jimmy. Lane 6 in the red crop. Quay on her outside, Khan on her inside. But look for the start, always so important, as we know. Just about set now for the under-17 girls 100 metres.
Stand up, ladies.
And they've just been asked to stand up. See if we can get them away at the second time of asking.
On your mark.
Defending champion, or not defending champion, the reigning champion, Delta Amadovsky in 12:14.
Set.
Way cleanly, Krause gets a great start. Quee trying to go with her, also going well. Amani Ward of Maitland. Amani Ward is having a great run here. Now comes Mia Madden Khan, but Grace Krause, she's got daylight to the rest of the field. 12:03, she takes it very close between Madden Khan and Quee for that silver. A plus 1.3 tail, so lovely conditions. And Grace Krause wins yet another junior title. That's a great run. 12:03 is officially read as a 12:01, so agonisingly close to that 12-second barrier. A brilliant run from Grace Krause. Man Khan on her inside. Also having a good run was McCluskey. They matched it halfway through the race. Now Man Khan got the step on her. Quee's on the outside for Hills Districts. So we're going to see where this silver medal was won between lanes 5 and 7 here. Krause has got a good couple of metres, but it was Man Khan who's going to get that silver just over Anissa Quee. And we're just waiting for some official times there.
Amani Ward was actually the best of them away on the inside of the track, but once they got through that drive phase, it was really Krause, that got into her running through the middle part of the race, and by the time they hit the 60-metre mark, she was well and truly going to be the only winner. Good battle for second, as you said, Jimmy, between Khan and Quee. Khan will get the better of them. They've gone 11 hundredths quicker than the same race last year, so lowering the mark of Amadovsky by just over a tenth. Favourable conditions, as you said, the 1.3 tailwind, which is becoming a bit of a feature of SOPAC.
Well, it bodes well for a couple of weeks' time. It's worked well for Nationals as well, because we do have the opportunity for some of those bigger meets to turn the track around, which helps. But yeah, some good conditions for the natural 100 is always nice.
It was one of the disappointments of Thursday night, actually, was the rare tailwind. The frequent headwind at Lakeside, but the ability to, I think Nara Nang in particular, her run 11.24, I think it was, into a 1.9 headwind.
2-0, yeah.
2-0, yeah.
Which is crazy, because it was into a headwind, and she's become the 6th fastest Australian all time, and 900s outside the Australian record. So she's going to be running in Sydney, and I can, almost guarantee that she's not going to get a headwind, which is going to be very exciting.
It was a brilliant performance. Fred Curley, of course, just outside the 20-second barrier, celebrating with 40 metres to go.
It's an iconic video, wasn't it? Went on World Athletics and then seemingly all around the world after that. What's going on in Australia? Oh, Fred's running with his hand in the air. Oh, this is going to be a good race. We'll run through this list. This is the under-17 men's 100-metre final. Bailey Roberts-Lintmire goes in 1. Dillian Illigantalake in 2. Jackson Moole in 3. Andrew Mander in 4. Then comes the stars of Billy Blair in 5. Dylan Hall in 6. John McDonald in 7. Daniel Hornery 8. Taurus Trano 9. And Lars Ackland in 10. So away cleanly. Good start by John McDonald. Hall's just left at the moment. Billy Blair is coming through, but John McDonald of the pin. But look at this, Andrew Mayander. My goodness. 10.72. Where did that come from? Andrew Mayander has blown apart the field in the second half of the race.
It's well and truly legal. 0.5.
Wow. So 10.71. I think he might be an interstate athlete. Can't pick up that singlet. It might be one of the Victorian visitors, but
might be a school singlet, yeah.
He didn't get a great start. He got beaten on the outside by Jackson Moore, but look at this.
South Australian, I think, on the start list, but yeah, through that drive phase, just powered away. The New South Wales champion, I think, is going to be the Nepean athlete in 6 by the looks of it. In 7, John McDonald. So he will be your New South Wales champion, but the South Australian has come in and dropped to 10.72. By point of comparison, 11.26 to win this race last year. Sadil Kumar. But yeah, it looks like a school singlet there. So we think McDonald will be the New South Wales champion, with the interstate visitors' performance to be rightfully recognised. And just looking up on the screen, Jimmy, your eyes are better than mine.
Yeah, John McDonald gets the title. Good call, Matt. 10.90 for Nepean. That's a big race win for him, because he's beaten Billy Blair 10.93 and Dylan Hall 10.94. They'll take New South Wales silver and bronze, but we know how good those two are. We call the names all the time. So John McDonald takes that New South Wales title. Real coming out party for him as we move on to the under-18 women.
So from the inside out here, Ava Pelez in lane number 1, Ella Standish of Wests in 2, Phoebe Berglund, UTS North in 3, Tariel Black in 4, Tiliana Kabawaya in 5, Jacinta Lampert of Sutherland in 6, Summer Harrison in 7, Lily Hoffer in 8, Lita Eku in 9, and Maya Tedder rounds out the field for Manly Warringah in lane number 10. I've got to confess, Jimmy, I'm still not used to these 3-letter abbreviations for all of our clubs, and
That's why I think
it's throwing me out.
some of the small clubs I've certainly gotten wrong, so apologies for that we are looking at 3 letters for the
New
club.
system here. Yeah, we're normally better than this. So the seed times coming in here, 12:07, Summer Harrison in 7 will be the one to look for, quite fastest qualifier. Just on the outside of Jacinta Lampret of Sutherland.
Lampret was brilliant in the hurdles, just got ousted by Delta Madzowski, who's not running the 100 flat here, so with no Delta in the field, again, another opportunity for a new champion. Summer Harrison has been running very well. 12:07, she was the quickest qualifier into this race, but Jacinta Lampret will be keen to get a gold here early on in these championships.
The New South Wales record dates all the way back to Diane Holden of Ryde, set all the way back in 1980, 11:42. The winner last year, Stoliova, in 11:82.
Currently in the US, Stoliova, doing some good things over there.
Set.
Cleanly away, Lampret out well in the centre of the track, but Harrison into a running strongly, and already they're the two leading away. Harrison and Lampret as they come down to the finish. Nothing in it at the moment, just going to hang on the outside, Harrison. So according to seed time, 11:56 unofficial with a lovely 1.5 tailwind. 96, pardon me, 11:96. Thank you, Jimmy. We'll wait for the official time to come through. But sub 12 for the girls, and a lovely tailwind. You could see the two top seeds were clearly the quickest away, Harrison and Lampret. Good running on the inside from Kubawaya, and I suspect she's going to hang on to third, but Tali Black also charged at her late, and that'll be the battle for the bronze medal. But Harrison doing enough to hold off Lampret, and a good dip for third, and it will be on the inside, Tali Black taking out the bronze medal. But the top two seeds, Jimmy, ran exactly according to the form that got them into the final.
Yeah, absolutely. They are class athletes, Summer and Jacinta. Summer's actually just run a PB there, so previously 11:98. She upgrades that to 11:95. Jacinta Lampret just actually ran the same time as Grace Krause in the age group below her. She also had a PB of 11:98, which stands, but another cracking race between those two, and there's going to be another really good race between them in Nationals in a few weeks' time.
We're getting into the business end now, so the under-18 boys, there's a pretty handy name on that New South Wales record and the reigning champion.
He's going okay at the moment, isn't he?
Sebastian Sultana. 10:27 is the New South Wales record set last year. 10:65 to win this race last year. Obviously, he steps up to the under-20s this year.
He's not running the 100 today. He is entered in the 200, so likely we'll see Seb tomorrow. He's racing with the big boys at the moment, that Track Classic Series, which is just such good experience for Sebastian. But to the under-18s we go.
There's a start list on screen. So Luke Moran in 1, Jake Hayter in 2, Ben Kelly in 3, Sadil Kumar in 4, Callum Jangis in 5, Aidan Go on his outside in 6, Cody Hasler next on the list from Camden, Jacob Taylor of the Hills District, Barbados Ronto of Ramwick Botany, and Luca Ratienville on the outside. Another full field of 10 athletes to contest the under-18 boys 100 metres. Looks like we've got a couple of scratchings on the outside, Jimmy. Might be Taylor and Ronto, not there.
Yeah, Taylor and it might be...
Oh, actually, it might be Hasler and Taylor, and also on the far outside.
Hasler's there. He's in the Camden singlet.
There he is.
So it'll be Taylor and I think Ratna Vadirval on the outside there for Trinity. I can't see 10, so 8 and 10.
So no Ronto, no Taylor, by the looks of it.
Oh, no, you are right. Sorry, 8 and 9.
Yep. Rattendevil's there on the outside.
So Cody Hasler's been in fine form, National All-Schools champion for Camden. You have that Project Elite squad. Trained down in Narellan, like with the likes of Josh Azzopardi and Monique Quirk. So watch for Cody Hasler, I think, here. Aidan Gow's going to try and go with him for Scots College as well. Way cleanly. Hasler gets off to a great start. Gow is trying to go with him. Also going well, Sadi Kumar. So Kumar of Campbelltown and Hasler. Kumar's trying to match it with him. Hasler's going to win the title. Kumar gets second. And Gow just outdips Janjis for the bronze. 10.72. So that is a very good run there by Cody Hasler. He got matched early by Sadil Kumar, who had a great start. But Hasler has been in some kind of form. Wasn't that long ago he broke 11 seconds for the first time, and now he's running 10.7 for fun.
Just a 0.1 tailwind as well, so basically still conditions to drop that 10.72, only 7/100ths of a second outside of Seb Sultana's time from last year. So that a measure of the quality of that performance. And the front two clearly away. Aidan Gow's going to hang on and pick up the bronze medal for the Scots College.
Yeah,
but no doubt about the winner.
Yeah, absolutely. It was tight there for bronze, wasn't it? A big dip by Callum Janjis of Knox Grammar. Fortunately, the bronze medal's just going to evade him. Good to see him up and about after just taking a fall after the finish line. But Cody Hasler, 10.71, that is the official winning time with essentially no win to speak of. Sadhil Kumar, 10.89, gets the silver, and Aidan Gow by 200ths secures that bronze medal for Scots.
So one of the blue ribbon events of any track program at the Junior Championships, the women's under 20 100-metre final. New South Wales record held by Diane Holder of Ryde, that same record from 1980 of 11.42. By way of context, only just over 2/10 outside the Australian Open record. That's how impressive that run was. The last year's winner, Georgia Munro, in 12.12, so tough conditions here last year, but you'd expect these ladies to go under 12 seconds. From the inside out, Ashlyn Adams of Illawarra Blue Stars, Georgia Fickard of Sydney University, Jade Bevan of Mingara, Gabriella Taylor, UTS North, Jessica Wardrobe of Sutherland, Paige Campbell of Campbelltown Collegians, Eliza De Silva of UTS North, Kaylee Moore of Athletics Wollongong, Ebony Newton of Raymond Terrace, and Lauren Percival of Illawarra Blue Stars. A full field of 10 for one of the blue ribbon sprint events of these championships, the under-20 women's. Looking at the seed times coming in, Jimmy, 12.04. Gabriella Taylor, who goes in lane number 4 for UTS North, the fastest qualifier, and comfortably the fastest qualifier. Most of the field in the 12.2s and 12.3s. You'd imagine a lot of these girls had something in the tank.
Yeah, Paige Campbell, it's good to see her back. She's suffered with a little bit of injury. The 400-metre specialist stepping down to the 100. She'll be right up there. Eliza De Silva and Jess Wardrobe, also class athletes. So it's not going to be all Gabrielle Taylor's way, I'm sure, but she probably goes in favourite here for UTS North.
So look in the centre of the track, Taylor, Wardrobe and Campbell. Percival on the outside as well, a contender. But an even field here for one of the blue ribbon sprint events of these championships. Taylor was quickly away on the inside of the track, but also Campbell in the centre of the track, fastest among them. Taylor now starting to get up to her, and it's a race of two. Taylor surges into the lead, middle of the race, throws down the gauntlet and takes out the under-20 title. Campbell will hang on for second.
11.80. That's huge from Gabby Taylor. She'll be stoked with it. I'm pretty sure it's a pretty big PB, plus 3.2. So it's an illegal tail. I was going to say 11.80.
Campbell was clearly the quickest away. Taylor a bit sluggish out, and you wonder how much time that cost her. But by the time they were in the centre of the 100 metres, they were well and truly going, and Taylor surges late. On the outside, a good battle between Silver and Wardrobe for the bronze medal, and it'll be Wardrobe just for Sutherland, just hitting a wall of athletes in there for fourth, and they'll certainly need photo finish to separate some of them. But Taylor, a little bit sluggish away, but she can add the New South Wales under-20 100-metre championship to her resume as she progresses into the open fields. And sub 12 seconds, albeit wind assisted, will look good on the resume.
Yeah, 11.79, so it's an illegal tail, but I'm sure she'll be happy with that performance. Hasn't gone that quick before, regardless of whether it's been illegal or legal tailwind.
And it just helps your development as well, right? I mean, look at Rowan Browning, one of your favourite moments in the sport, Jimmy, sub 10 seconds at Wollongong, albeit wind assisted, but it just gets your body conditioned to running that speed, albeit with the wind up the backside. But what he's gone on to do at top international level, making the semi-final at global level, all of that's part of the development. But you've got to be able to do it in all conditions. You have to be able to do it into headwinds, as we had the other night in Melbourne. Have to be able to do it with the tailwinds as well. Championship conditions here, turning the track around.
Well, I don't think
You get what you get.
Yeah, none of the athletes are going to be complaining about the conditions today. They are essentially perfect for 100-metre sprinting. And we saw smashing rain at all schools. I remember Seb Sultana ran, I think, 10.5 into a wall of wind and rain and took us all by surprise before he went on to do what he's done this season. So some very nice conditions here for one of the other blue ribbon events, the under-20 men's 100-metre final. And we've got the matchup here with Rashid Kaba and Joseph Aodi. But Daniel Katana, there he is on screen for Epping. He's come back into the sport and made a lot of inroads. Peng Wei Zhao, running for Trinity as well, has had a great start to his season. But I think Joseph Aodi, the 10.4 man, has to go in favourite here. Although Rashid Kaba ran 10.45 in Canberra and has really come into his own over the flats. We know how good he is over the hurdles. One of the blue ribbon events, so we'll introduce them for you. Pino Lulo on the inside in 1, Ethan Quintana of UTS North in 2, Malachi Kessie of Westfields in 3, Daniel Katana on his outside for Epping, Peng Fei Zhao next on the start list for Trinity, Rashid Kaba goes in 6 for Westfields, Joseph Aodi for Campbelltown in 7, such a strong sprinting club, Cameron Benovich for Westfields in 8, Ethan Martin for Sutherland District in 9, and Marcelo Ottaviano will round out a full field of 10 for Wes. The last of our blue ribbon sprint events here for these championships, the under-20 men's. And called into their blocks now. Wakeling, a good start there by Kaba, but Aodi trying to match him with him. Kaba and Aodi is starting to break away from the field. Also, Malachi Kessie going well. Here comes Kaba. Aodi, he hasn't got the response. Kaba's going to get 10.58.1 the wind. 10.58 for Rashid Kaba. And the somersaults, the Ronaldo, the everything's out. He's won his last New South Wales junior title. He's held off Joseph Aodi, who would have come favourite into the race. But his flat form continues. Rashid Kaba, well, something has happened over the Christmas break because he has gone to another level with his 100-metre flat running. Joseph Aodi, the 10.47 man, thought he might go over the top here, but Kaba found an extra gear. Kessie, Katana and Zhao is going to be so close there for the bronze. Katana is just going to get it for Epping. That is a great return to the sport for Daniel Katana. But Rashid Kaba, there's the Ronaldo, there's the somersault, and there's the showman doing what he does best. Pretty much bang on the time from last year as well. Connor Bonds, 10.56 for UTS. So the quality in this championship at this level over the 100 metres well and truly holding up. 10.56, so he equals Connor Bond's time from last year with essentially no win to speak of. Joseph Aodi, 10.64, great race between those two, and Daniel Katana, 10.88 for the bronze. Great way to finish that section of today's program, and that will actually do it for us on commentary for a couple of hours as we rest our vocal cords. We're going to be back at 3:30 for the 1,500 metre final. So we had the younger age groups today. We'll have the 16s, 17s, 18s and 20s. Then we're going to go on to the younger age groups for the 100 metre finals, and then the older age groups for the 400 metre finals. Plenty of awesome action coming up on day 2 of the New South Wales Junior Championships. The stream, of course, will continue to run. And we will be back with you in a couple of hours' time.
Wales will host the 2023 Sydney Track Classic taking place here at the Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre on Saturday, the 11th of March. You thought the Warrior plant meeting was good, 7,000 people. We're going to get 15,000, but we need you to buy the tickets. On the back of your accreditation, there is a QR code. Make sure you do it right now. Do not delay. Make sure you tell everyone, put it on your Insta story, do whatever you need to do, because the tickets are as cheap as, I believe, $7.50 to get yourself a place here. To witness Fred Curley, the world's fastest man, go around one lap on the track, as well as Australia's best track and field talent. Sydney Track Classic, Saturday the 11th of March. Make sure you get your tickets.
Test 1 2 1 2.
Recently I've been trying to get into it, but not quite enough. On your mark. Set.
On your mark. Set.
A first time of asking in the 200 hurdles, Zane Edwards on the outside, home terrace, running strongly and picking up Stagger on leading three on the outside of the track. Swinging the home stroke and also running well. On the inside is now putting back to Brian. That is the strong, the second one from the track. It's Zane Edwards on the main terrace, doing the last hurdle. And outside track is Brian Field, about 29 seconds. The Bucks and Ride starting the line.
Presentation area now, Atlas NSW on the 17 triple jump. Winning the bronze medal with a distance of 11.38 metres from Trinity Audrey Sutton. Winning the silver medal with a distance of 12.50 metres from Tamora Grace Brown. And winning the gold medal for New South Wales champion for 2023 with an excellent jump of 12.83 metres from George Isabel Louisa Fraser. Congratulations, ladies.
The event on the track is the men's 200 metre hurdles in the under 16s. Final in lane number 2, Tommy Ronaldo. In lane 3, Tyler Mitchell. In lane 4, Lewis Wong. In lane 5, Lucas Knoll. In lane 6, Brent Harley Ferrello. In lane 7, Lincoln Henry. And on the outside in lane 8, Michael Bantis Field. The under 16 boys men's 200 metre hurdles.
Just relax, boys. We're still waiting for photo finish. I got no lights. I did.
Just a slight hold up here over the 16 boys trying to go hurdles. So the technology sorted out, but not too far away from the start.
On your mark. Set.
So plenty of one of the 16 boys up the full low in the centre of the track for Asics West, probably the best of the way. And then on the inside running very well is Mitchell. And also on his outside is Wayne, but he's been straight now. And Wonga, the best of them. Also Mitchell on the inside of the track is now starting to surge away. And Mitchell in line number 3 is going to come down and convincingly take out the 16 boys, 200 metres. Hurdles just inside of Lucas Long of Asics West, and that can full low well on the outside for Westfields. Next event on the track, the first of 2 time finals in the under 15 ladies 200 metre hurdles in section 1 of 2 in lane number 2, Lola Richardson and the Brett Putney Harriers. In lane number 3, Ruby Sonagander. In lane number 4, Madeline Gifford with the Blue Mountains. In lane number 5, Angela Burford with the Hills District. Maya Hewitt runs in lane number 6. And in lane number 7 on the outside, Caitlin Nunn for the Hills District. That's the field for the first of 2 time finals in the under 15 girls 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
Burford away well in the centre of the track, so too Gifford on her inside. Young on the outside is Hewitt and Martin. But Burford at the moment for the Hills District will lead them into the halfway point as they swing up into the straight.
On your marks. Set.
The top finals, Utsong is the quickest away for them on the outside of the track already, having picked up the stagger on the Tamas on her outside. Papa and Gonzalez both running evenly on the inside, but Gonzalez just starting to get better in that battle. But out the front, it's all go Utsong and Latanas. Latanas not giving up here as they come down with 3 hurdles to go. But Utsong holding off here. Not giving up though is Latanas as they come down to the final barrier. But Utsong going to be too good for them. And comes over the line 32.04, unofficial with a 1.2 tail. Latanas looked to throw off the challenge, but I was on too much over the last 20 metres, and 32.04 the winning time there in the second of the 2 time finals in the under 15 ladies 200 hurdles. Next event on the track is the track final in the under 16 women's 200 metre hurdles. In lane number 2, Tanner Lampert of Sutherland. In lane number 3, Joan Corson of Willawong Resi Workers. In lane 4, Russell and Blair of Orangeville Athletics. In 5, Scarlett Mitchell runs for the St George Club. In 6, Catherine Merkin of UGS Norths runs inside Adelina Wright in lane 7 for Canterbury. And rounding out the field is Nate Jenkins for Sutherland in lane number 8 at the field. The under 16 women's 200 metre hurdles.
On your marks. Set. Oh, sorry. Stand up, ladies.
Just been asked to stand up.
Lane
Just
7.
getting away. Second time I've asked.
Go lane 7. Just make sure you get nice and steady. On your marks. Set.
Clearly away, second time of asking. Milken quickly away on the outside of the track already. Has picked up stagger right on her outside. Also going quickly on the outside is Jenkins for Sutherland. As they swing into the straight, Jocelyn Blair also running strongly for Origin, as is Joan Corson of Illinois.
Test 1, 2.
Next event on the track is the first of two heats in the under 14 women's 100 metres. The qualification process for this race will be the top three of each heat plus the next four fastest times. And the start is for the first of the two preliminary rounds start on shortly.
On your marks. Set. On your marks. Set.
will be shown up on the screen as well.
Next event on the track is the boys under 14 at 100 metres. Again, 2 heats to be run here, with the top 3 in each heat qualifying automatically, as well as the next 4 fastest qualifiers.
On your marks. Set.
Was tough conditions here last year, but again, same as the girls, they're already well under the winning time for this event last year, which was a 12:31. So already down in the sub-cols, 11:85. Todorowski, who takes the first automatic position for us girls, holders the bone, confirmation of his second position in 12:72 in automatic qualification, and Alexander Bissell for round of coffee with 12:79 secures the third automatic qualification spot by just 100th of a second over Jet E, Noah Pitter and Tyson Marie. We'll have to wait to see the times for the second heat, so we'll let go through. Tracking out for the second of the 2 heats in the under 14 boys 100 metres. Top 3 in each heat qualifying automatically for the next 4 fastest time. The start list is on the scoreboard.
On your marks. Set.
Away, and we're going to be called back.
Ball start, lane 7. First and final warning for the field, gentlemen. On your marks.
Field, show the yellow card into the box for the second time.
Set.
Off I go very quickly away, William on the inside of Trade, now Trim on his outside, gets to the front of the field. Lark running strong on the outside, Curry now rallying to Mingara, but Trim away and will take out the second lead, just ahead of the fast finishing Curry, and a good battle for the third automatic position. 12:45, unofficial. So that race considerably slower than the first heat. Rounding down to 12:24 will be the same, 1 metre a second tailwind. So expect to see most of the time qualifiers coming out of that first heat. Owen Trim, confirmation of his automatic qualification position in 12:44. Will
On your marks. Set.
Super impressive time into a slight minus 0.2 headwind. And again, by way of context, the winning time in this race last year in the championship was a 12.65. So a 12.14 from Maya Taylor, really throwing down the challenge to the rest of the field for Remy Cotney. Arabella Lewis will take the second of two automatic qualifying positions in a 12.88. And Emanuela Amage will have to wait to see if she can qualify on time with a 12.97. But Maya Taylor, the early form athlete in the under 14 women's 100 metres. Right now for the second of three heats in the under 15 women's 100 metres. Top two automatic qualifying and the next four best times to go through the time.
On your marks. Set.
Harrison and Kappa going well the centre of the track, also where one is Gifford, going well on the outside of Dower as well, but in lane number 4 it's Herring and Harrison for Norths, who will take out the second heat. 12.30, so some very strong running here in the first two heats of this under 15 women's 100 metres, both of them going through quicker than the winning championship time last year. Confirmation of Matilda Harrison's win in 12.28, so just a 10.5 outside the winning time of Maya Taylor in the first heat. A 2.1 metre a second tailwind in that second heat, so those will be wind assisted times, but nonetheless strong running. And confirmation of Indy Bauer in the second automatic qualifying position for Billabong with 12.55. Going to have to be running a mid 12 seconds here to have a hope of qualifying on time for the under 15 ladies 100 metre final, as they get set back behind their blocks now for the third of three heats in the women's 100 metres. Top two automatic and the next four quickest on time starters on the scoreboard.
On your marks. Set.
Ellie England on the outside for Sydney Athletics Academy as well. going comfortably under the championship winning time from last year. And that should be a very competitive final. Hannah Shortland, confirmation of her win in 12:33. So the top three heats covered by only 0.2 of a second in terms of their winning times. And Elise Deep, confirmation of her second automatic qualification position in 12:56, and you will indeed need to be in the 12.5s to secure a qualification position on time. Ellie England, she finished fast down the outside of the Sydney Athletics Academy, just 100th of a second between her and Dia for second, and Molly Raymond was third, was fourth over the line, just 300ths further behind England. But all things going well for a very competitive under 1500 metre final lap today. Next event on the track is the boys under 15 900 metre heats. Once again, 3 heats to be held here, with the top 2 from each heat qualifying automatically. The next 4 qualifying on time. Start list for the first heat is on the scoreboard.
Just waiting for the photo finish, boys. On your marks. Stand up, please, boys. The boys on the outer lanes are taking too long, so it affects the athletes on the inside. On your marks. Set. Set. Stand up, please. Okay, boys, there's too much movement on the start line. There's about 3 or 4 of you at various times. Let's do this again. On your marks.
Green card shown in the field, so I'll be called in for the second time in this second bit.
Set.
Only way, second time of asking from Hills, Jack right counter on the inside, really quickly away, going along the centre of the track. This Badger of Sutherland as well, they look like the top two, him down, it will be Croucher in the Hills District, taking the lead at 11.69, just ahead of Count Badger of Sutherland, who was secured a second automatic qualifying position, and Jack Croucher confirmation has been 11.68. Plus 0.9, tailwind Cameron Badger, 11.98, so about 10 slower than that first heat in the second heat of the men's 200 metres. Just about right to go now for the third heat of the under 15 boys 100 metres. Once again, the top two will be the automatic qualifiers and enter the events, and the next four qualifying time.
On your marks. Set.
Only away in the third and final heat, Spadaro quickly away in the centre of the track at over line 1, Ariane really quickly away, battling with Spadaro, next down in the centre, and they will be
On your mark. Stand up, ladies, please.
Just been asked to stand up, and we'll reset. We're ready to go for the first of these 2 hits in the under 16.
On your mark. Set.
Must get out well in the second of the track. Beckons still also going on the inside. They're leaving light going very quickly on the outside. There's Leila Ingram, and Leila Ingram will come in and take out a course of 2 qualification positions. Leah Jenkins of Sutherland fancy for the second spot. 12:46 unofficial with a slight tailwind of 0.3. And Ava Ross of Qatar South secures the first position with a 12:45. Leah Jenkins, who was indeed second for Sutherland, in at 12:55. So the favourable sprinting conditions continuing here at Sopak in the under 16 women's 100 metres. Just about set to go around the second of 2 hits for the women's under 16 100 metres. Top 3 from each heat qualifying automatically for the next 4 qualifiers.
On your mark. Stand up, ladies, please. Try it again, girls. On your mark. Set.
Leading away in the second heat, Parapetus out well, so is Lampert. Blair going well on the inside of the track, but now Lampert really coming into her own and stints away with the second heat here. Great battle going on for second, and I think it'll be Parapetus just on the outside of Lampert to take the second qualification spot. With the top 3 going through automatically, and Tamara Lampert, confirmation of her winning 12:45. 0.7 metre, second tailwind. Demi Parapetus, he gets the second automatic qualifying position in 12:73. Virginia Cole of the Blue Mountains secures the third and final automatic spot with a 12:75, and the rest will have to wait for the times.
On your mark. Stand up, gentlemen.
So just be asked to stand up after everyone's steadiness. 3 heats here in the under 1600 metres, top 2 and then score. Yellow card shown here. So the whole field will be on warning now.
No, they're not. No, they're not. On your mark. Set.
Very quickly, but going to be called back. So we've got a couple of guys that are getting in the way, and we'll have to see if we can have some luck at the third time of asking.
False start and disqualifications, lanes 7 and 4. 7, lane 7, false start.
We're going to have 2 disqualifications here. Lane 4 and lane 7 will both come out.
Lane 4, disqualification also.
And we'll see if we can get underway at the second time of asking. The first of 3 heats here in the under 16 500 metres. The third attempt to get underway.
On your mark. Set.
Away, final third time of asking. Wilson quickly away from Anderson, very fast on the outside. It's Akafulu as well, and strong finishing there from Wallabino for Hills District. Hornsby Butterburn. So we finally get the first heat away with an 11:23 unofficial time and 1 metre a second tailwind. And Wallabino confirmation obviously for Hornsby. In 11:23, Cooper Wilson will take the second 2 automatic qualifying positions from Tamworth in 11:36.
On your mark. Set.
Really starting to come home, and from Campbelltown, Facer, I fancy might have just got the better of Marshall in the battle for the top two positions. All beautiful sprinting conditions here, and side back with a 1.9 tail, as good as you could ask for, and 11.14 unofficially on the boards in the second of three heats in the under 1600. Marshall and Facer from now in Campbelltown.
On your mark. Set.
In the third of three heats here in over on the centre of the track, Tyler Mitchell running very strongly, and also for the third, Xavier Perry.
with that while doing it.
Yeah. But you don't need to worry about focus.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. When I was like years ago out there, I was like, don't worry about this or not.
Yeah, it's pretty good auto. But yeah, I suppose it's just like, yeah, it's kind of like a fun challenge sometimes, like especially if you pick up like a sport, that's how it's sport.
Yeah, trying to figure it out.
Yeah, you get the hang of it, like you start to like practice it, you get like a rhythm, like a groove.
How'd you guys do it?
Aaron Houston and Jack Conroy in the T20 and T38 classifications respectively. Sitting in front of the field as they go through is Aaron Houston. And he's joined by Jack Conroy of the team. And Christian Miller also in there for tomorrow. And this is Yu Ying Lim in the under 20 women's event, just going through 300 metres in about 1:13.
On your
mark.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 2 of the 2023 New South Wales Junior Championships coverage. Thanks to Clutch TV. We have just kicked off the next section of our 1500 metre finals, and this is the under 16 age group here. We're going through the list. Imogen Howard of Sydney Athletics Academy goes in 1. Piper Simpson, who is backing up from her 3,000 metre win last night, looking to do the 15-3 double at New South Wales Juniors. She goes for Randwick Botany in 2 and is currently leading the race. Zayla Trofa of Epping is in 3. Annika Ullman of Illawong in 4. Adelaide Williams of Sydney Striders in 5. Ellie Bliss of Randwick Botany in 6. Bronte Clark of Camden in 7. Maya Abel, who won the silver in that fascinating race. New athlete on the radar here. She's in hip number 8 there, I think. Apologies, hip number 9, Amelia Ullman, just going over the page. From Illawong, Sonia Clark in hip number 10 for Winston Hills. Ashlyn Wall is in 11, as Piper Simpson leads them through in a 71. Ashlyn Wall is in 11 for Raymond Terrace. Michaela McLean in 12. Matilda Emanuel of Randwick Botany in 13. And Grace McMahon of Trinity Grammar in 14. So there she is. Those two have broken apart. So this is what we saw lap on lap last night. Piper Simpson and new kid on the block, Maya Abel from Mingara. It'd be great to find out where she's been, because I certainly haven't seen a lot of her thus far. And these two are going at it again. So can Maya get up over Piper Simpson? We know how good she is. She's the reigning national 3K champion. Obviously very good over the 1500 metres as well. But she has company. She had a lot of company last night from this Mingara athlete. And with 2 laps to go, they go through in 2:08. Piper Simpson. So what are the tactics here? It's interesting. Both of them have the 3,000 metres in their legs last night. Both of them worked hard for their gold and silver medals respectively. So we'll see who can stand the test of distance over the next 700 metres. Currently in the battle for bronze, as they go through a 2:27, so 71 followed by a 76, is one of the Randwick Botany athletes. Will just pick up that hip number shortly. Okay, so we'll just try and pick up that battle for bronze in a second, but these two are still clearly away. Coming down with 500 metres to go, Piper Simpson again, like last night, has done all the work on the front. Happy to just sit there and dictate the pace. And Abel with her every stride. They're coming down towards the bell lap now. 71 followed by 76. Take the bell on the 3:26, and third place is Matilda Emanuel from Randwick Botany. She's trying to be chased down by Michaela McLean of Kembla Joggers. Bronte Clark from Camden sitting in 5th, but the race rages on out front. You can see Abel just starting to stretch a little bit here, 3:44. So that was another 76-second lap, but things are starting to pick up here. Abel is trying to go with Simpson. Simpson just starting to turn the screws once again. Currently an instant replay of last night. Can Abel find another gear here, or is Simpson going to be too good once again? That gap is stretching now to about 6-8 metres, and I think Simpson might be running away with this one again. Abel is about 50 metres in front of Matilda Emanuel of Randwick Botany. I think she's got that silver medal sewn up, but Piper Simpson, she's a class athlete. She's a national champion for a reason, and she's showing how good she is once again here, backing up with the 3,000 metre win last night. She does the 3K 1,500 metre double in 4:36.94 unofficially. Abel picks up her silver medal, second silver medal of the championships, and Matilda Emanuel, a well-earned bronze medal for Randwick Botany there. Michaela McLean, a fast finish there, 4th, coming across in about 4:50. So 4:36.92 is the official winning time for Piper Simpson. Bronte Clark just crossing there to round out the top 5, and just behind her, Ashlyn Wall of Raymond Terrace. May Abel, another great run, 4:40.80 for the Mingara athlete to pick up her second silver, and Matilda Emanuel of Randwick Botany, 4:47.97. Another good race there, but Piper Simpson just too good once again. She's in some great form, backing up a national title winning season. I'm sure she's going to want to try and defend that 3K title come April in Brisbane in a few weeks' time. So the under 16 boys are now on the line. And defending champ Matt McLaughlin there for Trinity Grammar.
So underway now in our next event on the track, the men's under 16, 1500 metres. Splitting some duty here with the stadium commentary as well as we get ourselves sorted out for this fine afternoon of middle distance running. And one of the Trinity athletes up there looks like Matthew McLaughlin at the front of the field, just as we track down some start lists with hip number order.
Yeah, that's right now. So it's Ethan Mackey. So Matt McLaughlin, as expected, defending champion, doing a great job out front here. Ethan Mackin hit 11 for Sutherland. He's currently sitting in second. And it's the Katara South athlete just behind them at the moment, Nate Ward. So Nate had a good run last night as well, but Matt McLaughlin coming in with fresh legs for Trinity Grammar, leading the way by about 20 metres at the moment. Mackie and Ward having a good battle for second here, and coming into the picture as well is Ariane Nanda of Katara South. So try and join his Katara South teammate Nate Ward, and doing a good job. He's actually caught up quite well to that chase group. Also Joel Harlow, who we saw last night in the 3K, battling well, trying to get himself into that medal contention group. 2:06, the 800 metre split. 800 metre split. That is motoring from Matt McLaughlin. 2:06. So a pair of 63s. This is very, very fast indeed.
Yeah, we saw Piper Simpson lead gun to tape in that under 16 women's race. And seeing a similar story here in the boys, as they absolutely skip away.
This is superb from Matt McLaughlin. He is a class athlete. I think he might be a national cross-country champion as well. He's got a lot of accolades under his belt, and the gap of 60 metres is telling at the moment. He's going to collect the bell in something very quick. 2:56 he goes through. So, a good battle for silver here. It is the two Katara South athletes. Nate Ward just in front of Arya Nanda. So Matt McLaughlin 3:12. So 63 and a 66. So he's only slowed just slightly there, but he is certainly running for a time. And he is a good shout of breaking 4 minutes here, which would be a phenomenal effort. You just see just a bit of lactic surging into those legs now, but he's doing well to hold on. It's going to be very, very close to that 4 minute mark. Coming into the home straight, Nate Ward has broken away from his teammate, Arya Nanda. He's going to make it the Katara South 2-3. Back up after a good 3K performance last night, but Mac McLaughlin just fading as he crosses the finish line. 4:05, a great time for the Trinity Grammar athlete. He retains his 1500 metre title. Nate Ward, the silver. Arya Nanda. Great to see some new names here across the distance events at the Junior Championships. He picks up the bronze. Mackie finishes in 4th and Harler in 5th for victory runners.
There's some fine 1500 metre running. We saw it with Piper Simpson in the race before. Plenty of these athletes have had pretty long seasons now. By the time they get to the state juniors, all the open athletes start a bit later in the year. But they've been motoring along. We were talking about Piper Simpson running in the golden ticket event at the World Cross Country. A few of these athletes were up there racing last week in Bathurst, so plenty of Ks in the legs, and then to back up now with a 1500 at the state championships. Not easy work.
Thomas Poynton just finishing off here for St. Ignatius. 5:26 there for Thomas. So, nice run there. Matt McLaughlin. Just sort of like Piper, just on a slightly different level when it comes to his age group in New South Wales. But it's been great to see some contenders right there. Nate Ward and Arya Nanda. I haven't seen him before. And, of course, in the last race, in the 16s, Mayer. Abel for Mingara, so really, really good to see the new crop coming through here in juniors. And the brightness of the next generation continues.
Absolutely. We saw it in some of those 100 metres. I was calling the heats earlier today for the stadium, and there was plenty in that under 14, under 15s where the heat times were actually quicker than the championship winning times from last year. I know we had some rough conditions here last year, but very, very quick sprinting, and it must be said it's been a gorgeous afternoon for sprinting here. Just tailwinds all afternoon, and legal tailwinds at that. I think we've only had one or two dip above 2 metres a second, most of them being between sort of half a metre a second, 1.5. These 1500 metre athletes won't be as wild about the swirling sort of breeze, but the sprinters having a dream afternoon in terms of conditions.
So the under 17 women are up next. And off they go. This will be a fascinating race. Fleur Cooper goes in hip number 1. She's been in some kind of form for UTS North. It'll be a big breakout season. Sienna Scahill goes next to her in hip number 2 from West Track and Field. She is the defending champion, so some quality over the first 3 hip numbers as well. Sarah Baker goes in 3 for West Track and Fields, and Zoe Honeybrook from the ACT joins us. Annabelle Miller, the gold medal athlete, she won the 3K last night. She goes in 5 for Katara South. Claire Spignall of Kembla Joggers in 6. Sophie Schultz of Hills Districts in 7. Sophia Slater of West Track and Field in 8. Lucy Schmidt of Katara South in 9. Phoebe Doran of Katara South in 10. Lily O'Reilly of Randwick Botany in 11. Matilda Cole of Kringle Wagga in 12. Ella Fennell of Sydney Athletics Academy in 13. Emerson Crabtree of Westfields in 14. Alana Roberts of Trinity Grammar in 15. And Hannah Sacco in a big field of 16 rounds it out for UTS North. But this is what we thought would happen. Fleur Cooper and Sarah Baker are right up there. These two go through in a 67 to open up proceedings. And they have duked it out on more than one occasion, Cooper and Baker. Baker, a very, very good athlete as well, particularly over the 1,500 metres. And both these girls go down to the 800 and do very well too. So Fleur Cooper, as I mentioned, 2:07 she ran in Canberra over the 800 metres for a personal best. She's had a fantastic season thus far. And has just put a couple of steps into Sarah Baker. Early stages. Her PB is 4:26. She ran that at the National All Schools late last year. And actually won that event. So she, as I mentioned, is in very good form. 2:01 through the 700 metre mark. Then Zoe Honeybrook of the ACT leads the chase pack, currently sitting in 3rd. And Annabelle Miller, the 3K champion from last night, just on Zoe Honeybrook's heels in a big chase pack of about 8. So the 800 metre split 2:19, so a 67 followed by a 72 there for Cooper. And she's right on that 4:26 personal best pace at the moment. Sarah Baker about 10, 12, maybe 15 metres behind her now as the UTS North athlete continues to establish that lead. Just under 600 metres to go.
So there's a bit of a theme in these junior 1,500 metre races this afternoon. Leading gun to tape. We saw it with Simpson and in that last men's race as well. But Fleur Cooper looking to do what the others have done as well and lead gun to tape, and she'll come down and hear the welcome sound of the bell in about 3:13. This race won last year by Ruby Hughes in 4:45, so looking very comfortable for Cooper to knock off that time. And through 1,200 now in about 3:32.
So 73 there. She's held her pace well after a quick 67 opener. 72 into 73. And just that consistent running has just pulled away from Baker over the last lap. And the battle between Zoe Honeybrook of the ACT and Annabelle Miller, who currently is holding down the 3rd New South Wales medal pretty comfortably, is trying to look for 3rd outright with 200 metres to go. With just over 100 metres to go now. Fleur Cooper, 4:26. Here's her BB. She'll come down towards the line with that in the back of her mind. 4:26.18. So she might just be inside that. She is going for home. It's going to be right around 4:26, just over it. 4:26.68 unofficially. Fleur Cooper defends her 1,500 metre title. Sarah Baker gets the silver, and Annabelle Miller will get 3rd outright and the bronze medal to back up her gold medal from last night over the 3K. A spectacular performance there from the Katara South athlete to pick up 2 medals as the rest of the field comes across the line, sub 450 for all those girls.
We're seeing the cream rise, aren't we, in these 1,500 metre events. Some of the top, not only New South Wales, but national junior athletes They've had a long season. Most of these athletes started in the Milers series in October, November last year. All headed, of course, to the Australian Junior Championships to be held in Brisbane in April. And it will be a long season by the time they're done, well over 6 months. But good running here at the State Juniors. Conditions here still reasonably warm, Jimmy. The track's still very much entirely in the sun. We'll start to have the shade come over a little bit later in the day, but some nice tailwinds down the main straight for the sprinters, but that of course means a headwind up the back for the distance athletes. And still pretty warm out there.
Yeah, you can see the girls going straight to the grass. They won't get off the track. It's warm out there. It's 27, but the track temperature is certainly going to be towards the low to mid 30s. So it's good running there by all the girls as they walk off. No doubt a lot of hydration will be going on as soon as they get into the shade. And we will move right along to the under 17 boys.
So we'll run through this start list for you. All straight finals, of course, now. Hip number 1, Moses Fowler for Kembla Joggers. In 2, Idris Burkhardt. 2-time finals, thank you, Jimmy. Idris Burkhardt for Cherrybrook in hip number 2. Will Hayden in 3. Isaac Beecroft in 4 for Hornsby. Harry Helene, been having a great season for Run Crew. Runs in the middle of the field in hip number 5. Macleay Kesby of Kembla Joggers in 6. Jasper Scamps Magro in 7. Cody Sullivan, another Kembla athlete, in 8. Josh O'Connell on his outside. Josiah Lowe, also been having a good year for Sutherland. And Asha Tamesu for Randwick Botany rounds out the field for the first of the 2-time finals in hip number 11. This race last year won by Jade Kitching, of course brother of Hayley Kitching, who's been running so well over 800 metres. And it was won last year in 4:13.79. A tactical affair from memory.
Yeah, what a race Isaac Beecroft had last night for Hills Districts in that finish that a lot of people will probably remember if you're here on watching on the live stream against Julian Wiley. Unfortunately, we're not going to get the match-up with the Randwick Botany athlete Wiley having a rest, but Beecroft is out here for some more gold. We put that finish up on the Athletics New South Wales social media because he was 15 metres behind with about 150 metres to go and closed like no tomorrow to just pip Wiley at the line. So Idris Burkhardt was part of that race as well. A few of these boys backing up. Cody Sullivan came 4th in that race. And Josiah Lowe on bronze, he's backing up as well for Sutherland here. So just getting a bit of the action from the girls' long jump as well, which is now bathed in shadow. Some welcome respite from the sun for the girls down there in the long jump. As the boys are just finishing their final strides before the gun goes off for the under 17 men's 1500 metres. Jade Kitching, I think, we'll see in the next age group up. No, he won't. So he might just be doing the 800, Jade.
This runway, I understand it's going to be a bit of a fan zone at the Sydney Track Classic. We've been talking about Sydney Track most of the afternoon. Bit of a bar down there, bit of a fan zone for the kids. Well, if you haven't got your tickets already, make sure that you're on the case with that Saturday the 11th of March. But in the meantime, we are underway with the under 15, under 17, pardon me, men's 1500. That clock on screen is going to be about 2 or 3 seconds behind, just for those playing along at home. And a quick early start here from the Trinity youngster Josh O'Connell. Sitting in behind him, Will Hayden for the Scots College, and then Harry Helene, who's been having such a good season for Run Crew, sits in behind them. Idris Burkhardt in the red singlet of Cherrybrook. just with Isaac Beecroft of Hills running on his outside as well. A little gap back in then to McLeay Kesby of Kembla Joggers as the boys get a bit of a skip along here, and O'Connell will take them through 300 metres in about 46 seconds, so about 3 seconds behind that clock on screen for those watching at home. And coming up to 400 metres now, they're not going to be far away from a 60-second first lap here, so for the under-17s, that's really skipping along and through in about 1:02, 62, 63. So good start here, Jimmy, in the under-17s.
Yeah, they've got rolling along really nicely. This is around about 3:55 pace. Very, very quick indeed from Josh O'Connell. He's laying down the gauntlet. Harry Helene has had a fantastic season, and he's kicked home many a graded milers race win in some of those junior races, as the boys are now very much single file as they go around the bend for the second time. Beecroft's well placed there, just keeping O'Connell in his sights. Will Hayden's just getting boxed in with Burkhart now of Cherrybrook, just shifting past a couple of shoulders to get himself in a better position. Josiah Lowe as well, wanting to get himself in the picture as well. He's backing up from the 3K bronze last night, and he gets onto the shoulder of Helene. So they're running two abreast through this lead group now, with O'Connell still doing all the work for Trinity Grammar at the front, although Josiah Lowe might be able to change that order. 2:10 they go through, so 62 followed by about 67 there for an 800 metre split of 2:10.
So we've been talking all through those 1500s, a story of front running, but looks like O'Connell's going to have a bit more company here. Harry Helene still there for run crew in the All Black singlet, and we saw the move from Josiah Lowe around the outside to put himself into a position of prominence. Now tucked up with a lovely run, 3 back on the rail. He has Beecroft of Hills on his outside for company, and Idris Burkhart of Cherrybrook keen to stay in contention as well. So 5 in it as they come into the straight for the second to last time, but Josh O'Connell so far making every post a winner. And just as I say that, Harry Helene starts to get up onto his shoulder, and Isaac Beecroft working along with them as well. And the first change of the lead comes as they hit the bell, with Harry Helene up onto the shoulder with 400 to run. O'Connell now slipping into second position, and Isaac Beecroft of Hills starts to make his run a long way out from home. Through 1,200 metres in about 3:16, 3:17, and 4 in it as they head up the back straight for the last time. Josiah Lowe made a move at this part of the track last time around, and O'Connell not giving up. The early leader having to go out into lane 2 to get around the shoulder of Helene and Burkhart. So Josiah Lowe leading with 200 to run. The early leader O'Connell boxing on behind. Then comes Beecroft, and Harry Helene just starting to fade a little bit for run crew. Beecroft fancying himself here, goes up to the outside, round the shoulder of O'Connell, and now throws down the challenge to Lowe as well. 100 metres to run, and Beecroft hits the lead now for the Hills District. Skips out to a lead of a few metres. Harry Helene for run crew, not giving up either, but Beecroft going to be too good for them in the under-17s. Wins the state 1,500 metre title. 4:02, Helene second. Lowe was brave up the back straight, but faded into the bronze medal. And the early leader O'Connell will have to settle for 4th place as the rest of the field comes in. But a fine race there in the under-17s.
Oh, Beecroft, how good is that? The 3K15 double for Hills Districts. There are some big names in that field. Josiah Lowe, Harry Helene, Josh O'Connell, but he's done it again. The 3K and the fatigue that he would have had with that almighty kick to get over Julian Wiley has proved no match for the desire for the double gold. Fantastic from Isaac Beecroft. Josiah Lowe ends up with a pair of bronze medals around his neck. A great run by him. And Harry Helene, he kicked well to get himself into that silver position, but just couldn't get over the top of Isaac. Confirmation of the winning time there, 4:02.43 for Isaac Beecroft to do the distance double. Harry Helene 4:03.15 and Josiah Lowe 4:03.56. O'Connell very unlucky to miss the podium there after doing all the work, 4:03.96. As we have a look at the replay, and he doesn't look like he's just run a 3K and 850.
At some point or another, all 4 of them looked a chance to win that race in the last 400. O'Connell looked to get swallowed up at the bell, but then came back down the back straight. Harry Helene ranged up into the straight, and with 300 to go, you thought Josiah Lowe looked the best of them. Just a sign of the depth that exists in the junior ranks, especially on the boys' side, as we've seen all through the Milers series this year. So, ready for the second section now of the time finals. Expect this to generally be a little bit slower with the way the seeding works, but another full field of 10 here. Isaac Siebert for Ryde, Oliver Baxter for Nowra, Lachlan Harkness for Camden, Cohen Morgan runs in position number 4 just inside Archie Daly for Randwick Botany, Kai Mitchell for Kembla on his outside, Miles Ashby of Gosford and Jarius Brearley of Sutherland just running inside Lincoln Judge in hip number 9 for Run Crew, and Joseph Jarvis will round out a field of 10 for Mingara on the outside of the track. And it looks like we've got another Randwick Botany addition to the field on the outside, Jimmy. I just don't have that name on our start list.
Yeah, hopefully we'll pick it up from the scoreboard in a moment. But good field of 11 here for the second time final.
There is the start list on screen for those playing along at home. So off they go in the under 17 boys 1500 metres. This is the second of 2 time finals, and you can see Cohen Morgan there of Maitland looking to get to the front of the field, but coming now around his shoulder is Jarius Brearley of Sutherland as they sort themselves out, coming around the first bend and into the straight for the first time. And happy to run wide, that's Lachlan Harkness of Camden sitting on the far outside, and now going to come around all of them and actually go past Jarius Brearley to take up the lead of this race. Cohen Morgan for Maitland, happy to sit one off the rail and just swallows up Brearley back on the inside. And Mingara's Joseph Jarvis sits third back, getting a lovely trail into the race. So a leading pack of 5, and then just a small gap starting to open up to young Archie Daly and Lincoln Judge of Run Crew as they try to box on and run with this leading pack as they run through 67 for the first 400, and this field's still staying relatively well stuck together.
Yeah, Harkness, we saw O'Connell do this in the first time final, just string them along at his own accord at the moment. Colin Morgan of Maitland in the dark blue top right there as well. There's a lead pack of about 16 to form. Lincoln Judge wanting to get back onto that lead pack in the white cap and the black singlet of Run Crew, doing a good job as Morgan now shifts around the shoulder of Harkness into the lead. Harkness is just getting boxed in a little bit here, wants to jump out and find good position. Still early on this one, coming up to 2 laps to go. Just having a look at the Mingara athlete, pretty well placed there. Joseph Jarvis, bit of a move from the Randwick Botany athlete as he gets behind Cohen Morgan. And the other Botany athlete, Archie Daly, just seeing, well, they're in 4th as well. So lead pack still well together. We'll have a time check as well, 65. So the Jets went through about 2:10 here, so 2:18. We're 8 seconds off the pace of the first time final as Morgan continues to lead the round.
So they've strung out a little bit now, and it's Camden's Lachlan Harkness who's looking to try to make a bit of a move down the back straight, but just peaking on that run a little bit as he gets up to the shoulder of Joseph Jarvis. So for the moment, Cohen Morgan of Maitland still leading proceedings as they swing into the straight for the penultimate time. 500 metres to run, and through the 1,000 in about 2:56. So under 3 minute K pace here. A really good tempo for the under 17s. And Cohen Morgan comes down to pick up the bell with about 3:13, 3:14 on the clock.
So Matthew Radford in tow with Cohen Morgan. He's sat on his heels for the last couple of laps, and Radford might be looking to make a bit of a move here. Also going well is Joseph Jarvis as we're coming up to the 1,200 metre mark, 3:31. So 72 followed by 75 there as Radford now trying to get around the shoulder of Cohen Morgan, the Maitland athlete. Jarvis still right there as well. They're just starting to leave Harkness and Daly at this point. So this lead pack of 3 with 180 metres to go. Radford continues to try and make that move. Morgan not opening up the door though. He holds firm on the rail. But Radford, he is trying hard to get past that shoulder. Can't do it at the moment. The sprint for home is on. Watch for Joseph Jarvis of Mingara. Jarvis now goes past Radford, but Cohen Morgan's going to hold them off. 4:19.70. That was a good race to end the second time final. Morgan takes it just in front of fast finishing Joseph Jarvis, and Matt Radford, who featured on the heels of Morgan for most of the race, finishes in third.
Shades of the women's 1,500 on Thursday night. The challenge got thrown down in the straight, but just managed to kick again, didn't he, Morgan? Had something in reserve and managed to hang on to the win. Kai Mitchell here finishing off for Kembla. But a great battle at the front, 3 in it when they hit the turn. Morgan managed to find something here. There was a big run down the outside from Jarvis of Mingara. Picked up the Randwick athlete, and here you thought he was going to run past Morgan, but the ability to dig in of Cohen Morgan on display, and does enough to hang on and take out the second time final. So just getting set now for the under 18 women's event. This will be a straight final, no time finals here. And in position number 1, Hunter Roundtree of Newcastle Runners, I think that is, NRI. I'm still learning these 3-letter acronyms. Charlotte Priest in position number 2. Lucy Francis of Hornsby in position number 3. Haywen Wilson in 4. Olivia Greenlaw of Bankstown in 5. Amelia May of Nowra on her outside. Then comes Amelia Thornwaite, Sydney Athletics Academy, and on her outside Harriet Greentree of Maitland. Kira Bauer for St George runs in position number 9, just inside Bridget Ferris. And in position number 11, Lauren Adams of the Blue Mountains will start inside Annika Ingewersen. So a field of 12. The championship won last year in 4:35 by Lily Winwood of Bankstown, another one of the athletes who lined up in the golden ticket last week. And the New South Wales record, a staggering 4:11 from Susie Walsham, set back in 1990.
So we have all our medal getters from 3K last night. Amelia May won it from Haywen Wilson and Amelia Thornthwaite. So all 3 will do battle once again.
Just pausing for a medal presentation here in the stadium. That's a common story of these junior championships, Jimmy. The athletes backing up for multiple races over the course of the weekend. See it in the sprints very frequently, but plenty of people doubling at the 8 and 15 and the 15 and 3 as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because we've seen the runners who did the 3K last night versus the ones that come in fresh, and usually, as you'd expect, the fresher athletes are looking the goods only in the final lap. So we saw that in the I think the under 16s with Matt McLaughlin and Trinity just taking on some of the guys who'd run the 3K last night. Probably Beecroft's the only one who's really held it together brilliantly, or he's certainly done the best of them who have backed up so far. So we'll see whether May Thornthwaite and Highland Wilson, who shared the medals between them last night, can do the same here. May, from now, will lead them out early on. And Hunter Roundtree of Maitland will sit on her shoulder. There's Greenhalgh of Bankstown. She comes in with fresh legs. And Lucy Francis on the inside for Hills Districts, with Highland Wilson sitting in 5th. The top 5 early stages. So Amelia May should control proceedings in the 3K, very much like Piper Simpson did in the 3K and the 1500 just before. But Roundtree comes in with fresh legs, and we'll see if that pays dividends later on. It's a healthy start in terms of the pace for this one. May will lead them through in about 52 seconds.
So last night's winner takes up proceedings again. Harriet Greentree sitting second on the outside, and then getting a lovely little sit in behind them is Greentree indeed. And then you've got Greenlaw of Bankstown, who's next in the run. Lucy Francis, that is, just sitting one back in the run. So they're going like the arc down the back straight, 2 by 2, as they run up to a third of the way through this race. And Amelia May happy to control proceedings here, set the pace that she wants to dictate. Greentree able and happy to go with her for the time being. And a little gap starting to open up to Lucy Francis and Olivia Greenlaw now. So a leading group of 2 starting to emerge. And Amelia May looking to do the distance double at these junior championships. Comes down and we'll see 2 laps on the boards as we pass through 2 minutes, and a great shot of how she's been able to string out this field. A gap now of about 10 metres or so has opened up to the 3rd place athlete, which is now Amelia Thornwaite of Sydney Athletics Academy. And those athletes starting to promote themselves up the order, but through 800 metres in about 2:27 for Amelia May, who looks to be in a commanding position at the moment, with only the one challenge so far coming from Greentree.
Yeah, so a 75-second lap there for May. She's working hard. You can see it on her face. Greentree, by comparison, looks very, very calm behind her. But May, she's a gritty runner. Mentioned last night from the hills of Nowra. They are strong runners from Browns Mountain area, and she's certainly showing her strength here and her grit to lead this one out again on her terms, and she's actually opening up that gap back to Greentree now. So Amelia May is looking very good. Still a long way to go, but like Piper Simpson and Isaac Beecroft have just done, she is trying to go for her own 3,000, 1,500 double here, which would be some sort of feat. I can't remember the last time we saw so many doubles on day 2 of the Junior Championships. We might see another one right now. Greentree is fighting on hard in that silver medal position, and Thornthwaite, the bronze medalist from last night, is looking good for the bronze medal, with Highwan Wilson trying to take charge behind her. But with 300 metres to go, Amelia May runs a 77, and she is looking good for the win.
It's been a dominant performance out front. It's actually been the rule rather than the exception, has been these front-running performances for the 1500s this afternoon. Looking a little bit further back in the field, Greentree just now sitting in no man's land, and Amelia Thornwaite is the best of the rest, running in the bronze medal position. But Amelia May is demonstrating her dominance over the middle distance events at these championships in the under-18s. This race won last year in 4:35 by Lily Winwood. We're going to be right about that mark, which is a sign of the class of Amelia May. She won the 3,000 last night, and she will come down now to take out the 1,500 metres to do the middle distance double at these championships. Amelia May wins the 1,500 in about 4:37. Just outside the winning time from last year. Greentree bold and brave in the run to hang on second. Thornthwaite third, and Haywan Wilson comes over the line to finish best of the rest in 4th. You can see how much May has managed to string out this field as the rest are coming down the finishing straight now. Big injection of pace in the middle of proceedings, and just the grit and ability to hang on after a fair bit of running over the last 24 hours. But she'll take 2 gold medals home from these championships. Back to Nowra as Hunter Roundtree also comes in to round out this field in the under-18s. As you said, Jimmy, they make them tough down at Willandra and able to use that strength to win the 3K 1500 double.
Yeah, very impressive there from Amelia May. You could see she was hurting 600 metres out from that, but she just held on so well and fought off any attempts from Greentree, Thornthwaite and the rest to take away that double from her. Now onto the under-18 boys. Big field in front of us here. There's 15 in it and an exciting field. Again, looking at some of the athletes backing up from last night's 3K. Got Tug Nolan there from Run Crew. He battled on for silver last night. Phillips, who won, isn't there at the moment, but there's the start list on screen. Joe Hines from Athletics Wollongong, Luca Gillard from Trinity, Oliver Smith, Luke Heinrichsen, Miles Carson, Tom Shannon, Matt Westwood, Haddon Bennett, Tug Nolan. Trying to upgrade that silver to a gold today. Jacob Magna, Isaac Brooks, Jack Muller, Riley Klein, Harrison Baxter and Hugo Morgan. So away they go. A bit of jostling for position there with Tug Nolan, no other, from Run Crew. But it's going to be Brooks, Isaac Brooks that is, from Mossman Athletics, who will lead them out. Then comes Joe Hines from Athletics Wollongong in tow. Nolan, Gillard, well, they're just left momentarily with a very quick first couple of 100 metres. Set up by Isaac Brooks. Very quick, 29 seconds for the first 200.
Yeah, well, they're going through at 340 pace at the moment, so if they keep that up, they'll be breaking some records. I mean, having said that, the New South Wales record is a reasonably handy little 343 from one Ryan Gregson. So a few marks to be an impressive performance to get that. Having said that, I think we might see that record go in the next couple of months based on the run of Cam Myers the other night. But Nicholas Rogers, the winner of this race last year, in a much more realistic 357 for Randwick Botany.
I actually think that record needs updating. Myers has run 340 a couple of times, so that may actually
you're quite
be
right.
correct.
He's already done that, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It's I think the national junior record of Grego at the under 20 is still to be taken down, but if a 355 mile can be replicated, that will be going very shortly. In fact, he probably would have done it the other night within the mile race if there'd been a photo at 15. But in any event, we're focused on the under-18s here at SOPAC. And Isaac Brooks of Mossman, I think that is, comes up and sees 2 laps on the board, still running with Joe Hines.
Yeah, Luca Gillard now just making a bit of a move on the front of that lead pack, and he's swallowing up that gap. You can see him just ranging them in. The Trinity Grammar athlete, he's joined by Miles Carson of Scots College, and that lead pack of 2 is no longer, it's a lead pack of 5 now as they split the 800, 209. So
Luca Gillard, has just managed to cross the bridge, and he's dragged a couple of the boys along for the ride with him. And Jack Muller, I think that is. For
Hines has
Scott.
just led him through on the inside rail. That's an interesting move. And Gillard has welcomed that and now sits in second.
I'd be happy just to get some more help out there. As we've mentioned, the tailwinds down the front straight here for the sprinters all afternoon, probably meaning some headwinds are going on up the back. And Gillard now, who was well and truly off the back of this leading group of 2, now finds himself at the front of the field with 450 to run, and He will break the photo finish beam in front with 400 metres to run as they go through in bang on 3 minutes. So we'll see what they're able to close in. You'd expect it to be outside 4 minutes. And Gillard at the front of the field, and moves now starting to come in behind him, led by Jack Muller.
Miles Carson there from Scots College now sits in second, and Hines is now battling back. The Athletics Wollongong athlete, he's looking to go past Carson again. The grimaces starting to come on the boys' faces with 200 metres to go. Gillard has a little look around. Season opening does Brooks and takes it. So Brooks takes it up to Luke and Gillard, and they're starting to leave Carson and Hines behind them. Luke Brooks fighting back down the back straight. Gillard's got a massive kick on him. Can he use it to his benefit here? 120 to go. Isaac Brooks for Mossman. Could this be an upset? Gillard's starting to fade. Isaac Brooks lifts. This is going to be gold for Mossman Athletics, and a coming out party for Isaac Brooks. A fantastic finish from north of the bridge, just over 4 minutes. He takes the win, 4:01. Gillard gets the silver, Hines the bronze. Carson misses out, unfortunately for him. And Targ Nolan, with some heavy legs, will round out the top 5 for Run Crew. What a finish by Isaac Brooks up the inside with 200 to go.
Punched the air and well deserved. It's a fine performance. Luca Gillard looked to throw down the challenge to them with a lap to go, but he had enough in the tank and managed to bring it home the last 150 or so.
4:01.60, the official winning time for Mossman's Isaac Brooks. Luca Gillard adds another medal to his collection for Trinity Grammar, 4:03.82. And Joe Hines, 4:04.54, held off Miles Carson of Scots College.
Hard to fend them off here. Gillard came at him and made the most of it, but Brooks, with plenty in the tank and a strong run down the straight, doing enough to get himself a state junior championship, just about 4 seconds outside the times run last year, but 4:01, a perfectly respectable time for the under-18s. So we're just going to interrupt these 1500 metre proceedings here. For anyone watching earlier in the afternoon, there was two false start rulings in, I think, the under 15 boys 100 metres, might have been the under 14s. And one of the athletes, thanks, Lucas Schneider, this is, on the start list. So he was one of the 2 athletes, I think he was in lane 4, disqualified for a false start. And this rerun here is the result of a protest. So he'll see if he's able to run a time that is capable of getting him into the final in about an hour's time. And the second athlete who was in that false start decision as well ran under protest a little earlier in the 3rd heat. So this will just interrupt our 1500 metre proceedings for a moment.
Next to the end of the track, ladies and gentlemen, will be an opportunity for Lucas Schneider in the under 16 and 100 metres. For the contest, if successful, he has the opportunity to run 100 metres for a time. We'll hopefully qualify him for the final that will take place later today.
So off here in the rerun, oh pardon me, that's just the practice start, so we'll see if we can pick up one of the jumps while we're just waiting for this rerun. So just in terms of field events going on around the place, we've got this long jump happening, and I think maybe a pole vault at the far end as well. So we'll try and pick up some of these jumps when we can, but a busy track program, as you'll appreciate. And right to go now in this rerun. So away in the rerun, and this to get a spot in the 100 metre final a little bit later on.
She's moving well. Ooh.
Strong run through the line, 11.55. From memory, I think you were going to have to run an 11.5-ish to make that final, so we'll see that a little bit later today. But Schneider there getting his opportunity to earn his way into the final, if he's good enough. But back over to the far side for the women's under 20, 1,500 metres. And a decent field here, which looks like it's actually narrowed down a bit. And Ada Rand, just checking here, is that? Oh no, there it is, it's been updated now, thank you. So Amelia Beringer of Illawong on the inside, Grace Pomeroy of Kembla Joggers, Katia Bjorkman of Sydney Athletics Academy in 3. Ada Rand's been drawn in 4 for St George. The short figure there, Lily Winwood, of course, who we were just talking about as the winner of the under-18 event last year for Bankstown in 5. Natasha Ward, such a strong athlete for Sutherland in 6. And Lillian Miller of Katara South rounds out a small but quite strong field, Jimmy, of 7 on the outside, and obviously less doubling as you get up to the under 20 level. So this field a little bit skinnier, but there's some real talent in this field with Ada Rand, Lily Winwood, Natasha Ward, Beringer.
Yeah, it
names
is.
We know well.
Yeah, Lily Winwood, Bankstown and that on their Kalamazoo squad. She's the defending champion. Raced well here last year, and she'll be looking to retain that title, I think.
Yeah, won the under 18s in 4:35.
So most of these girls actually have 2 cracks at the under 20. So of course, when you turn 18 in the calendar year, you get another crack when you turn 19 the year after. So Natasha Ward and Katia Bjorkman are in their last races as junior athletes as they get going. So it'll be interesting to see the tactics here. Smaller fields, you usually see a slightly more bunched approach. You don't often see the front runners shoot off. They like to run together, and Grace Pomeroy and Ada Rand leading the field in these stages with Winwood just tucking in behind. And yeah, it's not crazy early on, so
yeah, you'd expect a tactical affair here. I think that's a reasonable expectation. Ada Rand been racing well this year, ran a 2:09 for the 800 down in Canberra back in January, and also dropped a 4:47 for the 1,500 at the ACT Championships as well.
This is slow. This is really slow, actually.
Absolutely.
Look at the girls. They are. Lily Winwood looks like she's race walking out there. That is not fast at all.
No, pedestrian, you could throw a blanket over them, as we say a lot at the milers. I think it'll be 60 seconds through the first 300, so sitting on about 80-second pace at the moment. And the fact that Lily Winwood's happy to effectively run out in lane 2 shows you just how slow this is. So it's going to be a tactical affair. We'll see who wants to make the first move and wind it up. But Grace Pomeroy at the moment for Kembla Joggers takes them through in about 83 seconds. That's really not quick at all.
Don't see this too often, to be honest. Not this slow in the junior races. So real tactics here from Grace Pomeroy. Probably suiting her, though, knowing the kicks of Rand and Winwood, knows around her. She'll probably want to make this fairly slow and then a long wind-up rather than let Rand and Winwood get out early.
So it'll certainly suit those more adept at the half mile than the milers, but This is absolutely pedestrian. There's shades of the Rio Olympic 1500 metre men's final at this point.
Hard to believe we're talking about that 7 years later as well. But it's kind of one of those ones that will go down in history, isn't it?
It's a famous race, and Matt Centrowitz will be out here for the Sydney Track Classic. So if you've never seen the Olympic champion in action before, make sure you come out and do so. Absolutely no pace whatsoever has been injected into this blue ribbon 1500 metre middle distance final in the under 20s. 2:27 as they run through 700 metres. They're about 80 seconds or so through the first 400, and in fact it has slowed in the second 400. Great.
Sorry, this is going to suit Rand. I mean, coming off a 2:09, she's definitely in the inform 800 metre run in this field, and they go through 2:49.
Just to put that in context, they've run an 80-second first 400 and a 90-second second 400.
Yeah.
This is, I know it's going to be a tactical affair, but geez, that's very, very slow, and still no sign whatsoever that Pomeroy, Rand or Winwood or anyone else wants to inject pace into this. Is going to make the positioning here so important, and on that, Rand is probably sitting in the box seat, as you mentioned, Jimmy, with that 800 metre speed, but Winwood racing smart as well, making sure that she's got plenty of room on the outside. She's got a clear run up the straight, and we'll see who wants to go. The ones that are going to struggle are those sitting a little bit further back in the bunch there. Look at Natasha Ward, who's really boxed up, and Bjorkman is really pinned in. Now the move's just starting to come. Rand just goes up to the shoulder of Pomeroy. Winwood starting to go with her. Looking for racing room is Natasha Ward, and Bjorkman's managed to get off the rail and out one wide. Here we go. 350 through the bell. Rand at the front of the field. Winwood second, and Bjorkman up onto the shoulder third. Natasha Ward going with them, and the early leader Pomeroy goes as well. So a pack of five as they come up to 300 metres to run. 4:04 as they run through the 1200. Ada Rand at the front of the field has a gap of a couple of metres on Bjorkman. Now Pomeroy trying to get down the outside. Winwood's off the bit, and Natasha Ward boxing on as well. But Ada Rand, you called it at the 2 laps to go, Jimmy, with that 800 metre form, is off the front of the field in a tactical affair, and Bjorkman sitting in behind her.
Oh, there's no chance of getting her now, surely. Ada Rand, this is flying at the moment. Pomeroy is making a real go of it for that silver medal with Bjorkman, but there's just no chasing down this St. George superstar. We've seen this a lot from Ada Rand. She's done enough. Pomeroy is just passing the shoulder of Bjorkman. Bjorkman is trying so hard to stay in second, but she's going to sell for bronze. Ada Rand splits a 31 last 200 to take the title. Quite extraordinary. Grace Pomeroy gets silver. Bjorkman, exhausted, but gets away with a bronze medal. Natasha Ward and Lily Winwood, that's a surprise, miss out on the podium. Ada Rand, she set it up beautifully, and Pomeroy did well to get herself the silver medal after, really, they were the two who controlled the race, and they finished 1-2 in the end.
Well, I just hope some athletes learn some lessons from that race as well. And it was the same story in Rio when we were talking about the men's 1500 final. You just cannot allow athletes who are that much better than you over 800 metres to be gifted the front of the field with 400 to go after you've effectively walked for 3 laps. You're just never going to beat them. And, you know, you look how far Lily Winwood's fallen off the back there over the last 400 after winning this championship last year. And there's a few athletes there that I think will take some lessons out of that. Tactical racing is fine, but you can't give the best kick in the field a free run and expect to be able to run over the top of her. But let's see what the boys do. I hope this has been split into 2 time finals, and it has. Excellent. So the first here, in position number 1, William Dybel for Nowra. Kane Shields in 2. Caleb Ranciarca in position number 3, and on his outside, Braden Everett. Isaac Shaw goes in position 5 for Bankstown. Nicholas Rogers and Jonathan Meeker, both of Randwick Botany, next on the start list. Logan Campbell, Sydney Athletics Academy. George Perkins, another Randwick Botany athlete, just running inside Cameron Burnett, who wears number 10 for Run Crew. Hamish Hart for Randwick Botany runs inside Caleb Betterson for Armidale. Ryan Frickberg of Sydney Athletics Academy in 13, and Adam Brunch rounds out a big field of 14 for Ride. This should be a cracker, Jimmy.
Oh, yeah. Nick Rogers, the defending champion, he also won the New South Wales All Schools 8:15 double. He is certainly one of the picks in this race. Hamish Hart, the 3K champion, he backs up for the 1,500 metres today. He was superb with Max Russell, his teammate, on his heels the whole way. This is going to be a fun race. There are two-time finals, but very likely Mills to be decided this one.
I knew there was a record of Ryan Gregson's that hadn't gone yet, and it is the ludicrously fast 3:37.24 set as a junior back in 2009 when he was still running for Kembla Joggers. Dan Kelly won the race last year in 3:46, which is a perfectly respectable time for Run Crew. So off they go now in one of the other blue ribbon events of New South Wales distance running here. And the under-20 boys are off and running. A quick start from Jonathan Meeker of Randwick Botany, and he'll find himself at the front of the field, just in front of his clubmate, Nick Rogers. So Randwick 1-2, and just at the minute, it looks like it's going to follow the same run of proceedings as the women's race, but a move around the outside from Cameron Burnett of Run Crew. Perhaps doesn't want to see the same style of race unfold as we just saw, and also from Armidale, Caleb Bettison getting up onto his back. So things moving along a little bit quicker than in the women's edition. And a little bit of shoulder rubbing there from Bettison and Meeker as the boys work their way around up to the 400 metres. A little clip back in the field there for Isaac Shaw of Bankstown, but they're sorting themselves out now as they string out a little bit, and about 63 through the first 400 as they find themselves some racing room.
Yeah, Burnett controlling proceedings here, but you can see the train of blue and gold behind him. We've got Rogers, Meeker, and also George Perkins in there, as well as Hamish Hart. So there's plenty of Randwick Botany teammates to help each other out here at the front of the field. Kane Shields, he comes in with fresh legs for Balmain next to Caleb Bettison, who's also fresh. So there's a few storylines playing out here, but Cameron Burnett of Run Crew and another cap in the field is doing things pretty well with Nick Rogers just behind him. There's now that little move from Hamish Hart. Look how comfortable Hart looks, supremely confident after that win last night, gun to tape, and he's looking to do yet another double. Could we see another 3:15 double here this afternoon?
He just ranged up on the outside, didn't he? Just glided down the front straight, and now finds himself at the front of the field, and he just towed a couple along with him as well. Isaac Shaw for Bankstown, as well as Kane Shields for Balmain, both just coming along for the ride. But the Randwick pair at the front of the field now, Hamish Hart, as they go through 63-66. So it's a reasonable pace at the front of the field. Not crazy quick, but certainly a more respectable tempo than the women's edition. And Hamish Hart now just starting to extend them out. Cream rising to the top here with Nick Rogers sitting in second and Kane Shields in third. Randwick find themselves with Meeker and having three of the first four in this race, and then Isaac Shaw for Bankstown just starting to range up on the outside, but a leading group of three emerging now with Hart, Rogers and Shields as they pick up the bell in about 2:56.
So Hart is leading the way. He'll be disappointed to not get himself ready for that World Cross Trial, but he's making amends for it here in the New South Wales Junior Championships. Nick Rogers, reigning New South Wales All Schools champion. He is a class act and now moves past the shoulder of Hart. Does Hart have enough energy to go with him here? Not at the moment. Kane Shields is just trying to stay with these two. They're just starting to break open the gap to the Balmain athlete. So Nick Rogers, with 200 metres to go, is going for home. Hamish Hart can't go with this kick at the moment, and Rogers is looking supreme as he has 150 to go. Hart is trying, but that gap is growing. Shields is starting to come back in it, maybe sensing the tired legs of Hart. Braden Everett of Newcastle Flyers trying to get himself back into it, but Nick Rogers is doing this easily. Braden Everett from the clouds to Newcastle runners, picks up Shields, might pick up Hart. Braden Everett is going to What? I don't know what just happened there. What just happened? Braden Everett checked Hamish Hart over for a silver medal. I've never seen that before.
It looked like I think Ray Chamberlain would have paid it push in the back.
That was unbelievable. I've never seen that. He was absolutely going to win the silver, and he almost said, mate, you've done a lot of work over the last couple of days. You take that, and I'll take the bronze. That was extraordinary.
I had to have a second look because that's exactly what I thought happened. And then that can't possibly be right. So have a look at the replay. You can see in the white singlet on the outside.
This is flying at this point.
And then what I couldn't work out is he was looking behind himself rather than trying to mow them down in front, because he had Hamish Hart dead for all rights. So Rogers, brilliant win to take out the title. And then, I'd love to have a side-on shot of this. We're going to have Rogers right in the way, but the boys they're laughing over the line, aren't they? He's let him have that, hasn't he?
I'm sure he has. That is extraordinary. But I tell you what, if that isn't respect, I'm not sure what is. Goodness me. Oh, I wish we had some post-race interviews for juniors. That would be a very, very entertaining one. But, yeah, Hamish Hart, he's probably the happiest man in that race, getting a silver medal. Confirmation of those times, 3:55.33 for Rogers, 3:57.68 for Hamish Hart, assisted by Braden Everett, 3:57.73. Extraordinary in the under-20 men's 1500. Never fails to disappoint.
No, two fascinating races, weren't they? Very different. The women's, I think, frankly, some immature, I use that term respectfully, racing from some of the athletes in that field. That just a lack of racing and tactical experience there to allow Ada Rand to just kick away at 400 to go. You just can't do that and expect to be able to win races like that. But they'll learn. It happens at top international level. No reason it shouldn't happen at junior level as well. But the men's race, a different story. Second here of two-time finals in the under-20 men's. Brody Elborn on the inside of Ethan Roberts, Joel Offord, Aston Hanna, Xavier Gonzalez, Orlando Ferreira, Thomas Hills, Logan Birkinshaw, Owen Randy, Maximilian Bucamp, Alex Dent, William Browning and Brendan Felice as they get underway in this second-time final. And Joel Offord of Kembla, Ethan Roberts of Sydney University hit the front of the field. Ashton Hanna of Ryde also up there and now actually brings himself up to the lead of the race. Brendan Felice of Illawong also happy to run slightly wide and pick up the first trailing position there. And this race starting to string out a fair bit more than the first time final. A little push in the back there. And Joel Offord getting into the back of Ethan Roberts, just getting themselves some racing room as they jostle and sort themselves out. First lap here won't be much slower than the first time final. But as is often the case in these second time finals, things starting to string out a little bit more. So Hanna at the front goes through in 65, just ahead of the All Whites of Sydney University and Ethan Roberts, and Kembla's Joel Offord sitting third in the run and once again making like the arc down the back straight.
Yeah, Max Boonkamp there, Hornsby Districts, just boxed in momentarily. Actually just wants to shift himself out from that position, noticing the positional danger he might be in. Brady Elborn also on the rail there with Brendan Felice of Illawong, just keeping them boxed in at the moment. This possibly a little breakaway group of three now with Ashton Hanna leading proceedings. Offord wanting to get on with it in the shades. And Ethan Roberts as well. Max Boomkamp just trying to make sure he gets himself into a better position than where he was 200 metres ago. He slots into fourth now, closes up that possible breakaway group, and so still 8 in it with a little gap back to Logan Birkinshaw of Kringle Wagga and Alex Dent of Run Crew, but they're actually trying to tack themselves back on as well. So 10 really still in it. 800 metres into this one. They opened up with a 65 and they've now run a 70 for the second lap with Ethan Roberts just jumping out and again wanting to get through with it. Oh, here we go, West Track and Field. athlete.
William Browning, I think.
Yeah, Browning just popping out there as well. So plenty of moves and loads of them still in contention. Exciting race so far.
Absolutely. Sorting themselves out with 600 to run. And also Boom Camp just putting himself into a position of greater prominence. Thomas Hills of the Hills District also sitting in there about 5th in the run now. And a little trip there, Ashton Hanna, but they've all stayed vertical. And coming down to the bell now is Ethan Robertson, Joel Offord, who just ranges up on the outside in the shades. And we'll pick up the bell in about 3:07. Boone Camp there, still prominent with Roberts. And we talked about the move from Browning on the outside for West, who now surges around the shoulder of Boom Camp and goes up and throws down the challenge to Offord. And with 300 metres to run, it's been a big move from William Browning down the back straight, and he's opening them up. 10 metres, 15 metres now lead as he heads down to the 200, and nobody seems able to throw a response to this. Boom Camp ranging up onto the shoulder of Roberts for second, but he's absolutely blown them apart, William Browning, in this second time final in the under-20 1500. Not home yet. Ethan Roberts, the most likely of the challengers for Sydney University, and Joel Offord for Kembla running third. But Browning looks to have it in the bag here as far as this second time final is concerned, and has enough. Good race going on for third between Boom Camp and Offord. No one's going to get Roberts for second, but Browning, too good for them in the second time final. Roberts does hold on for second, and Boom Camp got the better of Offord for the third over the line position in that second time final.
Good run by Browning. I think it was about 63 last lap there, so big kick down to take that second time final. The medals will be decided in that first time final, the race before, with all the boys well under the 4-minute mark. But some good racing there in the second time final. 4:11.02 for William Browning, 4:11.18 for Ethan Roberts, and Max Boomcamp 4:12.60 are your top three for the second timed final. And Xavier Gonzalez just finishing off here. 4:53 for the Balmain athlete. And the other Randwick Botany athletes, this is Orlando Ferreira of Randwick Botany just finishing off and took over 5:12.
So we just got an opportunity here between the track program as they move over to the 100 metres to have a look at this shot put. One of the Sutherland athletes in the circle here. And all clear. So in terms of the timetable for the rest of today, we've got the 100 metre finals now on the track. The 13s through to the 16s. And then we'll round out proceedings with some 400 metre finals, 17s to the 20s. One of the Campbelltown athletes now into the circle in the shot. A nice throw there, out past 14 to 15 metres. Gosford singlet. A throw out around the 11 metre mark. And the white flag, all clear. Also some medal presentations going on in the stadium. Bit of a lull in the field proceedings as well. I think we've still got a long jump, triple jump, pardon me, happening down the front. But we'll just focus on this shot put for the time being. One of the West's athletes coming in. throw just short of 10 metres, you'd fancy. Now one of the Hornsby athletes into the circle. Nice throw out about 9. Youngsters out around the 8 metre mark. And one of the Bankstown athletes with a good throw out, getting very close to 10 metres. Girraween now. Maybe not Girraween actually. Apologies. Back out well beyond 10 and even 11 metres. Plenty of white flags down at the shot. And Illawong back into the circle as well. So just about right now for a start in the first of our 100 metres, the under 13s. Cleanly away, first time of asking on the inside of the track. Sophie Hawson of Sutherland very quickly away, but from Campbelltown, Davine Chukwudi is absolutely flying in the centre of the track, and Chukwudi going to be absolutely too good for them here and takes it out just ahead of Mia Wood of Sutherland. 12.81 unofficial. We see the results coming through on the big screen. Confirmation of Shawudi's win ahead of Wood. And Sophie Howson coming home for third for Sutherland. You could see Chukwudi a little bit sluggish away, but once they got through that dry phase, really powering home.
Yeah, it was comprehensive, wasn't it? Chukwudi of Campbelltown, very impressive indeed. And 12.80 is a great time, plus 1.9. How good's that for the sprinters at the moment? Beautiful conditions. On to the under 13 boys next. Don't think we had qualifiers through to these races, so these are just straight finals. In lane number 3, Cristiano Xenopalis, Irene McBotney, Aaron Finity of Campbelltown in 4. Callum Gilchrist of Barker in 5. Cortez Monzon of Campbelltown in 6. Sebastian Duddle of Hornsby Districts in 7. Bo Wielden of Dubbo in 8. Michael Melfi, Athletics Wollongong in 9. And James Miken of UTS Norths in 10.
So just some medal presentations here in the stadium. So these are done, we'll be right to get underway with this final. Some final adjustments to the blocks. Just being introduced to the crowd, and we won't be too far away from a start. So they've all been introduced, and just about right for a start now in the under-13 boys men's 100 metre final.
So away cleanly, very good start on the middle from Cortez Monson, and now breaking free is Anderson Finity. So it's Finity, but streaking down Michael Melfi. Michael Melfi of Wollongong, 12.33 in front of Finity. I think dipping on the line was Sebastian Duddle of Hornsby Districts. But how about the Athletics Wollongong athlete? Laid on in that race. Really coming through the field well. Plus 2.4, so just over the legal limit there for the wind recording. But Michael Melfi, very impressive from Athletics Wollongong. Wins by almost half a second in the 100 metres, 12.32 to Aaron Finity's 12.81, and Sebastian Duddle just behind in 12.83. It was pretty close at this point. Then about 50 metres, he got a real move on, did Melfi.
Sprint conditions holding up nicely, aren't they? Some lovely tailwinds all afternoon here at SOPAC. So getting set now for the next of our hundreds. This will be the women's under 14 100 metre event. Tilda Harrison won this race last year in 12.82. We saw some very quick qualifying earlier this afternoon. Ruby Kerr will go in lane number 1. Ruby Crangham for Westfields in lane number 2. Mackenzie Preston Poole will go for Easts in lane number 3. Talia Tabone of Camden in 4. On her outside, Angelica Batty of Campbelltown. Taylor Bryant runs in lane number 6. Sophie Dimitrov, one of the fastest qualifiers for Randwick Botany, in 7. Ruth Evajika of Campbelltown in 8. Amelia Bond of UTS Norths in 9. And Caitlin Proberts of the Blue Mountains in 10. Just being introduced to the field and the stadium here. So looking at these seed times coming in, 12.59. The quickest qualifier this afternoon was Sophie Dimitrov, who draws 7. And she was slightly quicker than Taylor Bryant in 6. Just about set now for the final of the under 14 women's 100 metres. Dimitrov away quickly for Randwick Botany, so was Batty on the inside for Campbelltown. A few of them in it now as they come into the straight. Tabone going well on the inside for Camden. 4 or 5 in it as they hit the line, and it's Camden. Talia Tabone, too good for them. 12:58 unofficial. A brilliant 100-metre final there. 4 or 5 of them in it as they ran through 60 and 70 metres. But Talia Tabone of Camden moved away from them in the last 20 metres or so. As we have a look at the replay, very evenly away. Probably Batty the best of them in the centre of the track. Dimitrov, the fastest qualifier, was going strongly, as was Avashika on the outside. But here, Talia Tabone starts to surge away and take out a well-fought 100-metre final. 5 of them in it with 30 to run. Dimitrov ranged up. So did Efashika. But Talia Tabone for Camden on the inside of the track. Too good for them. And she'll take out the under 14 100-metre final. In a well-fought contest. They made her earn it, but did enough.
What a race.
Best of the day so far in the hundreds.
Oh, absolutely.
No question.
Yeah, well, it was the under 14 girls, putting on the best show so far. Wouldn't have called that coming into the day, but well done to that field. That was a superb race. And coming up now, well, there's a man in lane 4 who has run half a second quicker than Jack Proudfoot ran to win this event. His name's Jaden Todorowski, and this guy is some sort of talent. 11.85 to get through to the final. There are no under 14 New South Wales records. They started under 16, as I know Matt is exactly the same thought was going through my head. But this guy's fantastic. We'll go through the full field. Harry Wigham of Cherrybrook will go in 1. Timothy Stanton-Clark of Trinity Grammar in 2. Noah Pitter of Campbelltown in 3. Then comes Todorowski, the national champion, in 4. Kulan Parry of Mingara in 5. Ollie Zavoni of Coffs Harbour in 6. Owen Trin of Ryde in 7. Alexander Bissell of Randwick Botany in 8. Reece Lark of Blue Mountains in 9. And Jet here of Hills Districts in 10.
So I'll just get introduced to the stadium once again. If it's anything like the women's edition, there's to be some race. As you mentioned, Jimmy, you look at the start list and there is a clear number 1 seed here who's just being introduced now, Jaden Todorowski for Westfields in the yellow singlet. See if anyone's able to challenge him in this under 14 men's race. But he was certainly the standout in the qualification rounds. Set to go now in the under 14 boys 100-metre final.
Away cleanly. Todorowski gets off to a great start. Noah Pitter trying to go with him as well. But look at Todorowski range out. It's only him versus the clock. This guy's turning 13 this year. What's he going to run? 11.76. Goodness gracious me. 11.76 with a plus 1.5 legal wind. The guy's turning 13. Look at him. What a talent he is. Oh, I hope he stays in the sport. That is fantastic. Having a look for the minor medals, Pitter was going well, Kulan Parry as well, but there was only one man who you could really see. Kulan Parry does get the silver for Mingara. He was 0.6 of a second behind Todorowski.
He was quickest away, clearly quickest away. Just on his inside, Pitter was the second best, but here it is, 40 metres in, and all money was over. It was all about the minors.
Well, it's unbelievable, isn't it? You don't really see that sort of gap. I know we're in the younger age group, but that is ginormous.
Kulan Parry here, I don't think, just had to surge into second position and just get it over Owen Trin of ride who'll take out the bronze medal, but Todorowski was interested in the clock too, ran strongly through the line. 11.76. There might not be official records at the under 14s, but I fancy that would have been up there with the quickest we've seen. They obviously mature so much. Josh Clark, the under 16 record holder. But getting ready now for the under 15 event. Madeline Gifford will go in 1 for Balmain. Kira Carlson in 2. Molly Raymond of Sutherland in 3. Andy Bauer of Illawong in 4. Hannah Shortland for Campbelltown runs inside Matilda Harrison of UTS North's. Maya Tabor of Randwick Botany in 7. Elise Deep in 8 for Bankstown. Ellie Enland, Sydney Athletics Academy, on the inside of Arabella Lewis of Hills District, who rounds out a full field of 10 in this under 15 final. Looking at the seed times, 12.14. The quickest qualifier was Maya Tabor, who will run in lane number 7 for Randwick Botany.
Yeah, Tabor, she is an enigma. I saw one result from her, and it was a 12.14 at 14 years old. So watch for her, new kid on the block.
Cleanly away, very quickly out on the inside was Raymond for Sutherland. Also Shortland going well, but Tabor now coming into a running for Randwick, and Tabor pulls away from them, puts this field to the sword. Harrison in behind her, and Shortland for the bronze medal. But 12.05, unofficial, goes over half a second faster than Ava Ross did to win the title last year for Katara South. But Maya Tabor, in a sign of things to come, 12.14 in the heat and 12.05 to take out the title. Wasn't necessarily the quickest away when you watch the replay. Over on the inside of the track, Indy Bauer got out very quickly for Illawong. So did Shortland, but Tabor in the middle stages of the race surged away. And the minors started to emerge as well, with Hannah Shortland for Campbelltown on her inside. And also UTS North's Matilda Harrison. Harrison gets second ahead of Shortland, who'll have to settle for bronze, but Tabor too good for them in the under-15s.
Jeez, these times though, 12.05 for girls turning 14 this year, 11.76 for... these are children. It's 13 and 14 years old. These times are just incredible. So, amazing, amazing talent at the moment. New South Wales Junior Rakes. Expect a few medals at Nationals in a few weeks from some of those names. That is exciting stuff. Moving on to the under 15 gents now.
So lane number 1, Zane Edwards for Raymond Terrace. Gabrielle Lombardi in 2 for Sutherland. Tabisa Dante Madzinga for Mingara in 3. Alex Sperato for Bankstown in 4. Thomas Aaron on his outside. Inside Jack Proudford. Lachlan Bynes of UTS Norths in lane number 7. Cameron Badger of Sutherland in 8. Thomas Cashin in 9. And Cohen Best for Westfields, rounds out the field in lane number 10. Looking at the seed times coming in, Lachlan Bynes was the quickest in the heats with an 11.55, 11.68. Next for Jack Proudford, and Alex Sperato, the third quickest qualifier, in 11.76.
Proudford, the defending champion here for Hills Districts in 6. Second quickest qualifier through Lachlan Burns on his outside for Norths. Quickest through to the final.
They'll all have to run quicker than the heats if they want to knock off the time from last year. That was 11.48, run by Max Marshall of Nowra to win the championship. But the favourable sprinting conditions are holding up. 0.2 on that last race, and it's been tailwinds all afternoon, with maybe one or two exceptions. But ideal sprinting conditions here. The track will just be cooling a bit now as you see the shade coming across. But a good afternoon to be a sprinter at Sopak, no doubt about that.
Control copy and paste this first in track classic, please.
So right to go now for a start in the under 15 men's 100 metre final.
Away cleanly. Oh, Proudfoot gets a great start. Spadaro gets a good start as well for Bankstown. Now comes Lachlan Burns. Burns passes Proudfoot's shoulder. Burns is looking the winner here. He's going to take it for UTS North. Proudfoot the silver. Great start for Alex Spadaro. Bankstown nets him the bronze. 11:44. So we do dip under that time of Max Marshall's last year. And 11:43 for Lachlan Burns. Plus 1.7. The perfect conditions continue for the sprinters. Look at that start from Proudfoot. I thought the first 30 might have done him enough, but here comes Byrne on the outside, Lachlan Burns of UTS North, and held off the challenge from Proudfoot well. Also coming into it late was Cameron Badger of Sutherland. Just didn't do quite enough as he looks over and sees Spadaro outdip him for that bronze medal. But well done to Lachlan Burns. Very, very smart run. 11:43, the official winning time for him. Proudfoot, 11:58. And Alex Spadaro, 11:71 for bronze.
Fine racing. Once again, not necessarily the quickest away, but a nice surge in the middle of the race there. And they're running quick. It's a good afternoon to be a sprinter here at Sopak. Next up on the track is the women's under 16s. This will be the two main event 100 metre races for this afternoon, having done the 20s earlier this morning. So we've got the women's and the men's under 16s. In lane number 1, Bronte Lacane. In 2, Amelia Stevenson. In 3 goes Mariam Hussain of Bankstown, Ava Ross for Katara South in 4. Then comes the Sutherland pair of Neve Jenkins and Tammin Lampret. And Demi Kapidis goes in lane number 7. Sienna Kaperik for Manly Warringah in 8. Blanca Pavella for Wes in 9. And Virginia Cole rounds out the field of 10 for the under 16 women's 100 metre final. Debbie Wells in what has to be one of the oldest New South Wales records, ran an 11:30 back in 1976 as a 15-year-old. Which is simply beyond belief when you take into account that it's only 0.2 of a second outside the Australian Open record. And I don't imagine that's going to be in any danger. But Holly Ree won the race last year in 12:17. Set to go in the women's under 16 100 metre final.
Finals action in the under 16 at the women's 100 metres. Your field, Bronte Lacane.
So just being introduced to the crowd now. Look at the seed times from earlier this afternoon as they came through the rounds. 12:45 down for a couple of them in Ava Ross and Tammin Lampret. They'll run in 4 and 6, and they'll be separated by Neve Jenkins, who ran 12:55 to progress to this final. So the talent in the centre of the track, at least as it pertains to the heat times. Ross, Jenkins and Lampret. Set to go now in the under 16 women's 100. Ross out very quickly on the inside of the track. Lampret going well as well. Ross and Lampret, the two as they come through halfway. Ross hanging on at the moment. Lampret surges late and Lampret takes the title for Sutherland. Ross home for second for Katara South, and Neve Jenkins will pick up the minor for Sutherland, giving them 2 on the podium. Ross was quicker away, but Lamprecht surged in the middle of the race to come home and take the win. 12:17 unofficial. Same time to win the championship as we had last year. But Ross was strong through the middle of the race, and it was really the last 30 where Lamprecht managed to surge. But when she did, Jimmy absolutely gapped them and had 5 metres on them by the time they hit the tape.
Well, 3 gold medals in 2 days is not a bad return, is it? Does the sprint hurdles, the 200-metre hurdles, and now she's just run a massive PB of 12:15 with a plus 1.4 behind her. 3 gold medals for Tammin Lamprecht, and I don't think she's done yet at these junior championships. A wonderful athlete, and part of that duo with Jacinta Lamprecht, who we've seen perform so well so far these championships as well. My goodness, there is a little bit of talent coming out of that Sylvania International Waters Athletics track, as Nathan Breen would like to say. Ava Ross, the defending champion, just not quite quick enough on the day. She settles for silver in 12:42. And Neve Jenkins picks up another medal for Sutherland. I think she picked up the silver in the sprint hurdles. She gets bronze here with 12:47. A good outing again for Lamprecht and Jenkins. So moving on here to the under-16 boys. It looks like we might have a scratching potentially. We'll just have to double check that as we get the start list up.
So Connor Bennett goes in 1 for Orange. Taylor Weisel in 2 for Campbelltown. Ethan Hadfield in 3 for Nepean. Josh Smith next on the start list, just running inside Olivia Facer, another Campbelltown athlete. Max Marshall looks like he might be the athlete missing for Nowra in lane 6. While Albino, very good in the heat, goes in 7. Xavier Perry for Nepean in 8. Cooper Wilson for Tamworth in 8. Andreas Hampel for Norths in 10. Lucas Schneider in 11. And Yaya Ali for Ryde in 12. And this such a big field because of the 2 protests coming through the heats, and both of those athletes doing enough to get themselves a run in the final. And so I'm looking there, we do have 12. So we're missing Max Marshall of Nowra, but otherwise we're going to have 11 athletes roll up in this under-16 boys final. Josh Clark is the state record holder with 10.72, and Dylan Hall for Knox won the race last year in 10.81. The seed times coming through the heats much, much slower than that, all down in the 11.1s and the 11.2s. But you had to be running, 11.70, the slowest qualifier into this field. See if anyone can get under the 11.7 mark here. Set to go for a start now in the under-16 men's 100-metre final with a big field.
Just told to stand up momentarily there. Don't know exactly what the problem is. If there is any problem, usually it's something to do with the Stars speakers. So set for the under-16 men's 100 final. Wakeley, oh, Xavier Perry got a good start. So did Oliver Facer. Oliver Facer's just got on the step. Wall Albino's trying to come back at him, but Oliver Facer's looking the goods. This is going to be a big victory for Campbelltown. Perry gets the silver. Wall Albino the bronze. Oliver Facer does the sprint hurdles and 100-metre flat double. What an outing for Oliver Facer. Got a fantastic start. Xavier Perry got a brilliant start as well. Just left Wall Albino out of the blocks. Also Andreas Hampel on the outside got a great start. But here comes Oliver Facer right in the middle. Lane 5 he is. And he is streaking away from 60 metres onwards. Perry and Albino fighting it out for that silver. That battle between those two rages on. And it was actually Yaya Ali right on the outside in lane 12 who I've dipped on the line for fourth, but no doubt about the winner. 11.18 for Oliver Facer. A slight headwind that time, minus 0.8 meters a second. Sav Perry, 11.26 gets the silver, and Wal Albino, 11.32 for the bronze.
Some fine running. Big field in that 100 final for the under 16 boys. A little gap now in the program to the 400, so we might just take a quick break here in commentary. We'll be back with you for the next of our races on the track to round out the Saturday program here. We'll have the women's and men's 400 metre finals from the under 17s to the under 20s. And this shot put competition just wrapping up as well, but we'll leave you with that for the time being and be back shortly. In fact, yes, we will go over to the far side of the track for the second shot put.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our last 6 finals of the day will be the under 17, under 18 and under 20 400 metres for both girls and boys. And the under 17 women's 400 metre final will kick things off. The winner of this event was Ella Penman last year, 55.79. I think she'll be featuring in the under 18s, but very good field in front of us here. We do have an athlete missing. I think that might be Shannery Royal. We'll run through the start list now. Elizabeth Suto of Sutherland in 1. Rani Sharma of Cherrybrook in 2. Her teammate from Cherrybrook, Caitlin Brennan, in 3. Phoebe Doran goes for Katara South in 4. And then there is a vacant lane 5. Shari Herdman, the New South Wales All Schools champion. She goes in 6 for Macquarie Hunter. Samara Bond for UTS Norths in 7. Emily Hugo of Katoomba Districts in 8. And Lana Pike of Timor in 9. So away we go. Shari Herman, a sensational talent, probably goes in favourite for this field. She was the quickest qualifier, but Phoebe Doran was right with her in the heats as well. Going out quickly, Emily Hugo and also Samara Bond, a very talented athlete for UTS North in the red top. She's just making up the stagger on Hugo on her outside, but Shari Herman is looking supreme down that back straight. Phoebe Doran comes into picture as well for Katara South. So it's Shari Herman and Phoebe Doran as they get into the last 150. There's a good battle between those two. Samara Bond is trying hard. She's picking up with Doran on her inside, but here is where Shari Herman starts to stride away. Very, very impressive athlete indeed. Doran and Bond are in a mighty battle for that silver medal. Watch the clock, 55.08 for Shari Herman. Bond just hangs on for silver, with Phoebe Doran getting the bronze. But Shari Herdman, 55.07 officially. That is astonishing. She does it again. I think she went just under 55 to take the New South Wales All Schools title. That was really her first legitimate 400 metre run. So she's only just come into the full lap distance, and watch out for her come Nationals in mid-April. That is really, really impressive. Yeah, 54.96 she ran for New South Wales All Schools. That is her PB, so just a 10th outside that. But such a talent. Samara Bond, very good for the silver, 57.18. Just held off Phoebe Doran of Katara South. But Shari, she is one of those young stars, and it's great to have one over the 1 lap distance as well. We've seen so many over the 100 flat and the sprint hurdles so far in these junior championships, and there, Shari Herdman only really getting into the sport in the last 12 months. So very raw talent. Now I'm sure we're going to see much more of her, hopefully many years to come. On to the gents next, the under 17 boys. And we have a full field of 9 complemented here. Maximus Konstantinov of Nepean goes in 1. William Buckley of the King's School in 2. Amal Frankrest Albert Stepp of West Track and Field in 3. Then comes Daniel Williams, the Australian 1500 metre record holder, going down to the 400. What can the Byron Bay distance runner do over the 1 lap? He goes in the middle of the field. Then Sebastian Miani of Illawong in 5. Parker Bowman of Hills Districts in 6. Max McInerney of Dubbo in 7. Amir Saidi of Campbelltown in 8. And Cooper Jones of Mingara in 9. So McInerney the quickest through to the final for Dubbo. And Daniel Williams, well, he ran a 51.5 second lap to open up his 800 metres at the All Schools. I remember that well. He's run that time pretty much to make it through to the final here. Fascinating matchup here for the under 17 gents. So away we go. The under-17 men's 400-metre final. Konstantinov, Buckley, Stepp, Williams, Miani, Bowman, McInerney, Sadie and Jones. So that's Amir Sadie in the middle of the screen for Campbelltown, off to a good start. McInerney, the quickest qualifier into the final, is trying to go with Sadie on his outside. Also coming into it now, Sebastian Miani of Illawong Athletics, just passing Parker Bowman's shoulder there for Hills Districts. Where is Daniel Williams? He's about to come into the picture shortly. It's currently the Illawong athlete, Sebastian Miani, who's got the step. Williams is just behind him at the moment. Expect him to come late. So McInerney and Miani at the moment. McInerney's starting to come over the top of Miani. It's the Dubbo athlete from the Central West who will take it out in sub 50, 49.25 for Max McInerney. Miani will be under 50 seconds as well. And Williams, the distance runner stepping down, will take out the bronze. So impressive there from the Dubbo athlete. 51.5 to make it through the final, but he goes under Lachlan Herbert's winning time last year of Knox Grammar. He ran 49.83 to take the title. 49.24 Max McInerney. Sebastian Miani, 49.62 for Illawong. And Daniel Williams, pretty good going for a distance runner, 50.66 to get bronze there, as he tries his hand at the one lap distance, as Matt Whitbread joins me back in the commentary.
Thanks, mate. So up to the women's under 18. In one, just making sure we've got her there, and we do. Marley McKenzie. In two will be Hunter Roundtree. Emma Lubke will run in 3. Poppy Doran will be for Katara South in 4. Ella Penman for Dubbo in 5. Taisha Buchanan runs for Athletics Wollongong in 6. Ruby Worrell for Ride in 7. Lowen Sevastos in 8 for Wollongong. And Ainsley McNally rounds out the field of 9 for the under 18 women's 400 metre final on the outside of the track. Pretty handy New South Wales record. Yana Pittman, 1999, running 51.80. And Gemma Pollard won this race last year in 56.69. Which should give you some context for just how good Pittman was. Just getting ready for the crowd introductions here. Set to go now for the under 18s. Cleanly away, Doran, Penman and Buchanan all out quickly. And on the far outside of the track, McNally very quickly away out in lane number 9, and probably the best of them as they head up the back straight for the only time, pardon me. Savastarsos getting up on the outside, as well as Worrell on their inside. In the centre of the track, Penman now starting to range up as they pick up the stagger and even out as they come around the final turn. Penman going the best of them now for Dubbo in the centre of the track with a nicely timed run. And Doran on her inside running strongly for Katara South. But Penman will lead them into the straight in the under 18 400 metre final. Still Sevastos and Worrell going strongly on the outside. Worrell looking good for the silver medal at the moment and not dying yet as she comes after Penman down the straight. Penman trying to hang on. Sevastos diving at her, but Penman too good and hangs on to win the 400 metres in the under 18s. .56.42, the unofficial time, and confirmation of Penman's win. And I think I've cruelly denied Ruby Worrell in the call there for Ride, who was the second athlete, not Sevastos, so apologies for that. But Ruby Worrell threw down the challenge to Ella Penman of Dubbo, and Penman, who looked to be wobbling with 30 to go, managed to find enough to hang on and claim the state junior title ahead of a bold Ruby Worrell, who had a nicely timed run. And Taisha Buchanan of Athletics Wollongong picks up the bronze medal.
Yeah, just doing enough, wasn't it? But it makes it a double. Max McInerney and Ella Penman have taken home gold to the Central West. So fantastic to see the talent coming out from the Dubbo Athletics Club. Of course, with a fantastic facility. We ran the New South Wales Country Championships about a month ago there. So Ella Penman did a lot of media, actually. So maybe a little bit of pressure on her to win that title. Well done to her. Great club. Doing some really good things down there as well. Here's Dubbo. So move on now to the under-18 men's 400. And Jake Kitching joins us in this one. The famed 1500-metre runner, national cross-country champion, stepping down to the 400 like Dan Williams. So Will Zarkis goes in 1 for Katoomba Districts, and then Matt Hunt for UTS Norths in 2, Ethan Kelly of Hills Districts in 3, Evan Dransfield of St Ignatius in 4, Lachlan Herbert, very talented athlete from Knox in 5, Jake Kitching goes in 6, stepping down for Coffs Harbour, Ivan Ballage, another talented athlete, qualifying with a sub-50 for Wests in 7, Evander Kelly of Campbelltown in 8, and Jarvis Rosette of Illawong in 9. So just doing their final block adjustments. Ivan Ballage and Lachlan Herbert, the only 2 under 50 through to the final. And Jake Kitching will be in lane 6 in between those 2.
Just some medal presentations being finalised here in the stadium. Big day of competition here tomorrow as well. It'll be a long day, third and final day of the Junior Championships, and followed by another big 3 days, kicking off on Friday next week. The State Open track and field titles as well. This field just being introduced to the stadium crowd here. The New South Wales record in this event, Paul Green. It's got to be a typo, hasn't it? Set in 1909.
I think it's 1989.
1989, I think.
Yes.
And Callum Rand, the winner of this race last year in 49.51 for Athletics Wollongong. Set to go now in the under-18 boys 400.
So away we go. What can Jake Kitching do? He's off and not to the crest of starts. That's to be expected. Just getting gobbled up at the moment by Lachlan Herbert on his inside, but Kitching will come into it late. Going well, Ivan Ballage, as you'd expect, as one of the quicker qualifiers for Wests in 7. Evander Kelly is right on the shoulder on the outside of his lane to Jarvis Rosette. As they come round the bend, it's Ivan Ballage in 7. Just losing contact now with Lachlan Herbert with Knox on the inside. Jake Kitching is just lost in the background at the moment. So it's West versus Knox as they come into the home straight. The 2 quickest qualifiers going at it. But it's currently Lachlan Herbert who's got the step. Ballage is trying to fight back. Lachlan Herbert, I think, is going to do enough. He is. This is going to be a good time as well. 48.55 with Kitching coming across the bronze. He did come into it late, the Coffs Harbour athlete. You'd expect that from the 8.15 runner, but just didn't have the leg speed to keep up with the 2 of them at the front. Lachlan Herbert takes the title for the under-18 400, 48.54.
So about a second quicker than last year to win this race. And you were right, Jimmy Kitching with that 800-metre strength came in. Look how far behind he is
he was
there.
Nowhere, was he?
But yeah, they were just a bit zippy for him in the first 100, as you'd expect from an 800-metre man having to get down the blocks. But he'll win himself a bronze medal over 400 metres. We do see a lot of the 800 specialists running 4s from time to time. Mason Cohen will do one fairly regularly at the Treloar.
It gives you a good comparison, though, doesn't it? Like how good the sprinters are out of the blocks. Even the 400 guys, where the start isn't as important as the 1 and the 2, they're still super, super quick out of the blocks. You see Steve Solomon, if you're around SOPAC with Penny Gillies doing his block starts, he's so quick out of them. It's a really underrated thing when it comes to, well, not for the 400 runners, but maybe some spectators as to how good they are out of the first 50 metres.
Absolutely. So the second to last race on the program for the Saturday afternoon session here at SOPAC State Junior Championships will be the women's under 20 400 metre final. Shunyi Audrey Ko of Singapore runs in lane number 1. Jessica Quilter-Jones of Sydney University in 2 runs inside Jamelia Heron of Sutherland. Gemma Pollard will go in 4 inside of Emily Strecker of Illawarra Blue Stars. Adelaide Marshall for Run Crew in 6 runs inside Paris Bamford of Athletics Wollongong. Laviana Jagarth of Singapore, second Singaporean athlete in this field, runs in 8, and Hayley Wright rounds out the field of 9 for Campbelltown. Seed times here, the quickest by far, Gemma Pollard in lane number 4, 56.66, and the others in the 58s and 59s. So we'll see if they're able to run above that. The New South Wales record set by a pretty handy one, Bandiria Boyer of Campbelltown back in 2019 in 51.21. Set to go now in the women's under 20 400 metre final. Pollard a bit sluggish away in the centre of the track. Heron got the better of the start on her inside, and a very fast start from Hayley Wright on the far outside. Paris Bamford of Athletics Wollongong also running strongly and picking up the stagger on Gianth on her outside, the Singaporean national. Going well in the centre of the track now is Pollard and Strecker as they range up to each other, and Pollard coming into a running down the back straight with a well-timed run. Jamelia Heron on the inside for Sutherland, also running fairly strongly in the Campbelltown athlete. Hayley Wright going well on the outside, but Pollard now surging into the lead as they come around the home bend. Strecker probably the best of the rest as they range up into the straight, but it's all Pollard out the front and all eyes on the clock. Absolutely no doubt about the win. She's going to take out the New South Wales Championship over 400 metres in the under-20s. Pollard wins it. Good race going on for second behind her, and it'll be Athletics Wollongong's Paris Bamford who gets the silver medal up on the outside. 55.56 unofficial for Gemma Pollard, but she was in a class of her own out the front.
Ooh, 55.53. That's an impressive run by the Newcastle Runners athlete, and she's going to be right up there in terms of possibly a call-up for the Sydney Track Classic field. So there's a lot of girls around that 55-second mark in New South Wales. She's one of them. Paige Campbell is another one as well. We saw her in the 100 earlier on. So great to see the Singaporean athletes as well. There's a group of boys and girls down here. I saw them training a couple of nights ago. Not entirely sure why they're here, but it is great to see them. There is the winner on screen, Gemma.
How good are the shorts too? Don't see many of the splitty shorts in the 400s these
no,
days. Usually the tights.
Yeah, that's it. Splees all the way.
Woman after your own heart, Jimmy.
Oh, geez, let my one through the keeper. We'll move on to the final track final of the day. The under 20 men's one lapper. And this will be a fun one. Aiden Love, Tim Sankey, Ram Kamu, Mother Kumaran of Singapore. They are all some of the quicker qualifiers through to this final. Corey Dewa is going to be right up there as well, but very close across the board. Expect a tight one here, probably a little bit different to Gemma Pollard's win in the last race. So we'll go through the list. Jack DeGora of Maitland, he goes in 1. Benjamin Jones of Orange in 2. Corey Dewa of Cherrybrook in 3. Then comes Aiden Love, who's a superb talent over the 800 metres, trying his hand at the 400. As Matt said, that is quite often the case for a lot of the 800 runners. He comes down into this one in a good lane position. 4 for him. Tim Sankey of Sydney Uni, the quickest qualifier into this race. He goes in 5. Then the Singaporean Invitational, Ram Kumar Muthakumaran in 6. Benjamin Iveson of Essex West, or West Track and Field, in 7. Mark Gerard, another one of those 800-metre runners from Bankstown. He comes in lane 8. And Jack Barnes of East Lakes, EAC, the abbreviation, lane 9 on the outside. Last track final of the day, day 2 of the juniors. It's been another cracker. Good show of the boys just being introduced there. Barnes on screen from East Lakes. Going on the outside, there's that fluoro orange singlet. There's Ram Kumar. Full field accounted for here for the under 20 men's 400. So away we go. We're going to see as a quick start from Benjamin Iveson of West Track and Field. He's flying past the shoulders of Gerard and Barnes early on this one. Look at that start from the West Track and Field athlete. And Tim Sankey is going to join him in the All Whites of Sydney Uni. Well, these two are miles in front at the moment from the rest of the field. Tim Sankey is having a ripping bend as well. The gap to the back of the field is huge at the moment. Tim Sankey of Sydney University, 49.26 he's qualified in. This is a superb run so far. He's leaving Benjamin Iveson, who's way out in second in the dust at the moment. Now starting to come into it is Corey Dewar of Cherrybrook, but Tim Sankey is flying. This is going to be super quick from the Sydney Uni athlete, 47.68, and it's going to be Ben Iveson of West Track and Field, the silver, and the invite from Singapore, Ram Kumar Muthakumaran, is going to get a commemorative bronze. Well, Tim Sankey congratulates his compatriot. I can't actually tell if he's happy with that. I
think he's thrilled with the time, yeah.
Oh, he certainly went for it. And he did slow up a little bit. It was a ripper bend. He really did take it on and maybe just paid for it a little bit right around here. That's the 40 metres to go. That's one of the steeplechase lines. Just starting to tie up, so maybe want to get under that 47-second mark. That's still a great victory. There is silver for Iveson. And
saw the reaction after the line. Yeah, he certainly wasn't happy with the time. But
Ben Jones picks up the bronze there, I think, for Orange Athletics. Yeah, so he will get the New South Wales bronze.
Well, Jimmy, I think that's all she wrote for the program this afternoon. It's been another big day here at the Junior Championships. Long one for you in the box again. You had Friday but under your belt already as well. And hopefully we could give you some help. We'll be back tomorrow, folks. Jimmy, you'll be a better place than I will be to tell the good people the times for tomorrow.
I certainly will. So we will be back on commentary with the long hurdles at 1:20. But of course we'll have the stream starting with the steeplechase at 8:45, 8:45. So all the steeples and then all the preliminary rounds of the 200 metres and some of the para-ambulant 200 metre finals as well. And we'll be joining you back in the box from 1:20 until close with the long hurdles finals and all the 200 and the 800 metre finals, including the para-ambulance. For Matt Whitbread and myself, James, it's been fantastic to have you on day 2. We'll join you just after lunch on commentary for day 3 tomorrow.